Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry walked into the Wizengamot at age 11 and claimed the Lordship of Gryffindor and Slytherin. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Knew the Cupboard Under the Stairs Had a Secret. Harry Potter had discovered it 3 years ago, on the night of his 8th birthday, when his accidental magic had finally done something useful instead of just getting him locked away without meals. He'd been crying, quietly, because loud crying meant Uncle Vernon's belt, and his hand had pressed against the back wall of his cupboard, and the wood had simply moved. Behind it lay a space that shouldn't exist. A room carved from nothing, bigger than the cupboard itself, lit by soft golden light that came from nowhere and everywhere. And waiting in that room, wringing her hands and weeping with joy, had been Mipsy. Young Master Harry, she'd whispered that first night, her enormous eyes swimming with tears. Mipsy has been waiting. Mipsy has been waiting so long. Now, 3 years later, Harry sat cross-legged on the floor of that hidden room, a book open in his lap and Mipsy perched on a small stool across from him. The room had grown over the years, responding to his needs. Bookshelves lined the walls now, filled with texts Mipsy had retrieved from Potter properties around Britain. A practice dummy stood in one corner, scorched and battered from years of spell work. A small bed occupied another corner, far more comfortable than the cot in the cupboard where he pretended to sleep. Again, Mipsy said, her voice firm despite her size. Young Master's wand movement is being sloppy. Harry bit back a sigh and raised the wand, Holly, 11 inches, with a phoenix feather core. Mipsy had acquired it 2 years ago through means she refused to discuss, though Harry suspected she'd simply walked into Ollivander's shop after hours and taken it. House elves had a different relationship with property than humans did. Expecto Patronum, Harry intoned, focusing on the memory Mipsy had taught him to use, not a happy memory, because Harry didn't have many of those, but a memory of hope. The first night in this room. The realization that he wasn't alone. Silver mist erupted from his wand tip, coalescing and thickening until a proud stag stood before him, glowing with inner light. It turned its great antlered head toward Harry, and he could have sworn it nodded before dissolving back into nothing. Better, Mipsy admitted. Young Master's father would be proud. Harry set the wand down carefully. Tell me about him again. Mipsy has told young Master many times, I know. Tell me again. The elf's expression softened. For all her strictness as a teacher, Mipsy loved him. Harry had learned to recognize love in its many forms, mostly by its absence in the Dursley household. Mipsy showed it through her dedication, her patience, her willingness to spend 3 years preparing him for a world she could have simply taken him to. Master James was being brave, Mipsy said, settling into the familiar rhythm of the story. Brave and clever and sometimes too confident for his own good. He was loving Mistress Lily with everything he had. And when the Dark Lord came, Master James faced him without a wand, just to give Mistress Lily time to run. But she didn't run. No. Mistress Lily was standing over young Master's crib and refusing to move. The Dark Lord offered to spare her, 3 times he was offering, and 3 times she was refusing. When he killed her. Mipsy's voice caught. When he killed her, something happened. Old magic. Blood magic. Her sacrifice was creating a protection that the Dark Lord's curse could not penetrate. Harry touched his forehead, where the lightning bolt scar marked him. And when the curse rebounded, it hit him instead. It was destroying his body. But not his soul. Mipsy's ears flattened. The Dark Lord is not being truly dead, young Master. Mipsy wants young Master to understand this. He is waiting, somewhere, for his chance to return. I know. Harry had known for 2 years, ever since Mipsy had finally judged him mature enough for that particular truth. That's why we're doing this. The clock on the wall, conjured by Mipsy, who had surprising skill with household magic, showed nearly midnight. July 30th was almost over. It is being almost time, Mipsy said softly. Harry nodded. Tomorrow, he turned 11. Tomorrow, his Hogwarts letter would arrive. And tomorrow, everything would change. He just wouldn't be changing in the ways everyone expected. The morning of July 31st dawned grey and drizzly, perfectly matching the Dursley household's mood. Harry performed his usual routine, cooking breakfast, avoiding Dudley's attempts to trip him, accepting Uncle Vernon's criticism of everything from the eggs to the weather, while keeping his expression carefully blank. The mail slot clattered. "Get the mail, boy," Vernon grunted without looking up from his newspaper. Harry walked to the front door, his heart beating faster than he allowed his face to show. The envelopes lay scattered on the mat, a bill, a postcard from Aunt Marge, an advertisement for lawn services, and, there it was. Heavy parchment, emerald green ink, addressed in flowing script to Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry picked it up and examined the seal, a coat of arms featuring a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. He allowed himself one moment to feel it, the tangible proof that everything Mipsy had told him was real, and then he walked back to the kitchen. "What's that you've got?" Vernon's eyes had locked onto the parchment with immediate suspicion. "A letter," Harry said calmly. "For me." Vernon's face began its familiar journey toward purple. "Give it here, no." The word dropped into the kitchen like a stone into still water. Petunia froze with her tea halfway to her lips. Dudley stopped shoveling bacon into his mouth. Vernon's newspaper crumpled in his suddenly tight fists. "What did you say to me, boy?" Harry met his uncle's eyes. He'd spent 3 years preparing for this moment, rehearsing it in his mind, planning exactly how to handle the confrontation. The key was showing no fear. Vernon Dursley was a bully, and bullies were ultimately cowards who only attacked when they sensed weakness. "I said no." Harry's voice remained level. "This letter is addressed to me. It's my property. And if you try to take it from me, I'll tell the authorities about the cupboard." "The cupboard?" Petunia's voice came out strangled. "What about the cupboard?" "The cupboard where you've kept me for 10 years. The cupboard that violates every child welfare law in Britain. The cupboard that would get Dudley taken away right alongside me if anyone official ever found out about it." Harry smiled thinly. "Did you think I didn't know? That I'd never figure it out?" Vernon's face had gone from purple to an ugly, mottled white. "You wouldn't dare. Who'd believe a lying little freak like you? The neighbors who've seen me doing yard work in clothes 5 sizes too big for me. The teachers who've noticed I never bring lunch money. The doctor who treated Dudley's tail." Harry watched Vernon flinch at that last one, the accidental magic incident that had required a quiet, expensive surgery and even more expensive bribes to keep it quiet. "But we don't need to find out, do we? All you have to do is let me read my mail." For a long moment, no one moved. Then Vernon's jaw worked, his hands trembling with suppressed rage, and he spat, "Fine. Read your freakish letter. But don't expect, I won't be expecting anything from you," Harry cut him off. "That's rather the point." He turned and walked out of the kitchen, leaving his relatives in stunned silence. In his cupboard, the regular one, not the hidden room, Harry broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Harry read it twice, then set it aside. The letter itself was almost irrelevant, he'd known its contents for years. What mattered was the second page, the supply list, and more importantly, what the letter didn't contain. No mention of his parents' will. No explanation of his heritage. No indication that he was anything more than a muggleborn receiving their first contact with the magical world. Someone wanted him ignorant. Someone wanted him unprepared. Harry had a pretty good idea who. "Mipsy," he whispered. The elf appeared instantly, her tennis ball eyes bright with excitement. "Young master received his letter?" "I did. We're moving up the timeline. I want to be at Gringotts within the hour." Mipsy wrung her hands, a habit she fell into when nervous. "Young master is certain." The plan was being to wait for, the plan assumed I'd need time to convince the Dursleys to take me to London. I don't. They're too scared to stop me now. Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. "Besides, I checked the Wizengamot calendar you brought me. They're in session tomorrow. If I'm going to claim my seats, I need to do the Gringotts business today. Young master is only being 11. Most wizards are not knowing about lordship claims until, most wizards aren't me." Harry softened the words with a slight smile. "I know you're worried. But we've prepared for this. 3 years of preparation. I'm ready." Mipsy studied him for a long moment, her ancient eyes seeing more than most humans gave her credit for. Then she nodded slowly. "Young master is being ready. Mipsy is knowing this. Mipsy is just. Mipsy is afraid of losing young master to that world." Harry reached out and took her small hand in his. "You won't lose me. You're the only family I have, Mipsy. Whatever happens, that doesn't change." The elf's eyes filled with tears, but she blinked them back with visible effort. "Then we is going to Gringotts. Young master should be changing into proper robes first. Mipsy has been preparing them." From nowhere, or rather, from whatever extra-dimensional space house elves used for storage, Mipsy produced a set of robes. They were simple but well-made, black with subtle silver threading, and they fit Harry perfectly. He changed quickly, checking his appearance in the small mirror Mipsy conjured. A thin boy looked back at him. Messy black hair that refused to lie flat. Bright green eyes behind round glasses. The lightning scar, partially hidden by his fringe. He looked young, he was young, but there was something in his eyes that hadn't been there 3 years ago. Something hard and certain. "How do I look?" "Like a potter," Mipsy said quietly. "Like Master James, before everything was going wrong." Harry nodded once, then held out his hand. Mipsy took it. The world twisted, compressed, and vanished. Diagon Alley materialized around them in a riot of color and noise. Harry had seen it in photographs, heard Mipsy's descriptions countless times, but the reality still stole his breath for a moment. Shops with windows full of impossible things, cauldrons that stirred themselves, books that fluttered like birds, robes that changed color as you watched. Witches and wizards in every imaginable style of dress, from formal robes to what looked like Muggle clothes from 2 centuries ago. The smell of potions, ingredients and fresh bread, and something indefinably magical that tingled in his sinuses. Mipsy had brought them to a quiet side street, away from the main thoroughfare. "Gringotts is being that way," she said, pointing. "Young master knows what to do. Request an inheritance test. Claim my vaults. Review my accounts." Harry straightened his robes. "Ask about the Wizengamot seats. And if they are trying to stop you?" "They won't. Goblins respect gold and contracts, not blood or politics. As long as I can pay for their services, they'll provide them." Harry glanced down at her. "You should probably stay hidden while I'm inside. Goblins and elves don't have the best history." Mipsy huffed. "Mipsy is knowing this. Mipsy will be waiting here for young master." Harry stepped out of the side street and into the flowing crowd of Diagon Alley. No one paid him any attention. He was just another young wizard in simple black robes, presumably here with his family to buy school supplies. His scar was hidden, his name unknown. For these few minutes, he was anonymous, and he savored the feeling. It wouldn't last. Gringotts Bank rose at the end of the alley, a massive white marble building that leaned at angles that should have been architecturally impossible. Goblin guards flanked the entrance, their armor gleaming, their expressions carefully neutral. Harry walked past them without hesitation, pushed open the bronze doors, and entered the bank. The interior was vast, a great hall lined with counters where goblins weighed coins, examined gems, and scribbled in massive ledgers. Queues of witches and wizards waited impatiently while the goblins processed their transactions with deliberate slowness. Chandeliers of enchanted crystal cast bright light over everything, leaving no shadows in which to hide. Harry bypassed the queues entirely and walked straight to the head teller, an ancient goblin with spectacles perched on his hooked nose and a nameplate reading Ragnarok. "I need to speak with an account manager about an inheritance test and vault access," Harry said clearly. "My name is Harry Potter." The queue behind him went silent. The goblins at nearby counters stopped their work. Ragnarok's quill froze mid-stroke. Then the head teller looked up, and his dark eyes gleamed with something that might have been interest. "Harry Potter. The boy who lived, gracing us with his presence at last. We have been expecting you, Mr. Potter. For quite some time. I'm sure you have." Harry kept his voice level. "I apologize for the delay. I was detained. So we gathered." Ragnarok's lips curled in what was probably meant to be a smile. "You'll want to speak with Griphook. He handles the Potter accounts. And several other accounts that may interest you." The goblin rang a small bell, and a younger goblin appeared almost instantly. "Take Mr. Potter to the inheritance room. Notify Senior Account Manager Bloodfong that his presence is required." Griphook studied Harry with obvious curiosity. "Follow me, Mr. Potter." Harry followed. The inheritance room lay deep within Gringotts, past corridors that twisted in ways that had nothing to do with normal geometry and everything to do with goblin security measures. The room itself was circular, with walls of polished black stone and a single table in the center bearing a silver bowl, a ritual dagger, and several rolls of parchment. Bloodfong was already waiting when they arrived. He was old even by goblin standards, his skin like cracked leather, his eyes like chips of obsidian. But when he looked at Harry, something flickered in those ancient eyes, recognition, or perhaps memory. "Harry Potter," Bloodfong said. "You have your mother's eyes. But the rest of you, you are entirely your father's son. You knew my parents. I managed their accounts. Their wedding, the purchase of their properties, the establishment of trusts for their future children, I handled all of it." Bloodfang's expression was unreadable. "I was also present when their will was sealed by the chief warlock without our consent. Gringotts does not forget such insults." Harry filed that information away. "You'll help me, then. I will help you understand your full inheritance and legal standing. What you do with that knowledge is your own affair." Bloodfong gestured to the silver bowl. "The inheritance test requires 7 drops of blood. It will reveal all vaults, properties, and titles to which you have legitimate claim." Harry stepped forward without hesitation. He'd been cut before, Vernon's belt had broken skin more than once, and the ritual dagger was sharper than anything the Dursleys had ever used. 7 drops of blood fell into the bowl, and the silver liquid within began to glow. Parchment floated up from the table, and words began to write themselves across its surface in gleaming gold ink. Inheritance test results subject, Harry James Potter. Date of birth, July 31, 1980. Blood inheritances, House of Potter, Lord, primary, by blood, House of Peveril, heir, secondary, by blood, dormant, House of Gryffindor, potential Lord, tertiary, by blood, requires trial, conquest. Inheritances, House of Slytherin, Lord, by magical conquest. Blood debt transferred via failed killing curse from previous claimant Tom Marvolo. Riddle, vault access, Potter Family Vault, 687, Potter Trust Vault. 687, T, Peveril Vault, 12, dormant, requires blood key activation, Gryffindor Vault, 7. Sealed, requires trial completion, Slytherin Vault. 4. Active, properties, Potter Manor, Wales, under preservation stasis, Godric's Hollow Cottage, West Country, damaged, under ministry protection, Potter Townhouse, London, leased to ministry, unauthorized, Peveril Keep, Scotland. Location obscured, blood key required, titles and seats, Lord Potter, 1 Wizengamot seat, currently held in proxy by Albus. Dumbledore, Lord Slytherin, 1 Wizengamot seat, unclaimed, Lord Gryffindor, potential, 2 Wizengamot seats, unclaimed, requires trial, magical guardian, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, appointed by ministry, no documentation of parental consent, financial irregularities detected, annual withdrawals from Potter Trust Vault to Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, unauthorized, property lease payments to ministry, no corresponding deposits to Potter accounts, scheduled payment to Desley. Household, marked as, care expenses, never collected. Harry read the parchment twice. Then 3 times. Beside him, Bloodfong waited in silence. Conquest inheritance, Harry finally said. Explain. An ancient law, rarely invoked in modern times. When a wizard attempts to kill another wizard and fails in such a way that results in their own death or destruction, magical conquest is established. Any unclaimed titles held by the defeated wizard transfer to the victor. Bloodfang's voice was clinical, detached. Tom Riddle claimed the Slytherin lordship by blood but never formally registered it with the Ministry or Gringotts. He was operating under another name by then. When his killing curse rebounded and destroyed his body, the title transferred to you. Because I defeated him. Because he tried to kill you and failed catastrophically. The magic doesn't care about intent or capability. It only recognizes results. Harry looked at the list of financial irregularities. Dumbledore's been stealing from me. Redirecting funds, technically. For what he would undoubtedly call the greater good. Bloodfang's tone suggested what he thought of that justification. Gringotts sent multiple notices about these irregularities when you turned 7. Your magical guardian, who should have been you, had proper procedures been followed, acknowledged none of them. Because Dumbledore appointed himself guardian without my parents' consent. Your parents will name Sirius Black as your guardian, with Frank and Alice Longbottom as secondary guardians. Black was imprisoned without trial before the will could be executed. The Longbottoms were incapacitated. Dumbledore stepped in, claiming emergency authority, and has been making decisions on your behalf ever since. Harry's jaw tightened. Can I revoke his guardianship? As Lord Potter and Lord Slytherin, you have the legal standing of a magical adult. Guardianship becomes irrelevant. Bloodfong allowed himself a thin smile. You may also press charges for misappropriation of funds, if you wish. Not yet. Harry forced himself to think strategically rather than emotionally. If I attack Dumbledore publicly before I've established myself, I'll look like a bitter child lashing out. I need to build my position first. Bloodfang's smile widened fractionally. Your father would have charged in wand blazing. Your mother would have buried him in legal paperwork. You seem to be a blend of both approaches. I had good teachers. Harry turned back to the parchment. The Wizengamot meets tomorrow. I want to claim my seats. What do I need to do? For Potter and Slytherin, simply present yourself with proof of your lordship. This parchment will serve, and invoke the ancient rights. The Wizengamot is bound by their own laws to accept a legitimate claim. Bloodfong paused. Gryffindor is more complicated. The lordship requires passing a trial set by the founder himself. The location and nature of this trial are unknown, but it will present itself to you when you are ready. And if I'm not ready? Then you fail, and the lordship remains unclaimed for another generation. Bloodfong spread his hands. Such is the way of founder magic. Harry nodded slowly. 3 seats on the Wizengamot. 4, if he could pass the Gryffindor trial. The Potter seat alone was significant. The Potters had been a political force for centuries. Adding the Slytherin seat would send shockwaves through pureblood society. And Gryffindor. I need to access my vaults, Harry said. All of them that are currently available. Of course, Lord Potter. Bloodfang made a gesture, and Griphook, who had been waiting silently by the door, stepped forward. Griphook will escort you. Take whatever you need. Harry started toward the door, then paused. One more question. The Dursleys, the Muggles I was placed with. You said there was a scheduled payment for my care that was never collected? Correct. 1,000 galleons annually, converted to Muggle currency, to be deposited in their account as compensation for housing and feeding you. Bloodfang's expression was unreadable. The payments were cancelled by your magical guardian, who stated that the Dursleys preferred not to accept magical money. The funds were redirected to the Order of the Phoenix account instead. Harry stood very still for a moment. The Dursleys had been cruel to him. Had starved him, locked him in a cupboard, treated him as a slave. And all the while, they'd been supposed to receive payment for his care, payment that would have more than covered any expense he caused them. Payment that Dumbledore had taken for his own purposes. Had the Dursleys even known? Had they resented him in part because they thought he was a burden on their finances? It didn't excuse anything. But it added another layer to the picture Harry was building in his mind. A picture of a man who moved people around like chess pieces, who made decisions for others without their knowledge or consent, who believed so deeply in his own righteousness that he couldn't see the damage he caused. I understand, Harry said quietly. Thank you, Account Manager Bloodfang. He followed Griphook into the tunnels beneath Gringotts, where his family's gold waited. The cart ride to the Potter family vault was the most fun Harry had ever had. He knew it was dangerous. The cart moved at impossible speeds, taking corners that should have flung him into the void, dropping down shafts that seemed to have no bottom. But after 10 years of the Dursleys' suffocating normalcy, the sheer wildness of it was intoxicating. Griphook seemed amused by his reaction. Most wizards scream. Most wizards don't spend their childhoods locked in cupboards. This is the most freedom I've ever felt. The goblin's expression flickered, something that might have been sympathy, quickly suppressed. We're here. The cart stopped before a massive vault door, inscribed with the Potter family crest, a griffin rampant on a field of gold. Griphook produced a key and inserted it into the lock, then stepped back. Your blood is required, Lord Potter. Harry pressed his palm to the door. There was a moment of warmth, a prick of pain, and then the door swung open. He'd expected gold. Mipsy had told him the Potters were wealthy, that generations of shrewd investments and careful management had built a substantial fortune. But the reality still staggered him. Mountains of gold galleons, heaped in glittering piles that reached the vaulted ceiling. Silver sickles and bronze nuts sorted into separate alcoves. But that was just the currency. The vault also contained shelves of books, racks of weapons, cases of jewelry, and in the very back, a collection of artifacts that hummed with contained magic. Take what you need, Griphook said. There are bags by the entrance that will expand to hold whatever you place in them. Harry grabbed one of the bags and began to fill it systematically. Gold, obviously, enough to cover several years of expenses and bribes. But also books that caught his eye, their titles promising knowledge of Potter family magic, wizarding law, and political history. A ring from the jewelry case that Griphook identified as the Potter Lord's ring, which would serve as proof of his identity. A wand holster that would strap to his forearm and make drawing faster. What are those? Harry pointed to a set of small crystals in a velvet case. Memory crystals. Your ancestors recorded their knowledge and experiences within them. To access a crystal, you need only hold it and focus. Harry took the entire case. At the back of the vault, near the artifacts, he found a portrait. It showed a man and woman, both dark-haired, both smiling, both bearing the obvious Potter features. The nameplate read Charles and Doria Potter. My grandparents? Your great-grandparents, technically. The portrait is inactive, it requires magical energy to awaken. Harry touched the frame gently. Can I take it? Everything in this vault belongs to you, Lord Potter. He carefully lifted the portrait and placed it in his bag, which expanded to accommodate it without complaint. Then he turned to the most obvious artifact in the collection, a cloak of shimmering, silvery material that seemed to flow like water even while hanging still on its stand. My father's invisibility cloak. One of the Deathly Hallows, if the legends are true. Griphook's voice was carefully neutral. It was removed from your father's possession after his death and placed in the vault for safekeeping. Your magical guardian made several requests to have it transferred to his personal custody. Gringotts declined. Harry lifted the cloak. It felt like liquid moonlight in his hands. Thank you. Gringotts does not allow the unauthorized removal of vault contents. We were simply following our own policies. But there was something in Griphook's tone that suggested the goblins had taken a certain pleasure in denying Dumbledore. Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders and watched his body disappear. Perfect. I need to see the Slytherin vault next. The Slytherin vault was deeper, darker, and far more paranoid. The cart descended for what felt like hours, passing through layers of security that made the Potter vault's protections look like a joke. At one point, they passed a dragon, an actual dragon, pale and half-blind, chained in the darkness. Harry felt a moment of pity for the creature, but there was nothing he could do for it now. The vault door bore the Slytherin crest, a serpent coiled in an S pattern, and it didn't require a key. Instead, Griphook gestured for Harry to approach. Speak to it. Harry looked at the door. At the carved serpent, its eyes gleaming with some inner light. And without consciously deciding to, he slipped into the strange, sibilant language that had always come naturally to him. Open. The serpent moved. Actually moved, slithering across the door's surface until it had formed a new pattern, a keyhole. Then the door swung inward. Griphook was staring at him. You're a Parselmouth. Is that a problem? No. But it explains much. The goblin gestured for him to enter. Go. I will wait here. The Slytherin vault was smaller than the Potter vault but somehow more oppressive. The gold was arranged in neat stacks rather than piles. Salazar Slytherin had apparently been more organized than the Potters. The artifacts were darker, their magical signatures sharp and uncomfortable against Harry's senses. But what drew his attention was the portrait. Unlike his great-grandparents' portrait, this one was active. A man in medieval robes sat in a carved chair, his long face bearing a pointed beard, his dark eyes watching Harry with undisguised interest. So, Salazar Slytherin said. The conqueror finally arrives. Harry approached the portrait slowly. You know who I am. I know what you are. A child who defeated the last of my blood descendants through nothing more than an accident of sacrifice and magic. Slytherin's voice was cold, precise, utterly without warmth. I know that you have claimed my lordship, my vault, and my seat on the Council of Wizards. I know that you speak the tongue of serpents, which means somewhere in your ancestry, my blood runs true. Through the Peverils, according to the inheritance test. Ah. The Peverils. Something shifted in Slytherin's expression. Interesting. The three brothers were, more than they seemed. If their blood mingles with mine in you. He trailed off, studying Harry with renewed intensity. What do you want, boy? Right now. To understand what I've inherited. What I'm responsible for. And in the long term. Harry met the portrait's eyes. To make sure no one controls my life but me. To protect the people I care about. And to ensure that Voldemort, Tom Riddle, never threatens anyone again. Slytherin's expression flickered. You know his name. His real name. I know a lot of things people don't expect me to know. Evidently. The founder leaned back in his painted chair. Tom Riddle was a disappointment. He had potential, great potential, but he squandered it on obsessions and cruelty. He twisted my legacy into something I never intended. What did you intend? Slytherin was quiet for a long moment. Survival. I wanted our world to survive. Muggles outnumber us 1,000 to 1, and their capacity for violence far exceeds our own. I believed that magical bloodlines needed to be protected, strengthened, kept separate from those who might dilute our gifts. I was wrong about the method, but the underlying concern. He shook his head. Never mind. You didn't come here for a history lesson. Actually, I'd welcome one. But not today. Harry looked around the vault. Is there anything here I should take? Anything I should be aware of? The ring. Slytherin pointed to a simple silver band on a pedestal. The Slytherin Lord's ring. It will mark you as the head of my house and grant you access to other things. Locations. Secrets. Take it. Harry approached the pedestal carefully. Is it trapped? For anyone but the rightful lord? Fatally. For you. Slytherin's lips twitched. It will merely be unpleasant. Harry picked up the ring. Pain shot through his hand, up his arm, into his chest. It felt like fire and ice simultaneously, like something was reading him, examining every thought and memory and intention. He grit his teeth and forced himself not to drop it. The pain faded. The ring resized itself to fit his finger, and something settled into place in Harry's mind, a connection he hadn't known was missing, a door that had just unlocked. Interesting, Slytherin murmured. You passed. Passed what? The ring's judgment. It would have killed you if it found you unworthy. The portrait actually smiled, though there was no warmth in it. It seems my house is in better hands than I expected. We will speak again, Harry Potter. There is much I can teach you, if you're willing to learn. Harry looked at the ring on his finger, then at the portrait. I'll think about it. He turned and walked out of the vault, his mind already racing ahead to tomorrow. Mipsy was waiting exactly where he'd left her, though she practically vibrated with anxiety when Harry emerged from Gringotts. Young Master was being gone for hours. Mipsy was worrying. I'm fine. Better than fine. Harry showed her the rings, Potter and Slytherin both, gleaming on his fingers. I have what I need. The elf's eyes widened. Both lordships? Young Master is claiming both. Tomorrow. Harry allowed himself a small smile. When the Wizengamot meets. I'm going to walk in there and show them exactly who I am. Mipsy wrung her hands, but there was pride in her expression alongside the worry. Young Master is being brave. Like Master James. Brave is one word for it. Harry looked out at Diagon Alley, at the witches and wizards going about their business, oblivious to what was coming. Reckless might be another. But I'm tired of hiding, Mipsy. I'm tired of letting other people make decisions about my life. Tomorrow, that ends. The elf nodded slowly. Then Mipsy will be helping young Master prepare. There is much to do before tomorrow. Harry took her hand, and the world twisted around them once more. That night, Harry sat in his hidden room beneath the Dursleys' house and studied. The memory crystals his ancestors had left were invaluable, compressed lessons in wizarding law, political maneuvering, and magical theory. He absorbed what he could, focusing on the procedures he'd need to know for tomorrow, how to address the Wizengamot, how to invoke ancient claims, how to defend his rights against challenges. Around midnight, he activated his great-grandparents' portrait. Charles Potter blinked into awareness first, his expression confused, then delighted. James? No, too young. And those eyes. He turned to his wife, who was stirring beside him. Doria. Doria, wake up. Look. Doria Potter opened her eyes, and they immediately filled with tears. Oh. Oh, he looks just like, I'm Harry, he said softly. James and Lily's son. Your great-grandson. What followed was hours of conversation, questions about his parents. They knew only that James and Lily had married, not that they'd died, explanations about Voldemort and the prophecy and the night at Godric's Hollow, and finally, a detailed discussion of what Harry planned to do tomorrow. Charles was enthusiastic. Bold. Risky, certainly, but bold. The Wizengamot hasn't seen a double lordship claim in centuries. You'll catch them completely off guard. That's the idea. You'll need to project strength, Doria advised. They'll try to dismiss you as a child playing at politics. You cannot let them. Speak clearly, stand straight, and never, never, let them see you doubt yourself. I won't. Charles studied him through the portrait frame. You're different from James. He was all passion and impulse, wonderful qualities, but they got him into trouble. You're more, contained. Controlled. I had to be. Harry didn't elaborate, but something in his expression made both portraits fall silent. Doria finally spoke. Whatever happened to you, Harry, whatever they did to you in those years we weren't there, I'm sorry. We're sorry. We should have left instructions, made arrangements. You couldn't have known. Harry shook his head. It doesn't matter now. What matters is tomorrow. What matters is making sure no one can control me again. The portraits exchanged a glance. Then Charles nodded firmly. Then let's make sure you're ready. Tell us everything you learned at Gringotts, and we'll help you prepare for every possible scenario. Harry smiled, a real smile, not the thin, cold expression he usually wore. That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say. They talked until dawn. The morning of August 1st arrived grey and drizzly, much like the day before. But Harry barely noticed the weather. He was too focused on what lay ahead. He dressed carefully in the formal robes Mipsy had prepared, black with the Potter crest on the right breast and the Slytherin crest on the left. The effect was striking, and more importantly, it was a statement. Anyone who saw him would know immediately that he was claiming both houses. The Dursleys were already awake when he emerged from his cupboard for the last time. Vernon's face went purple the moment he saw the robes. What the bloody hell do you think you're? I'm leaving. Harry cut him off with calm finality. I won't be coming back. The cupboard is no longer my residence, legally or otherwise. Leaving? You can't just, the freak who left you here said, I don't care what Dumbledore said. Harry met his uncle's eyes. You'll never see me again, Uncle Vernon. I'd say it's been a pleasure, but we both know that would be a lie. He walked out the front door of number 4, Privet Drive, and didn't look back. Mipsy was waiting at the end of the street, concealed from Muggle eyes by her own magic. She took his hand, and with a soft pop, they vanished. The Ministry of Magic was a building designed to intimidate. The atrium alone was vast enough to hold several Dursley houses, its ceiling enchanted to display whatever weather the Ministry deemed appropriate, currently, a serene blue sky with fluffy white clouds, ironic, given the actual weather outside. Golden statues dominated the central fountain, depicting witches, wizards, and various magical creatures in poses of noble harmony. Harry walked through the atrium with Mipsy invisible at his side, drawing stairs with every step. His robes, his bearing, the twin crests on his chest, everything about him screamed that he was someone important. Whispers followed in his wake. Is that, can't be, he's supposed to be with the Muggles, those crests, though. Potter and, is that Slytherin? Don't be ridiculous, no one's claimed Slytherin in centuries. Harry ignored them all. He'd memorized the route to the Wizengamot chambers from Mipsy's descriptions, and he followed it now without hesitation, passing through security checkpoints that seemed confused by his presence but couldn't find a legal reason to stop him. The Wizengamot chamber doors were enormous, carved with scenes of magical justice and adorned with the seals of all the great houses. 2 Aurors stood guard, their expressions bored until they saw Harry approaching. Halt! The Wizengamot is in session. No visitors. I'm not a visitor. Harry stopped exactly 2 meters from the doors, close enough to be heard clearly but far enough to not seem aggressive. I'm here to claim my hereditary seats. Under Article 7 of the Founders' Charter, I have the right to interrupt any session for the purpose of asserting my legal titles. The Aurors exchanged glances. You're a child. I'm Lord Harry James Potter, head of the ancient and noble House of Potter, and Lord Slytherin, head of the ancient and most noble House of Slytherin. My age is irrelevant under the Charter, as long as I can demonstrate magical competence. Harry held up the parchment from Gringotts. This is my inheritance test, verified by Gringotts Bank. I have every legal right to be here. One Auror reached for the parchment. Harry let him take it, watching as the man's expression shifted from skepticism to disbelief. Merlin's beard. It's legitimate. I know. Harry held out his hand, and the Auror returned the parchment. Now. Are you going to open those doors, or am I going to invoke Article 7 myself? I understand the doors respond, dramatically, to improper obstruction. The Auror stepped aside. Harry pushed open the doors and walked into the Wizengamot. The chamber fell silent. 50 faces turned toward him, the lords and ladies of magical Britain, seated in tiered rows that formed a horseshoe around a central speaking floor. At the highest point sat 3 figures, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, in an ornate chair that was slightly too large for him, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, her monocle glinting, and Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock, his half-moon spectacles fixed on Harry with an expression of carefully controlled surprise. Harry walked to the center of the speaking floor and stopped. My lords and ladies, he said clearly, his voice carrying to every corner of the chamber. I am Harry James Potter, and I invoke the ancient rights of succession. By blood and by conquest, I claim the lordships of House Potter and House Slytherin. I demand recognition of my titles, restoration of my seats, and acknowledgement of my rights under the Founders' Charter. For 3 heartbeats, no one spoke. Then the chamber erupted. Preposterous. He's a child. Slytherin hasn't had a lord in, this is obviously a hoax. A wand banged against the Chief Warlock's podium, and silence fell. Albus Dumbledore rose from his seat, his expression grandfatherly and concerned. Harry, my boy. This is most unexpected. Perhaps we should discuss this in private, before you make any. I am not your boy. Harry's voice cut through the chamber like a blade. I am Lord Potter and Lord Slytherin, and I will address this body as is my right. Your permission is neither required nor requested, Chief Warlock. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, surprise, calculation, and something that might have been concern. Harry, I understand you may be upset, but there are proper channels. The proper channel is exactly what I'm using. Article 7 of the Founders' Charter states that any legitimate heir may claim their hereditary seats by presenting themselves before the Wizengamot and demonstrating both proof of lineage and magical competence. Harry held up the Gringotts parchment. This is my proof of lineage, verified by inheritance test and sealed by Gringotts Bank. I am prepared to demonstrate magical competence at the body's request. You're 11 years old, someone called from the upper tiers. Harry recognized Lucius Malfoy, his pale face twisted with contempt. You cannot possibly be competent to hold a Wizengamot seat, regardless of what that parchment claims. The charter does not specify an age requirement, Lord Malfoy. I'm sure you're aware of this, given your own family's history of claiming titles early when convenient. Harry allowed himself a thin smile at Malfoy's expression. But if the body wishes to test my competence, I am prepared. What demonstration would you consider sufficient? The chamber buzzed with whispered conversations. Amelia Bones leaned forward, her monocle fixed on Harry with undisguised interest. The traditional test, she said, is the production of a corporeal Patronus. It requires both magical power and emotional control that few adult wizards possess. If you can produce one, your competence would be difficult to dispute. Dumbledore's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Harry caught it and understood, the old man hadn't expected him to be capable. Hadn't expected any of this. Good. Harry raised his wand. The holly and phoenix feather Mipsy had acquired for him, now properly registered in his name as of yesterday. He thought of the hidden room, of Mipsy's loyalty, of his grandparents' portrait coming alive. He thought of hope. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from his wand tip, coalescing into a form that made the entire chamber gasp. A stag, massive, proud, its antlers spreading wide, stepped forward and surveyed the Wizengamot with something that looked almost like disdain. Then it turned, nodded once to Harry, and dissolved into mist. The silence that followed was absolute. That, Amelia Bones said slowly, was one of the most powerful patron uses I have ever witnessed. It was indeed. Dumbledore's voice was strange, still calm, but with an undercurrent Harry couldn't identify. I must admit, Harry, I am impressed. Though I remain concerned about, your concerns are noted, Harry interrupted. But they are not relevant to my claim. I have demonstrated lineage and competence. Under the Charter, the Wizengamot is bound to recognize my titles. Are there any other challenges? Malfoy rose again. I challenge the Slytherin claim specifically. Conquest inheritance requires the defeat of the previous Lord. Tom Riddle was never officially Lord Slytherin, he never registered the title. Which is why the title was claimable by conquest rather than blocked by his existing lordship. Harry had prepared for this exact challenge. Had Riddle registered his title, it would have been protected by the usual inheritance laws. Because he didn't, the lordship was in a state of legal limbo, claimable by any descendant of Slytherin who could establish a legitimate connection. My survival of Riddle's killing curse established that connection through magical conquest. The Gringotts test confirms this. Do you dispute Gringotts' findings, Lord Malfoy? Malfoy's jaw tightened. Disputing Gringotts was a dangerous game. The goblins had long memories and little tolerance for those who questioned their expertise. I do not dispute the findings, Malfoy said through clenched teeth. I merely question the interpretation. Then you question the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which has recognized conquest inheritance in 17 recorded cases since the founding of the ministry. Harry had spent hours memorizing the relevant precedents. You question the goblins who verified my blood. And you question the magic itself, which responded to my claim by accepting me into the Slytherin vault without resistance. He spread his hands. Question whatever you like, Lord Malfoy. But the law is clear. Malfoy sat down, his face a mask of barely controlled fury. Any other challenges? Harry looked around the chamber. Then I call for a vote. Does the Wizengamot recognize my claim to the lordships of House Potter and House Slytherin, with all attendant rights and privileges? The vote was not unanimous, several members abstained, and a handful voted against, but the vast majority raised their wands in favor. Harry watched Dumbledore's wand rise last, reluctantly, unable to deny the clear legal basis for Harry's claim. The motion passes, Amelia Bones announced, something that might have been satisfaction in her voice. Lord Potter Slytherin, please take your seats. Harry walked to the Potter seat, empty since his father's death, and sat down. The cushion was worn, the arms scuffed from generations of use. He touched the Potter crest carved into the wood and felt something settle in his chest. Then he rose and walked to the Slytherin seat, which had stood empty for far longer. The wood was darker here, the crest more severe. When he sat, he felt the weight of history pressing down on him. 2 seats. 3 votes, the Slytherin seat carried an extra vote as an original founder's house. More political power than any 11-year-old had wielded in centuries. Harry looked across the chamber at Dumbledore, who was watching him with an expression of careful neutrality. Before we continue with the regular agenda, Harry said, I have one more matter to raise. As Lord Potter, I am requesting a formal audit of my family's accounts and the actions taken by my magical guardian over the past 10 years. I have evidence of financial irregularities that I believe warrant investigation. The chamber erupted again, but Harry didn't care. He sat in his ancestral seat, wearing his family's crest, speaking with his family's authority. Whatever happened next, he had taken control of his own story. And that was only the beginning. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Wizengamot Awakens. The chamber hadn't stopped buzzing since Harry's demand for an audit. Cornelius Fudge looked like a man who'd just discovered his comfortable chair was actually on fire. His eyes darted between Harry and Dumbledore, clearly hoping someone would tell him what to do. Amelia Bones had leaned forward with predatory interest, her quill already scratching notes. And Dumbledore sat perfectly still, his expression serene, but Harry could see the calculations happening behind those half-moon spectacles. The old man was adapting, recalibrating, trying to figure out how to regain control of a situation that had spiraled away from him in the span of 15 minutes. Lord Potter Slytherin. Fudge's voice cracked on the hyphenated title, as if he still couldn't quite believe he was saying it. This is most irregular. Audits of noble house accounts are typically requested through the Department of, I'm aware of the typical procedures, Minister. Harry kept his voice level, almost pleasant. I'm also aware that those procedures route the request through the Chief Warlock's office for approval. Given that the Chief Warlock is the subject of my concerns, I trust you understand why I'm bringing this matter directly to the full body. More whispers. Harry caught fragments, accusing Dumbledore, and, just a child, how would he, and, Potter accounts, though, if he has evidence. Malfoy rose again, and Harry braced himself. But to his surprise, the man's expression had shifted from contempt to something more calculating. I find myself in the unusual position of agreeing with Lord Potter Slytherin, Malfoy said smoothly. Financial irregularities in noble house accounts are a serious matter. If the Chief Warlock has been less than diligent in his guardianship duties, the Wizengamot has an obligation to investigate. Harry understood immediately. Malfoy didn't care about justice, he saw an opportunity to damage Dumbledore politically. The enemy of his enemy, at least for this moment. Fine. Harry could work with that. I appreciate Lord Malfoy's support, Harry said, letting just enough warmth into his voice to make it sound genuine. I move that a special committee be formed to conduct the audit, with members drawn from all three factions of this body to ensure impartiality. Seconded, Malfoy said instantly. Amelia Bones cleared her throat. I would be willing to chair such a committee, given the DMLE's expertise in financial investigations. Absolutely not. This came from a witch Harry didn't recognize, older, with steel-gray hair and the rigid posture of someone who'd spent decades in positions of authority. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement cannot be trusted with matters affecting the Chief Warlock. Director Bones is a known supporter of Dumbledore's faction. I support the rule of law, Lady Parkinson, Bones replied coolly. Which is rather the point of my position. Harry filed the name away. Parkinson, that was one of the old families, traditionally aligned with the pure-blood supremacist faction. He'd need to research her specific allegiances later. Perhaps, Dumbledore said, finally speaking, we might hear the specific nature of Lord Potter's concerns before we form committees. It would be unfortunate to waste the Wizengamot's time on investigations that prove groundless. Harry had been waiting for this. Dumbledore was trying to minimize, to contain, to make this seem like a misunderstanding that could be quietly resolved. Of course, Chief Warlock. I'm happy to share the evidence I've gathered. Harry stood, pulling the Gringotts documentation from his robes. According to inheritance records verified by Gringotts Bank, the following irregularities have occurred in the Potter account since I was placed with my Muggle relatives 10 years ago. He began to read, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. First, annual withdrawals of 500 galleons from the Potter Trust Vault, transferred to an account registered to the Order of the Phoenix. No authorization for these transfers exists in Potter family records, and I certainly never approved them. Murmurs swept through the chamber. The Order of the Phoenix was known to some, Dumbledore's vigilante group from the last war, but many had assumed it had disbanded. Second, lease payments for the Potter townhouse in London, paid by the Ministry to the Potter accounts for the past decade. Except these payments were redirected by my magical guardian to the same Order of the Phoenix account. The Ministry has been paying rent for a property it believes it's leasing legally, but neither I nor my accounts have received a canute of it. Fudge had gone pale. The Ministry's involvement made this his problem too. Third, a stipend of 1,000 galleons annually, converted to Muggle currency, was scheduled to be paid to my Muggle guardians for my care and upbringing. These payments were cancelled by my magical guardian and, again, redirected to the Order of the Phoenix. Harry looked up from the parchment. I was raised in a cupboard under the stairs, given my cousin's cast-off clothes, and fed scraps when I was fed at all. Meanwhile, funds meant for my care were being used for purposes I was never informed about, much less asked to approve. The chamber had gone silent. Harry turned to face Dumbledore directly. I'm not accusing anyone of theft, Chief Warlock. I'm asking for transparency. Where did this money go? What was it used for? And why was I, the head of House Potter, never informed or consulted? Dumbledore's expression remained calm, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders. Harry, the old man said gently, the Order of the Phoenix was formed to fight Voldemort and protect the wizarding world, including you. Every galleon was used in that cause. I believed, as your guardian, that your parents would have wanted their resources used to continue the fight they died for. My parents left a will. Harry's voice was flat. That will named Sirius Black as my guardian, with the Longbottoms as secondary options. It did not name you. It did not authorize the use of Potter funds for your organization. And it certainly did not authorize placing me with Muggles who despised magic and everyone associated with it. The will was sealed, by you. Harry cut him off. The will was sealed by the Chief Warlock's office before it could be executed. Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without a trial, which prevented him from claiming guardianship. The Longbottoms were already incapacitated. And you stepped in to fill the void you'd created. The accusation hung in the air. Harry saw expressions shifting throughout the chamber, shock, anger, calculation. He'd landed a blow, but he needed to be careful not to overreach. I'm not claiming this was done with malicious intent, Harry continued, moderating his tone. I'm claiming it was done without proper authorization, without oversight, and without regard for my well-being as a child or my rights as Lord Potter. The audit I'm requesting will establish the facts. If the Chief Warlock's actions were justified, the audit will show that. If they weren't. He shrugged. Then we'll need to discuss appropriate remedies. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You've grown into quite the young man, Harry. I wonder who's been advising you. I've been advising myself, Chief Warlock. I had plenty of time for reading in my cupboard. The barb landed. Harry saw several members wince at the reminder of where he'd been raised. Very well. Dumbledore inclined his head gracefully, conceding the battle if not the war. I have no objection to an audit. I am confident it will show that every decision was made in good faith and in your best interests. Then you'll have no objection to being recused from overseeing it, Malfoy said smoothly. Given your personal involvement in the matters under investigation. Dumbledore's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. That seems reasonable. The vote to form the audit committee passed unanimously. Amelia Bones was appointed chair over Lady Parkinson's objections, with 2 members from each faction rounding out the group. The committee would report its findings within 30 days. Harry had won the first skirmish. But as he met Dumbledore's eyes across the chamber, he knew the real battle was just beginning. The session continued for another 3 hours. Harry listened carefully, absorbing the rhythms and politics of the Wizengamot. He learned who deferred to whom, which alliances were solid and which were marriages of convenience, where the fault lines ran between factions. 3 major blocks dominated the body. The conservative faction, led informally by Malfoy and his allies, favored traditional pure-blood values and minimal government interference in noble house affairs. Dumbledore's progressive faction pushed for Muggleborn rights and international cooperation. And the neutrals, families like Greengrass, Zabini, and Abbott, voted pragmatically, aligning with whichever faction served their immediate interests. Harry occupied a strange position. As Lord Potter, he had traditional ties to Dumbledore's faction. The Potters had been progressive voices for generations. But as Lord Slytherin, he represented something that hadn't existed in centuries, a potential rallying point for conservatives who might prefer his blood status to Malfoy's influence. He could play both sides. He could also be crushed between them if he wasn't careful. When the session finally adjourned, Harry remained in his seat, letting the other lords and ladies file out around him. Some cast curious glances his way, others actively avoided looking at him. Malfoy paused at the door, seeming to consider approaching, then thought better of it and swept out. Dumbledore approached last. Harry. The old man's voice was warm, grandfatherly, utterly at odds with the political maneuvering that had just occurred. I wonder if we might speak privately. There is much I need to explain, and I fear the Wizengamot chamber is not the appropriate venue. I agree that explanations are needed. Harry stood, gathering his robes. But I'm not sure private conversation serves my interests right now. Everything you've done regarding me has been private decisions, private justifications, private arrangements. I think some transparency is overdue. You're angry. I understand. What you experienced with the Dursleys, what I experienced with the Dursleys is a direct result of your choices. Harry's voice remained calm, but something sharp edged into it. You chose to place me there. You chose not to check on me. You chose to redirect funds meant for my care. Those were your decisions, and I'm the one who lived with the consequences. The blood wards kept me alive. Yes, I know. Mipsy explained the theory. Harry smiled thinly at Dumbledore's flash of surprise. Oh, did you think I'd arrived here without doing my research? The wards were necessary, I accept that. But they didn't require me to be treated like a house elf. A single visit, a single check on my welfare, could have changed everything. Why didn't you make one? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I trusted Petunia too. You trusted Petunia Evans, who hated her sister and everyone associated with magic, to raise her sister's magical child with kindness. That was either naive or negligent, and I don't think you're naive. You're right. The admission seemed to cost Dumbledore something. I made assumptions I shouldn't have. I convinced myself that family would outweigh old resentments. I was wrong. Yes. You were. Harry stepped past him toward the door. I'm not interested in your apologies right now, Chief Warlock. I'm interested in making sure no one makes decisions about my life without my consent ever again. We can discuss our relationship once I'm certain you understand that boundary. Harry. Dumbledore's voice stopped him at the door. Whatever you may think of me, I was trying to protect you. There are threats you don't understand, then explain them. It's not that simple, it never is, with you. Harry looked back over his shoulder. Here's what I know, you've controlled information about my life since I was 15 months old. You've made decisions that affected my health, my safety, my family's money, and my legal status, all without telling me or anyone who might have advocated for me. Maybe you had good reasons. Maybe you were genuinely trying to protect me. But the effect was the same as if you'd been trying to control me. And I don't know how to tell the difference. He walked out before Dumbledore could respond. Mipsy was waiting in a side corridor, invisible to everyone but Harry. Young Master was magnificent, she whispered as they walked toward the atrium. Mipsy was watching through the doors. The old wizard is not knowing what to do with young Master. He'll figure it out soon enough. Dumbledore didn't get where he is by being slow. Harry kept his voice low, pitched for Mipsy's ears only. We need to move fast. Once he recovers from the surprise, he'll start maneuvering. I need allies before that happens. Young Master received a message. Mipsy pressed a folded note into his hand. A wizard in silver robes was giving it to Mipsy and asking her to deliver it. Harry unfolded the note as they walked. Lord Potter Slytherin, your performance today was most impressive. House Greengrass has long sought a third path between the factions that dominate our political landscape. Perhaps our interests align. If you are amenable, I would be honored to host you for dinner this evening at Greengrass Manor. My daughter Daphne will be attending Hogwarts this year as well. I believe you would find her conversation stimulating. Respectfully, Cyrus Greengrass, Lord of the Ancient House of Greengrass. Harry read it twice, parsing the subtext. A neutral family reaching out before either major faction could secure his allegiance. The mention of a daughter his age, a potential political connection that could be personal as well as professional. The timing, immediately after his debut, suggesting Greengrass had been watching and waiting for exactly this moment. Mipsy, what do you know about House Greengrass? Old family. Neutral in the last war, which is being both wise and dangerous. Lord Greengrass is being known for his business connections, import and export, mostly. Lady Greengrass is being ill, Mipsy is hearing. Some kind of magical wasting disease. The elf's ears drooped. The daughter is being young master's age. Clever, they say. Cold too. Cold how? Not being friendly with other children. Keeping to herself. But that is being common among pureblood families, they are teaching children not to trust. Harry folded the note and tucked it into his robes. Send a reply. Tell Lord Greengrass I'd be honored to accept his invitation. Dinner at 7. Young master is sure. Mipsy is not knowing if, I need allies, Mipsy. I can't fight Dumbledore and the Death Eater faction alone. The neutrals are my best chance to build a coalition that's actually mine, not just borrowed from someone else's power base. Mipsy nodded slowly. Mipsy will be sending the reply. What is young master doing until dinner? Harry smiled. Shopping. I need proper supplies for Hogwarts, and I'd rather buy them myself than let anyone else control what I have access to. Diagon Alley was more crowded than it had been the day before. Witches and wizards packed the narrow street, moving between shops with the particular urgency of people running late summer errands. Children pressed their faces against windows, pointing at broomsticks and cauldrons and cages of exotic creatures. The noise was overwhelming after the cold formality of the Wizengamot chamber. Harry moved through the crowd with Mipsy invisible beside him, drawing stares wherever he went. Word had spread, apparently. The boy who lived had claimed 2 lordships and challenged Albus Dumbledore in open session. That kind of news traveled fast in a community this small. Is that really him? The Potter boy? Where? There, see the robes. 2 crests. Merlin, it's true then. Harry ignored the whispers and headed for Flourish and Blots. The bookshop was a welcome relief from the crowded street. Towering shelves crammed with books of every size and description created a maze of narrow aisles, and the customers here were too focused on their own searches to pay much attention to him. Harry moved methodically through the shop, collecting his required textbooks but also selecting additional volumes that caught his eye: Advanced Defense Theory, Wizarding Law and Political History, a treatise on the founding of Hogwarts. The clerk's eyebrows rose steadily as the stack grew, but he said nothing beyond confirming the total. 83 galleons, 12 sickles, 4 nuts, my lord. Harry paid without comment and shrunk the packages to fit in his pocket, a useful spell Mipsy had taught him, though technically underage wizards weren't supposed to use magic outside school. The ministry's tracking was tied to wands, though, and Harry's wasn't registered to his current location. From books, he moved to the apothecary for potion supplies, then to Madame Malkin's for additional robes. At each stop, he was recognized. At each stop, he maintained a polite but distant manner that discouraged conversation. By mid-afternoon, he'd acquired everything he needed and a few things he simply wanted. The last stop was Ollivander's. The wand shop was exactly as Mipsy had described it: narrow, dusty, crammed with thousands of narrow boxes stacked to the ceiling. The air felt thick with dormant magic, and when Harry stepped inside, every hair on his arm stood up. "Mr. Potter." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you." Ollivander materialized from between the shelves, his pale eyes luminous in the dim light. He was older than Harry expected, with wild white hair and an unsettling intensity to his gaze. "You already have a wand," the wand maker continued, his eyes dropping to Harry's waist where the holly wand rested in its holster. 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather core. I remember every wand I've ever sold, and that one was acquired without my direct involvement. "I apologize for that," Harry said carefully. "Circumstances required." Ollivander waved a hand. "No need to explain. House elves have their own magic, and that wand chose you regardless of how it found its way into your hands. I could feel it, you know. The moment you first touched it. The bond was immediate. Powerful. You felt it. Every wand I make carries a thread of my own magic. When they find their true masters, I feel a kind of echo." Ollivander stepped closer, studying Harry's face with unnerving intensity. "That particular wand shares a core with only one other in the world. I wonder if you know which." Harry's scar prickled. "Voldemort's wand." "Indeed. Brother wands, bound by feathers from the same phoenix. Curious that you should be destined for that wand, Mr. Potter. Very curious indeed." The wand maker tilted his head. "But you didn't come here to discuss wand lore, did you? You came because you're curious about something else." Harry hesitated. Ollivander clearly knew more than he was saying, but his manner made it difficult to predict how he'd respond to direct questions. "When you tested me for a wand," Harry said slowly, "or rather, when a wand was tested for me, there was another that responded. An elder wand." Ollivander went very still. "I don't have that wand in my shop," he said finally. "I've never owned one. Elder wood is temperamental. Most wand makers won't work with it. But you know what I'm talking about. I know the legends. Everyone in my profession does." Ollivander's voice had dropped, become almost reverent. "The Elder Wand. The Death Stick. The Wand of Destiny. Different names for the same artifact, the most powerful wand ever made, crafted by Death himself according to myth, or by Antioch Peveril if you prefer history. Peveril. The name from Harry's inheritance test. What does it have to do with me?" Ollivander studied him for a long moment. "I think you already know, Mr. Potter. Or you wouldn't be asking." Harry waited. The Peverils created, or received, 3 artifacts of immense power. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. The Deathly Hallows, they're called, though most consider them myth. Ollivander's eyes dropped to Harry's robes. "You're wearing the cloak now, aren't you? Shrunk and stored, but present. I can feel its absence, the way it absorbs magic rather than reflecting it." Harry said nothing. His hand moved unconsciously toward the pocket where the cloak rested. "The Potter family has held the cloak for generations. If your Gringotts test named you Peveril heir." Ollivander trailed off, then shook his head. "Be careful, Lord Potter. The Hallows draw those who seek power, and not all who seek them are worth trusting. Do you know where the other Hallows are? The stone was lost centuries ago. The wand." Ollivander's expression became guarded. "The wand passes from master to master, always through violence. Its current location is a matter of considerable speculation." Harry filed that information away. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. You've given me a great deal to think about. I've given you nothing but old stories." But the wand-maker's eyes suggested otherwise. "Good luck at Hogwarts, Lord Potter. I suspect you'll need it." Greengrass Manor sat at the end of a long gravel drive, surrounded by gardens that somehow managed to look both wild and perfectly maintained. The house itself was old, Tudor era, Harry guessed, though extensively modified with magical additions that didn't quite match the original architecture. Mipsy had insisted on operating him directly to the front gate, then disappeared to wait in whatever dimension house elves occupied when they weren't visible. Harry walked up the drive alone, his robes impeccable, his expression carefully neutral. A house elf met him at the door, older than Mipsy, with a dignified bearing that suggested long service in a respected household. "Lord Potter Slytherin. Master Greengrass is expecting you. If you will follow Tibby." Harry followed the elf through a foyer decorated with family portraits, down a corridor lined with magical artifacts, and into a sitting room where two people waited. Cyrus Greengrass rose from his chair as Harry entered. He was tall, thin, with iron-gray hair and sharp features that suggested intelligence rather than warmth. His robes were expensive but not ostentatious, the dress of someone who had wealth but didn't need to flaunt it. "Lord Potter Slytherin. Thank you for accepting my invitation on such short notice." "Thank you for extending it, Lord Greengrass." Harry shook the offered hand, noting the firm grip and the assessing look in the man's eyes. "Please, call me Harry. Lord Potter Slytherin is rather a mouthful." "Then you must call me Cyrus." Greengrass gestured to the young woman standing beside him. "May I present my daughter, Daphne?" Harry turned to face her, and for a moment, he forgot all about politics. Daphne Greengrass was his age, but she carried herself with the composure of someone much older. Dark hair fell past her shoulders, framing a pale, sharp-featured face that might have been called cold if not for the intelligence burning in her blue eyes. She wore robes of deep green that accentuated the precision of her posture. She was, Harry realized distantly, quite beautiful. But it was the kind of beauty that warned rather than invited, a blade disguised as a flower. "Lord Potter Slytherin." Her voice was cool, controlled. "Your performance in the Wizengamot today was impressive." "Thank you. Though I suspect you're reserving judgment until you've seen more." Something flickered in her eyes, surprise, maybe, or approval. "You're direct. That's unusual, for a politician." "I'm not a politician. I'm an 11-year-old who got thrust into politics this morning." Harry smiled slightly. "Ask me again in a year and the answer might be different." Cyrus cleared his throat. "Perhaps we should move to the dining room? We can discuss business over food. I find it civilizes even the most contentious negotiations." Dinner was excellent, roast pheasant, vegetables that tasted fresh despite the season, wine for Cyrus and juice for the children, but Harry barely tasted any of it. He was too focused on the conversation. Cyrus Greengrass was good. Very good. He asked questions that seemed innocent but revealed much about Harry's plans and motivations. He offered information that seemed valuable but was actually common knowledge dressed up in flattering packaging. He made proposals that sounded generous but contained subtle traps for the unwary. Harry matched him move for move, parrying questions with questions, revealing only what he chose to reveal, and making sure every concession came with a price. "You want an alliance," Harry said finally, setting down his fork. "A formal arrangement between House Greengrass and House Potter Slytherin. What exactly are you offering, and what do you expect in return?" Cyrus smiled. Directness again. "Very well. I'm offering political support, the Greengrass votes on the Wizengamot, along with the 3 or 4 houses that typically follow our lead. I'm offering business connections, the import-export network I've built over 30 years, which could help you access resources not easily available in Britain. And I'm offering social legitimacy, association with a neutral house will help you avoid being categorized as belonging to either major faction. And in return, protection. House Greengrass has maintained neutrality for generations, but that becomes increasingly difficult as the factions polarize. Your dual lordship gives you unique standing, you can't be easily dismissed by either side. An alliance with you provides cover for continued neutrality. There's something else." Harry watched Cyrus's face. "Something you're not saying." A long pause. Cyrus glanced at his daughter, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. My wife is dying. The words came out flat, controlled. A magical wasting disease that the healers can't identify, let alone cure. The old families sometimes have access to remedies that don't appear in standard medical literature. As Lord Slytherin, you have access to the Slytherin archives, including, potentially, medical knowledge that's been lost for centuries. Harry sat back. You want me to search for a cure? I want access to the possibility of one. I'm not naive enough to expect miracles, but... Cyrus's mask slipped for just a moment, revealing the desperation underneath. She's been ill for 3 years. Daphne barely remembers when she was well. If there's even a chance, I'll look. Harry's voice softened slightly. I can't promise anything. I haven't even accessed the Slytherin archives yet. But I'll look. Cyrus inclined his head, the mask back in place. That's all I ask. They hammered out the details over dessert. The alliance would be informal for now, public association but no binding contracts until both parties had time to assess the arrangement. Harry would receive the Greengrass political network, Cyrus would receive first access to any medical discoveries in the Slytherin archives. Daphne would serve as the point of contact between the houses at Hogwarts. One more thing, Harry said as they rose from the table. The audit I requested, the committee investigating Dumbledore. I need someone on it I can trust to actually investigate rather than cover up. Can you get one of your allied houses appointed? Cyrus considered. Augusta Longbottom owes me a favor. She's not technically in my faction, but she despises Dumbledore. He persuaded her to send her son and daughter-in-law into the mission where they were captured and tortured. She'd be thorough. Make it happen. I'll consider it a personal favor. Cyrus smiled, a genuine smile this time, with teeth. Welcome to politics, Lord Potter. I think you're going to fit in quite well. Daphne walked Harry to the door while her father retreated to his study. They moved in silence through the portrait-lined corridor, their footsteps echoing on the marble floor. Harry could feel her watching him from the corner of her eye, evaluating, calculating. You knew about my mother, she said finally. I suspected. Mipsy mentioned she was ill. Your father's desperation confirmed it. And you used that information to close the negotiation. I acknowledged a reality that your father was going to raise regardless. It would have been insulting to pretend I didn't know. Harry stopped at the front door and turned to face her. You're angry. You think I exploited your family's pain. Didn't you? I agreed to look for a cure when I could have demanded additional concessions first. I could have made him beg, strung out negotiations for weeks, extracted every advantage possible from his desperation. Instead, I said yes and asked for something I would have needed anyway. Harry met her eyes steadily. That's not exploitation. That's efficiency. Daphne stared at him for a long moment. You're nothing like I expected. What did you expect? The boy who lived. A naive Gryffindor hero, easily manipulated, useful as a figurehead but not a real player. Her lips curved slightly. You're not that. No. I'm not. Good. She extended her hand, and Harry shook it, her grip was firm, businesslike. I'll see you on the train to Hogwarts, Lord Potter Slytherin. Harry. Harry. She tested the name, seemed to find it acceptable. I'm Daphne. Not Greengrass, not Air Greengrass. If we're going to be working together, we should at least use given names. Agreed. Harry released her hand and turned toward the door. Daphne? Your father's good, but you're better. He didn't catch half my deflections. You caught all of them. She blinked, the first genuinely surprised reaction he'd seen from her. How do you know that? Because you stopped drinking when I deflected and started again when I answered honestly. You were keeping track. A pause. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed, a short, sharp sound that transformed her face. I think I'm going to enjoy working with you, Harry Potter. I think you might, he agreed. He walked out into the evening air, where Mipsy was waiting to take him home. That night, Harry sat in his hidden room at Privet Drive for the last time. The space felt smaller somehow, as though the day's events had made it impossible to return to the child who'd spent 3 years hiding here. Tomorrow he would move to Potter Manor, begin the process of truly claiming his inheritance. In a month, he would board the Hogwarts Express. Everything was changing. Everything had already changed. He activated his great-grandparents' portrait. "You've been busy," Charles said, once Harry had summarized the day's events. 2 lordships claimed, Dumbledore challenged, and an alliance formed with the Greengrass family. Not bad for your first day in politics. It's not enough. Harry shook his head. Dumbledore's going to adapt. Malfoy's going to try to use me against him while positioning himself to destroy me later. The neutrals are helpful but not committed. I need more leverage. The Gryffindor trial, Doria suggested. If you can pass it and claim the 3rd lordship, 2 more votes on the Wizengamot. Plus whatever magical benefits come with the Founder's blessing. Harry nodded. I need to find out where the trial is and what it involves. The Slytherin portrait might know, Charles said. Salazar and Godric were rivals, but they were friends first. If anyone knows Gryffindor's secrets, it's likely him. Harry considered that. Salazar's portrait had unsettled him, the cold intelligence, the ruthless pragmatism, the sense that the Founder was evaluating him against some invisible standard. But Charles was right. The portraits of the Founders had existed for 1,000 years. They would have talked, argued, shared information. I'll speak with him, Harry decided. After I'm settled at Potter Manor. I want to be on familiar ground before I try to negotiate with Salazar Slytherin. Wise. Doria's expression was approving. Never negotiate from a position of weakness, and never show uncertainty to someone who might exploit it. Harry smiled slightly. You sound like Daphne. The Greengrass girl? Charles raised an eyebrow. You mentioned her several times. More than strictly necessary for a political report. She's intelligent. Perceptive. And she's going to be my primary ally at Hogwarts. Harry kept his voice neutral. That's worth noting. Charles exchanged a glance with his wife. Of course. Purely political interest. I'm 11. Your father was 11 when he first noticed your mother. Told me she had fascinating hair. Charles grinned. The Potters tend to know early. Harry felt heat rise in his cheeks. It's not like that. Of course not, Doria said soothingly. Now, you should get some sleep. Tomorrow you claim your ancestral home. That's going to require your full attention. Harry let the subject drop, but as he settled into bed, he found his thoughts drifting to blue eyes and sharp words and the surprising sound of Daphne Greengrass's laugh. He pushed the thoughts away. There was too much at stake to get distracted. But he didn't entirely succeed in forgetting. The news broke in the Daily Prophet the next morning. Boy who lived claims dual lordship, challenges Dumbledore by Rita Skeeter in an unprecedented scene yesterday. Harry Potter, the famous boy who lived, walked into the Wizengamot and claimed the lordships of both House Potter and House Slytherin, making him the first wizard in centuries to hold 2 Founder-associated titles simultaneously. Potter, who turns 11 today, demonstrated magical competence far beyond his years, producing a corporeal Patronus when challenged, a feat most adult wizards cannot accomplish. He then accused Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore of financial irregularities in the management of his accounts, prompting the formation of a special investigative committee. Ministry insiders expressed shock at the young lord's political sophistication. He was calm, articulate, and clearly prepared, said one witness who declined to be named. This wasn't a child throwing a tantrum. This was a calculated political debut. Questions abound. Where has Potter been for the past decade? Who has been training him? And what does his emergence mean for the balance of power in magical Britain? Dumbledore's office declined to comment. Gringotts confirmed the validity of Potter's inheritance claims but offered no further details. One thing is certain, the boy who lived is back, and he's not the naive orphan everyone expected. For more on the Potter and Slytherin family histories, see page 3. For an analysis of the political implications, see page 5. For a retrospective on the night he who must not be named was defeated, see page 7. Harry read the article twice, then set the paper aside. Mipsy. It's time to go home. The elf took his hand, and with a soft pop, they disappeared from Privet Drive forever. Potter Manor emerged from the morning mist like a dream made solid. It was larger than Harry had expected, a sprawling estate of grey stone and climbing ivy, with towers at each corner and windows that glinted in the early sunlight. The grounds extended beyond sight, encompassing forests, gardens, and a lake that sparkled in the distance. The preservation stasis had kept everything exactly as it had been when James and Lily died. Harry walked through rooms frozen in time, touching furniture that his parents had touched, looking at photographs that showed them laughing, alive, happy. It hurt. It hurt more than he'd expected. But it was also necessary. This was his history, his heritage. He couldn't claim the Potter legacy without understanding what he was inheriting. He spent the morning exploring, cataloging, learning the layout of his ancestral home. He found his father's old bedroom, still decorated with Gryffindor banners and Quidditch posters. He found his mother's study, its shelves crammed with books on charms and experimental magic. He found the nursery where he'd slept before Godric's Hollow, the crib still standing, the mobile of enchanted birds still slowly spinning. In the afternoon, he descended to the family vault. The Potter vault at the manor was different from the one at Gringotts, less gold, more history. Journals dating back centuries, detailing the lives and adventures of his ancestors. Artifacts too dangerous or valuable to keep in a bank. And in a glass case at the center of the room, a sword. Gryffindor's sword, Mipsy whispered, appearing beside him. Mipsy is not knowing it was here. Harry approached the case. The sword was beautiful, silver blade, ruby-encrusted hilt, goblin-forged metalwork that seemed to glow with inner light. A plaque beneath it read, "Held in trust for the heir who proves worthy." The trial, Harry murmured. This is connected to the Gryffindor trial. Young master should be careful. Founder artifacts is being unpredictable. Harry nodded slowly. He didn't touch the case. Not yet. He wasn't ready. But he would be. That evening, Harry sat in the Potter family study and planned his next moves. The Wizengamot session had established his legal standing. The Greengrass Alliance had given him political allies. The audit would eventually expose Dumbledore's overreach, weakening the old man's position. These were good first steps. But they weren't enough to protect him in the long term. Voldemort was still out there, somewhere, clinging to some form of existence. The prophecy, whatever it actually said, marked Harry as his primary target. And Dumbledore, whatever his faults, had been planning for Voldemort's return for a decade. Harry needed to know those plans, even if he didn't intend to follow them. He also needed to understand his own power. The Patronus came easily to him, but Mipsy's training had focused on fundamentals and political knowledge rather than combat magic. At Hogwarts, he would have access to the largest magical library in Britain, to professors who had spent decades mastering their crafts, to practical experience against opponents who might actually challenge him. And he needed to find out more about the founders. The Gryffindor trial, the Slytherin archives, the mysteries hinted at by Ollivander, these were threads he needed to pull. Harry wrote out his plans in a cipher Mipsy had taught him, a Potter family code that would look like gibberish to anyone who intercepted it. Immediate priorities: 1. Pass Gryffindor trial, claim 3rd Lordship, access Founder Magic 2. Research Slytherin archives, medical cures, Greengrass, historical knowledge, any information on Voldemort's methods 3. Build power base at Hogwarts, identify potential allies among students, cultivate relationships across houses 4. Monitor audit progress, ensure thorough investigation, prepare for Dumbledore's countermoves 5. Investigate Horcruxes. If Voldemort found a way to cheat death, I need to know how he stared at the last item for a long moment. Horcruxes. The word had appeared in the Slytherin grimoire, a passing reference, quickly dismissed as magic too dark for any purpose. But if Mipsy was right that Voldemort wasn't truly dead. Harry put down his quill and stared out the window at the darkening sky. He was 11 years old. He had claimed 2 lordships, made an enemy of the most powerful wizard in Britain, and committed himself to a path that could end in either triumph or destruction. For the first time since he'd started planning, he allowed himself to feel the fear. Then he pushed it down, locked it away, and went back to work. There was too much to do for doubt. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Alliances and Enemies. The owls started arriving at Potter Manor 3 days after Harry's Wizengamot debut. At first, it was a trickle, formal letters of congratulation from minor houses, requests for meetings from merchants hoping to secure Potter patronage, invitations to social events that wouldn't occur until the winter holidays. Harry sorted through them methodically, setting aside anything that seemed genuinely useful and consigning the rest to a growing pile of polite refusals. Then the trickle became a flood. By the end of the first week, Mipsy had to designate an entire room just for incoming correspondence. Letters from every corner of magical Britain, from well-wishers and schemers and the merely curious. Marriage proposals, actual marriage proposals, for an 11-year-old, from families hoping to secure an alliance through betrothal. Business propositions ranging from legitimate to obviously fraudulent. Threats, too, though those were rarer, anonymous notes warning him to remember his place, to stop challenging his betters, to prepare for consequences. Harry read the threats most carefully. Enemies who announced themselves were enemies he could prepare for. Young master is being overwhelmed, Mipsy observed, watching him work through another stack of letters. I'm being informed. Harry set aside a particularly interesting letter, from Augusta Longbottom, expressing cautious support for his audit request and inquiring about his intentions toward her grandson Neville. There's a difference. Mipsy is not seeing the difference. The difference is that every letter tells me something. Who's interested in me, what they want, how they approach negotiations. Harry held up the Longbottom letter. This one, for instance, tells me that Augusta Longbottom is willing to work with me but wants assurances I won't use Neville as a political pawn. She's protective of him, more than I expected, given what I've heard about how she treats him. What has young master heard? That she pushes him hard. Expects him to live up to his father's legacy. Criticizes him constantly for not showing enough magical ability. Harry frowned slightly. But this letter reads like someone who's afraid for him, not disappointed in him. Either my information was wrong, or there's more going on than surface impressions suggest. He drafted a response, choosing his words carefully. Lady Longbottom, thank you for your letter. I have no intention of using your grandson or anyone else as a political instrument. Neville will be my classmate at Hogwarts, and I hope he will be my friend. Nothing more is expected or desired. I look forward to meeting him properly on September 1st. It was honest, as far as it went. Harry genuinely didn't intend to manipulate Neville. But he also recognized that Neville Longbottom, the other boy who could have been the chosen one, was potentially important in ways that went beyond politics. The prophecy had named 2 possible subjects. Voldemort had chosen Harry, but the choice had been arbitrary, based on incomplete information. If circumstances had been slightly different, Neville might be the one with a lightning scar and a destiny. Harry wanted to know what Neville was made of. Not for political advantage, but because understanding the other possible chosen one might help him understand his own situation better. The second week brought a visitor Harry hadn't expected. He was in the Potter library, researching the founders, when Mipsy appeared with a strange expression on her face. Young master has a guest. He is saying his name is Remus Lupin. Harry set down his book. Lupin, one of his father's closest friends, along with Sirius Black and the traitor Pettigrew. Mipsy had mentioned him, but only briefly. He'd disappeared from magical Britain after the Potters' deaths, living abroad and staying out of politics. Show him to the study. I'll be there in a moment. Harry took his time, using the walk to compose himself. Lupin's arrival could mean several things. He might be an emissary from Dumbledore, sent to establish rapport with the son of his dead friends. He might be acting independently, driven by guilt or curiosity. Or he might have his own agenda entirely. The man waiting in the study looked older than his years. Remus Lupin was thin, worn, with grey threading through brown hair and scars across his face that suggested violence survived. His robes were neat but shabby, patched in places, the clothes of someone living on limited means. But his eyes were sharp, and when they met Harry's, something complicated moved through them. "You look like James," Lupin said quietly. "Except the eyes." "Lily's eyes." "So I'm told." Harry crossed to the chair behind his father's desk and sat, deliberately claiming the position of authority. "Mr. Lupin. I wasn't expecting you. I wasn't expecting to come." Lupin's smile was tired, self-deprecating. "I've spent 10 years telling myself I had no right to interfere in your life. That Dumbledore knew best. That you were safe with your relatives." A pause. "Then I read the Prophet, and I realized how badly I'd failed you." "You didn't fail me. You didn't have any obligations to me. I was your father's friend. I should have checked on you." "I should have." Lupin stopped, shook his head. "I'm not here to make excuses. I'm here to apologize, and to offer whatever help I can." Harry studied him carefully. The guilt seemed genuine. The offer of help could be genuine too, or it could be a path for Dumbledore to re-establish influence. "Did Dumbledore send you?" "No." Lupin's voice was firm. "I haven't spoken to Albus since your debut in the Wizengamot. I imagine he'd prefer I stayed away. My presence complicates his narrative of having been your sole protector." "Why would it complicate things?" "Because I'm the one he asked to stay away." Lupin met Harry's eyes steadily. "After your parents died, I wanted to take you. I argued with Albus for days. He insisted the blood wards with your aunt were essential, that no other protection would be sufficient. I eventually accepted his judgment. You had legal grounds to challenge him. You could have demanded a trial for Sirius, petitioned for guardianship yourself. I know." The words came out raw. "I know what I could have done. I know what I should have done. I was grieving, Harry. I'd lost my 3 best friends in a single night, James and Lily dead, Peter apparently murdered, Sirius apparently a traitor. I wasn't thinking clearly, and by the time I was, everything had been settled. You were with the Dursleys, Sirius was in Azkaban, and Dumbledore had closed every door I might have used to challenge his decisions." Harry filed that away. Dumbledore had moved quickly after the Potters' deaths, consolidating control before anyone could mount opposition. That suggested premeditation, not necessarily malicious, but certainly calculated. "What kind of help are you offering?" "Anything you need." Lupin spread his hands. "I was a professor for a while, before my condition made it impossible to maintain employment. I know defensive magic, history, the practical skills your parents would have wanted you to learn. I also know things about your family, stories about James and Lily that no one else can tell you." His voice softened. "I understand if you don't trust me. You have no reason to. But I'd like the chance to earn that trust." Harry considered for a long moment. Lupin was a risk. His loyalty to Dumbledore might reassert itself, especially if pressed. His condition, lycanthropy, if Mipsy's research was correct, made him vulnerable to manipulation and social pressure. But he was also an opportunity. A direct connection to Harry's parents that didn't route through Dumbledore. A potential source of information about the First War, about Voldemort, about the Order of the Phoenix. I'm not going to make this easy for you, Harry said finally. I'm not going to pretend everything is fine and we can have a normal relationship. You abandoned me to the Dursleys for 10 years. That's not something I can just forget. Lupin nodded, pain flickering across his face. I understand. But I'm willing to give you a chance to prove yourself. Limited access, supervised visits. You'll answer my questions honestly and completely, or you won't come back. And if I find out you're reporting to Dumbledore behind my back, we're done. Permanently. Agreed. Lupin's voice was steady. I won't betray your trust, Harry. Not again. We'll see. Harry rose from his chair. You can start by telling me about my parents. The real stories, not the sanitized versions. I want to know who they actually were. For the first time, Lupin's smile reached his eyes. That, I can definitely do. They talked for hours. Lupin's stories painted pictures that no history book could capture. James Potter, arrogant and brilliant, who'd spent 2 years pursuing Lily Evans through a combination of persistence, personal growth, and what Lupin described as really quite impressive groveling. Lily, fierce and stubborn, who'd refused to give James a chance until he genuinely changed, then loved him with an intensity that transformed them both. The Marauders, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter, and their years of elaborate pranks, secret projects, and dangerous adventures. The animagus transformations that James and Sirius had mastered to help Remus through his monthly transformations. The map they'd created, the passages they'd discovered, the rules they'd bent and broken. And the war. The gradual darkening of their final years at Hogwarts, as Voldemort's influence spread and friends began to choose sides. The Order of the Phoenix and its desperate resistance. The prophecy that had painted a target on the Potters, driving them into hiding. The night at Godric's Hollow. I wasn't there, Lupin said quietly, his voice rough. Sirius was supposed to be secret keeper, but he convinced James to switch to Peter at the last moment. He thought he was being clever, no one would suspect Peter, so no one would try to break him. He didn't know Peter had already turned. Pettigrew was a Death Eater. A coward who joined the winning side. Or what he thought was the winning side. Lupin's expression hardened. When Sirius confronted him after your parents died, Peter blew up the street, faked his own death, and let Sirius take the blame. 12 Muggles died in that explosion. And Sirius went to Azkaban without a trial. Barty Crouch was running the DMLE. He was throwing people in Azkaban without trials left and right, claimed it was necessary for public safety, that the evidence was overwhelming, that due process could wait until the emergency passed. Lupin shook his head. The emergency never passed. And Sirius spent 10 years paying for Peter's crimes. Harry thought about the letter he'd sent to the DMLE 3 days ago, requesting a review of Sirius Black's case. The response had been bureaucratic stonewalling, the case was closed, the evidence was clear, no further review was warranted. He'd have to apply more pressure. But that was a problem for later. Pettigrew, Harry said. Is he still alive? Lupin hesitated. I don't know. He was never found after the explosion, just a finger, which was taken as proof of death. But Peter was always better at hiding than anyone gave him credit for. A pause. If he survived, he's been in hiding for 10 years. That suggests either remarkable cowardice or remarkable patience. Or he's waiting for something. Waiting for what? Harry met Lupin's eyes. Voldemort isn't dead. Not completely. Mipsy told me, the Dark Lord found ways to anchor himself to existence, magic that should have been impossible. If Pettigrew knows about those anchors, knows how to bring his master back. Lupin went pale. Harry, if that's true, it's true. I've been researching it. Harry didn't mention the Horcruxes, the diary he'd learned about from Gringotts records, the other artifacts that might exist. Some information was too dangerous to share, even with potential allies. Voldemort will return eventually. The only question is when and how. Does Dumbledore know? Dumbledore knows more than he's telling anyone. That's part of the problem. Harry stood, ending the conversation. Thank you for coming, Lupin. And for the stories. I'll send an owl when I'm Lupin rose as well, his expression troubled. Harry, be careful. The things you're suggesting, the enemies you're making, you're 11 years old. There are limits to what you can handle alone. I know my limits. Harry walked him to the door. The question is whether the people around me know theirs. 3 days before the Hogwarts Express, Harry received a summons he couldn't ignore. The letter came on official ministry parchment, sealed with the Wizengamot crest. It requested, demanded, really, his presence at an emergency session to address matters of grave concern regarding the audit of Potter family accounts. Harry dressed carefully, choosing robes that emphasized his lordship status without being ostentatious. Mipsy fussed over him, adjusting his collar, smoothing his hair, checking that both house rings were prominently displayed. The old wizard is being dangerous, she warned. Young master should be careful. Dumbledore won't try anything in open session. The political cost would be too high. Harry checked his reflection one final time. This is about controlling the narrative. He's had 2 weeks to prepare a counterattack. I need to be ready for whatever he's planned. The Wizengamot chamber was fuller than it had been for Harry's debut. Word had spread that something significant was happening, and every seat was occupied. The gallery, too, was packed with observers, ministry officials, journalists, interested parties who had no official standing but enough connections to secure admittance. Harry took his seats, both of them, moving from Potter to Slytherin to establish his presence in each, and waited. Dumbledore called the session to order, his voice grave. Lords and ladies, we are convened to receive an interim report from the special committee investigating Potter family accounts. Director Bones, please present your findings. Amelia Bones rose, her expression carefully neutral. The committee has completed its initial review of the accounts in question. We have found evidence of financial transfers that were not explicitly authorized by the account holder or any documented power of attorney. Murmurs swept through the chamber. Harry kept his face impassive. However, Bones continued, we have also found documentation suggesting that these transfers were made under emergency wartime provisions, which granted the chief warlock expanded authority over orphaned assets. While the provisions were intended for short-term use, no explicit sunset clause was included, leaving their current validity ambiguous. Harry understood immediately. Dumbledore had found a legal justification, a flimsy one, but defensible enough to prevent outright condemnation. Furthermore, Bones said, the committee has received testimony from Chief Warlock Dumbledore regarding the use of the transferred funds. All monies were reportedly directed toward protective measures for Mr. Potter himself, including ward maintenance, surveillance of potential threats, and preparation for his eventual return to the wizarding world. What specific protective measures? Harry asked, not waiting to be recognized. Bones glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded serenely. The Chief Warlock has cited security concerns regarding the full disclosure of protective operations. However, he has agreed to provide a complete accounting in private session, should Lord Potter Slytherin request it. In private. Where there would be no witnesses, no record, no accountability. Harry had walked into this trap before he'd even left Potter Manor. I appreciate the Chief Warlock's willingness to provide information, Harry said, keeping his voice calm. However, I must point out that security concerns have been used to justify keeping me ignorant of my own affairs for 10 years. At what point does protection become control? An excellent question. Dumbledore's voice was warm, grandfatherly, utterly reasonable. Perhaps one best explored in a less public venue, where we can speak frankly without concern for sensitive information reaching inappropriate ears. He was good. Harry had known Dumbledore was good, but seeing it in action was educational. Every word positioned the old man as reasonable, concerned, willing to cooperate, while simultaneously steering the conversation toward private negotiation where Dumbledore would have all the advantages. "I'm sure the Chief Warlock's information is fascinating," Harry said. "But I'm more interested in the committee's conclusions. Director Bones, does the committee find that the transfers were legal?" Bones hesitated. "The committee finds that the transfers occupied a legal gray area created by expired wartime provisions that were never formally rescinded. The Chief Warlock's actions were arguably within the letter of laws that should have been updated decades ago." "And what does the committee recommend?" "We recommend that the Wizengamot formally rescind the emergency provisions in question, clarify the legal authority of magical guardians over noble house assets, and establish an oversight mechanism for future cases." Bones paused. "We also recommend that any outstanding claims between Lord Potter Slytherin and the Order of the Phoenix be resolved through private mediation rather than continued public litigation." Harry considered his options. He could push harder, demand full public disclosure, insist on criminal referrals, make this a drawn-out battle that would dominate headlines for months. But that would cost him political capital, make him look vindictive, and potentially drive neutral parties toward Dumbledore out of sympathy. Or he could accept partial victory. The emergency provisions would be rescinded, preventing future abuses. The oversight mechanisms would protect other orphaned heirs. And Dumbledore would be weakened, his judgment publicly questioned, even if he escaped formal consequences. "I accept the committee's recommendations," Harry said. "With one addition. I request that the full accounting the Chief Warlock has offered be provided to me in writing, witnessed by a Gringotts official to ensure completeness. Private meetings have a way of being misremembered." Dumbledore's smile flickered almost imperceptibly. "I have no objection to documenting our conversation thoroughly." "Then we have an agreement." Harry nodded to Bones. "Thank you, Director. The committee's work has been thorough and fair." Bones inclined her head, something that might have been respect in her eyes. "The Wizengamot exists to serve justice, Lord Potter Slytherin. Even when that service is complicated." After the session, Harry found Cyrus Greengrass waiting in the corridor. "Well played," the older man said quietly, falling into step beside Harry. "You let him escape formal sanction but extracted meaningful reforms. Most politicians twice your age couldn't have managed that pivot. I didn't have a choice. The legal gray area was real. If I'd pushed for criminal charges, I might have lost entirely." Harry shook his head. Dumbledore had 2 weeks to prepare. He found the strongest defensible position and fortified it. "I underestimated him." "No. You overestimated your ability to end this quickly." Cyrus guided him into a side room, away from listening ears. "Dumbledore has survived political challenges before. He knows how to bend without breaking, how to concede small points to preserve larger positions. You won't defeat him with a single assault." "I wasn't trying to defeat him. I was trying to establish that he could be challenged." Harry met Cyrus's eyes. Before today, Dumbledore's authority was assumed to be unquestionable. Now the Wizengamot has formally acknowledged that his judgment can be examined, his actions reviewed. That's worth something. It's worth a great deal, actually. Cyrus nodded slowly. You think long-term. Good. That's rarer than you might imagine among the politically ambitious. Speaking of long-term, the Slytherin archives. I've started searching for information about your wife's condition. Cyrus's expression shifted, professional detachment giving way to something more personal. And? Nothing definitive yet. But I found references to a type of magical wasting disease that matches her symptoms. It's caused by exposure to certain dark artifacts. The disease essentially drains the victim's magical core over time. Harry hesitated. The references suggest that early intervention can halt the progression, but reversing existing damage requires resources I haven't located yet. Early intervention. Cyrus's voice was carefully controlled. Adriana has been ill for 3 years. I know. I'm sorry. Harry forced himself to meet the man's pain without flinching. I'll keep searching. The Slytherin archives are extensive, and I've barely scratched the surface. But I wanted to give you an honest assessment rather than false hope. Cyrus was quiet for a long moment. I appreciate that. False hope is a cruelty disguised as kindness. He drew a breath, visibly composing himself. Is there anything the Greengrass Resources can do to assist your research? Access to your family's medical records might help me narrow down the specific variant of the disease. And if you have contacts among the continental healers, they might have encountered similar cases. I'll make inquiries. Cyrus extended his hand. Thank you, Harry. For being honest, and for continuing to try. Harry shook the offered hand. We're allies. This is what allies do. The Leaky Cauldron was crowded with Hogwarts-bound families when Harry arrived to complete his shopping. He'd already acquired most of what he needed, but there were a few items that required personal selection, a pet, primarily. Mipsy couldn't accompany him to Hogwarts openly, and having a familiar would be both useful and expected. The magical menagerie was chaotic, crammed with cages and tanks and terrariums housing every imaginable type of magical creature. Cats prowled on high shelves, toads croaked in water-filled basins, and owls of every variety watched the proceedings with the superior disdain common to their species. Harry moved through the shop methodically, examining options. An owl would be practical, message delivery was useful, but everyone had owls. A cat might be interesting, but cats were notoriously independent and might not serve his needs. Toads were traditional but largely useless. He was considering a gray owl with unusual silver markings when a voice interrupted his thoughts. That one bites. Harry turned. A boy his age stood nearby, round-faced and nervous-looking, holding a toad in a small cage. Harry recognized him from photographs Mipsy had gathered, Neville Longbottom. Does it? Harry examined the owl more closely. It did seem to have an aggressive glint in its eyes. Bit 3 people this morning. Neville shuffled his feet, clearly uncertain whether to continue the conversation. I saw you looking in thought. I mean, you probably know what you're doing, but... I appreciate the warning. Harry extended his hand. Harry Potter. Neville's eyes went wide. I know. I mean, everyone knows. You're the one who, in the Wizengamot, he shook Harry's hand hastily, nearly dropping his toad in the process. I'm Neville Longbottom. But you probably know that too. I got your grandmother's letter. Thanks for that. Gran sent you a letter? Neville paled slightly. She didn't tell me. She doesn't tell me much, actually. Just that I should stay away from politics and focus on not embarrassing the family. Harry studied him. The nervous demeanor, the self-deprecating comments, the hunched shoulders that made him seem smaller than he was, this was a boy who'd been taught to expect failure. But there was something underneath the anxiety, a quiet stubbornness that hadn't been fully crushed. You're going to Hogwarts? Harry asked, though he knew the answer. Tomorrow. On the train. Neville clutched his toad cage tighter. I'm not sure which house I'll be sorted into. Gran wants me in Gryffindor like my parents, but I don't think I'm brave enough. Bravery isn't about not being afraid. It's about doing what needs to be done despite being afraid. Harry smiled slightly. You warned me about the owl even though you were nervous about talking to me. That's a kind of courage. Neville blinked, as if the concept had never occurred to him. I suppose. But that's just, being polite. Being polite when it's difficult is still a choice. Most people don't bother. Harry glanced around the shop. What made you choose a toad? Gran chose him. Said every Longbottom has had a toad at Hogwarts for generations. Neville looked at the toad with something less than enthusiasm. His name is Trevor. He keeps trying to escape. Maybe he knows you don't really want him. Neville's expression flickered, surprise, guilt, a flash of something that might have been relief at being understood. I wanted a different pet. Something that could actually do something useful. But Gran said. Gran said what she always says. That tradition matters more than what you actually want. Harry shook his head. Neville, you're going to be at Hogwarts for 7 years. You can't spend all that time trying to be someone you're not just because your family expects it. Easy for you to say. You're Harry Potter. You can do whatever you want. I'm Harry Potter because a madman murdered my parents and accidentally made me famous. Trust me, I'd trade all of it for a grandmother who cared enough to have expectations, even unreasonable ones. Neville was quiet for a moment. I'm sorry. That was thoughtless. It was honest. I prefer honest. Harry spotted a cage in the corner that he'd overlooked before, containing something that didn't quite fit with the other animals. What's that? The shopkeeper, who'd been pretending not to eavesdrop, perked up. Ah, that one. Unusual creature, came in with a shipment from Egypt. Been here for months because no one knows quite what it is. Harry approached the cage. Inside was a small snake, perhaps a foot long, with iridescent scales that shifted color as it moved. Unlike the other animals, it wasn't trying to escape or attract attention. It simply watched Harry approach with intelligent, calculating eyes. You smell like magic, the snake said. Harry blinked. The language shift was automatic, unconscious, he hadn't even realized he was speaking Parseltongue until the snake responded. You can understand me? Obviously. Can you understand me, or are you just another human making noise? I understand you. The snake's tongue flickered. Interesting. I've been waiting for someone who could hear. The other humans are insufferably boring. Harry turned to the shopkeeper. How much? For that one. Honestly, you can have her for 5 galleons just to get her out of here. She keeps unsettling the other animals, and no one wants a snake that stares at them like she's planning their demise. Harry paid without hesitation. The snake, apparently, coiled around his wrist as soon as he opened the cage, her scales cool against his skin. You're smaller than I expected, she observed. For a wizard who speaks the tongue. I'm young. I'll grow. See that you do. I have standards. Neville was staring at Harry with undisguised shock. You're a Parselmouth. You can actually talk to snakes. Among other things. Harry met Neville's eyes. Is that a problem? No. I mean, my gran says that Parselmouths are dark wizards, but you're Harry Potter. You defeated you-know-who. Neville seemed to be working through the contradiction in real time. Gran can't be right about everything, can she? Almost no one is right about everything. Harry smiled. I'll see you on the train tomorrow, Neville. He left the shop, the snake coiled around his wrist, already thinking about how to explain his new familiar to the Hogwarts staff. That evening, Harry sat in Potter Manor's study with his new snake, who had informed him her name was Cythera, thank you very much, and she had no interest in being renamed by some barely hatched human. You're older than you look, Harry observed, watching her explore the desk. I'm 4 winters old. That's practically elderly for a normal serpent. But I'm not normal. Cythera's tongue flickered. I was hatched in a wizard's tomb in Egypt. Something in that place changed me. Made me more intelligent. More everything. Smarter, longer lived, better at hiding from the boring humans who kept trying to put me in cages. She coiled around an inkwell, examining her reflection in its surface. You're different from them. You speak the true tongue, and your magic tastes, complicated. Complicated how? Like there are multiple flavors mixed together. Some is old, very old, and some is new, and some is. She paused, her eyes fixing on Harry's forehead. That tastes wrong. Like something that doesn't belong. Harry's hand moved unconsciously to his scar. What do you mean? There's a piece of magic in you that isn't yours. It's buried deep, but I can taste it. Cold and hungry and wrong. Cythera's voice dropped, almost conspiratorial. If I were you, I'd want that removed. Things that don't belong have a way of causing trouble. Harry filed the information away, his mind racing. A piece of magic that wasn't his, connected to his scar. He'd suspected something like this. The scar had always felt strange, had sometimes ached or tingled in ways that didn't make sense. If there was foreign magic in him, it almost certainly came from that night at Godric's Hollow. From Voldemort's failed curse. He needed more information. The Slytherin archives might have something useful. They seemed to contain knowledge about the darkest forms of magic, knowledge that might help him understand what had been done to him. Thank you for telling me, Harry said. Can you describe the feeling more specifically? The cold, hungry part. It wants to consume. To grow. To connect to something outside. Cythera's tongue flickered again. It's dormant now, barely awake. But if the right trigger came along, it might wake up. Yes. And you might not like what happens then. The morning of September 1st dawned clear and bright. Harry had spent the night preparing, reviewing his notes, organizing his belongings, having one final conversation with his great-grandparents' portrait. Charles and Doria had offered last-minute advice, most of which boiled down to, trust your instincts, and, don't let anyone push you around. Mipsy was tearful as she helped him finish packing. Young Master is being careful, she insisted for the 20th time. Hogwarts is having many dangers. The old wizard will be watching. Other students will be wanting to test young Master. I know, Mipsy. I'll be fine. Young Master is calling Mipsy if there is being trouble. Mipsy can be appearing anywhere. I know that too. Harry knelt to look her in the eyes. You've spent 3 years preparing me for this. I'm ready. And I'll write every week, I promise. Mipsy sniffled but nodded. Young Master is making Mipsy proud. Master James and Mistress Lily would be proud too. Harry hugged her, something he rarely did, both of them being somewhat awkward with physical affection, and then gathered his trunk and headed for the door. Cythera had concealed herself under his robes, wrapped around his arm beneath his sleeve. She'd explained that she could remain still enough to avoid detection for hours if necessary, and she had no interest in being left behind. This school, she'd said the night before. There are other snakes there. A basilisk, supposedly. In the Chamber of Secrets. A basilisk. She'd sounded impressed despite herself. Perhaps this place won't be as boring as I feared. King's Cross Station was crowded with muggles hurrying to catch trains. Harry moved through them easily, his trunk shrunk and pocketed, drawing no attention until he reached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. The barrier looked like solid brick. Harry walked through it without hesitation. Platform 9 3/4 materialized around him in a burst of color and sound. The Scarlet Hogwarts Express gleamed on the tracks, steam billowing from its engine. Families clustered in groups, parents hugging children, younger siblings watching with envy. Harry spotted familiar faces almost immediately. Daphne Greengrass stood with her father near the front of the train, her expression cool and composed as Cyrus spoke to her in low tones. She wore her robes with the natural grace of someone raised in them, her dark hair pulled back in a simple style that emphasized the sharp lines of her face. Neville Longbottom was struggling with his trunk further down the platform, his grandmother lecturing him about something while he tried to listen and manage his luggage simultaneously. And near the back of the train, surrounded by a sea of red hair, was the Weasley family, large, chaotic, and unmistakably close-knit in a way that made something in Harry's chest tighten. He shook off the feeling and headed toward Daphne. Lord Potter Slytherin. Her voice was formal, but her eyes held a glint of amusement. Punctual. I approve. Daphne. He matched her tone. Your father seems worried. My father is always worried. He hides it well. She glanced at Cyrus, who was pretending not to watch them while very obviously watching them. He's concerned about my mother. The healers say she's declining faster than expected. I'm sorry. I'm still searching the archives, I know. He told me. Daphne's expression softened slightly. Thank you for trying. Even if nothing comes of it, the effort matters. Cyrus approached, his politician's smile firmly in place. Harry. Good to see you. I trust you're prepared for the unique challenges of Hogwarts. As prepared as possible. Though I suspect the reality will be different from my expectations. It always is. Cyrus clasped Harry's shoulder briefly. Take care of yourself. And keep an eye on my daughter, she's more than capable of handling herself, but a reliable ally never hurts. Father. Daphne's voice held a warning note. I'm merely stating facts. But Cyrus was smiling as he stepped back. Send word if you need anything. Both of you. He departed, disappearing into the crowd of parents making their final farewells. Harry and Daphne stood in awkward silence for a moment. We should find a compartment, Daphne said finally. Preferably one where we can talk without being overheard by half the school. Agreed. Harry gestured toward the train. After you. They found an empty compartment near the middle of the train and claimed it before anyone else could. Daphne produced a series of wards from her bag, privacy charms, silencing spells, and a subtle notice-me-not that would discourage casual intrusion. You came prepared, Harry observed. Father insisted. He said you'd attract attention and I should be ready to manage it. She settled into her seat, looking annoyingly comfortable. He wasn't wrong. No, he wasn't. Harry sat across from her, Cythera shifting beneath his sleeve. We need to discuss strategy before we arrive. Strategy for what, specifically? Politics? Academics? Social positioning? All of it. Harry leaned forward. Hogwarts is going to be complicated. Dumbledore controls the institution, which means he controls information, access, and to some extent, what we're allowed to learn. Most students won't be a threat, but some, the children of Death Eaters, specifically, might try to cause problems. The Malfoy boy. Daphne nodded. His father has been furious since your Wizengamot debut. He'll have told Draco to undermine you however possible. Then we need to neutralize Draco before he becomes a serious annoyance. Neutralize how? Harry smiled thinly. Not physically. That would make him a martyr. No, we need to make him irrelevant. Outperform him academically, outmaneuver him socially, and if he tries to attack us directly, crush him so thoroughly that no one thinks challenging us is worth the risk. Daphne studied him for a moment. You're not what people expect, you know. What do they expect? The boy who lived. A naive hero, easily manipulated, driven by emotion rather than calculation. She tilted her head. You're nothing like that. I've had good teachers. Harry relaxed slightly, some of the political tension draining from his posture. My family's elf spent 3 years preparing me for this. She taught me that the only person I can rely on is myself, and that everyone, has an agenda. Even me. Especially you. You're smart, ambitious, and your family's position depends on maintaining useful alliances. Harry met her eyes. I don't mind that you have an agenda. I just want to know what it is. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed, the same sharp, genuine sound Harry remembered from Greengrass Manor. You're impossible, she said. Fine. You want honesty? My agenda is survival. My mother is dying, my father is gambling everything on your success, and if things go wrong, my family loses everything. I need you to succeed so that I can succeed. Is that clear enough? Perfectly clear. Harry smiled. I can work with that. The compartment door slid open, and Neville Longbottom stumbled in, his face flushed with embarrassment. Sorry, the other compartments were full, and someone said. He stopped, taking in Harry and Daphne's proximity and the obvious privacy wards. I'm interrupting. I'll go. Stay. Harry gestured to the seat beside Daphne. We were just discussing Hogwarts. You should be part of the conversation. Neville hesitated, clearly uncertain. Are you sure? I don't want to intrude on, whatever this is. This is me making friends, Harry said simply. Sit down, Neville. Neville sat. The train ride passed quickly. They were joined by two others as the hours wore on. Blaise Zabini arrived first, a tall, dark-skinned boy with an air of detached amusement that Harry recognized from pureblood political functions. He'd been sent by his mother, apparently, to assess the Potter boy's potential. He stayed when he realized the assessment would be more interesting than he'd expected. Hermione Granger arrived last, clutching books and looking desperately out of place. She was looking for a toad, Neville's toad, as it turned out, which had escaped again, but lingered when the conversation turned to magical theory. You're Muggleborn? Daphne asked, her tone carefully neutral. Yes. Is that a problem? Hermione's chin lifted defiantly. Not for me. But it will be for some people at Hogwarts. You should be prepared for that. I've read about blood prejudice. It seems ridiculous to me. Magic is magic, why should it matter who your parents are? Because power is about more than ability, Harry said quietly. It's about connections, resources, inherited knowledge. Pure-blood families have had centuries to accumulate those advantages. That doesn't make them better, but it does make them more prepared for the political aspects of magical society. Hermione frowned. That doesn't seem fair. It's not. But fairness is a goal, not a starting condition. Harry shrugged. The question is what you do about it. You can complain about the unfairness, or you can acquire the connections and knowledge you need to compete. You're saying I should play their game. I'm saying you should understand their game well enough to change it. Harry met her eyes. Revolution isn't about rejecting systems entirely. It's about understanding them deeply enough to know which parts need to change and how to change them. Hermione was quiet for a moment, clearly processing. You're not what I expected, she said finally. The book said you were raised by Muggles and knew nothing about the wizarding world. The books were written by people who didn't know me. Harry smiled slightly. Want to stay and learn what's actually true? She stayed. Hogwarts materialized from the darkness like a dream made manifest. Harry had seen photographs, heard descriptions, but nothing prepared him for the reality. Towers that scraped the sky, windows that glowed with warm light, walls that seemed to breathe with contained magic. It was a castle, yes, but also something more. Something alive. The first years crossed the lake in boats, Harry sharing one with Daphne, Neville, and Hermione. None of them spoke, the castle seemed to demand silence, reverence for the ancient magic that had built it and sustained it for 1,000 years. Professor McGonagall met them at the entrance, her expression stern but not unkind. She delivered a brief speech about houses and points and traditions, then led them into the great hall. For long tables stretched the length of the room, students in 4 different color schemes watching the new arrivals with curiosity. Above them, the ceiling showed a perfect reflection of the night sky, stars and clouds and the faint glow of distant galaxies. At the head of the room sat the staff table, and at its center, Albus Dumbledore. Their eyes met across the crowded hall. Dumbledore's expression was mild, grandfatherly, revealing nothing. Harry's was equally blank. Let the games begin, he thought. The sorting hat was brought out, an ancient, battered thing that seemed unimpressive until it started to sing. Harry listened with half his attention, the rest focused on reading the room. Who was watching him? Who was watching Dumbledore watch him? Where did the power centers lie? Granger, Hermione. Hermione approached the stool nervously, but the hat barely touched her head before shouting, Gryffindor. She hurried to the appropriate table, looking relieved. Greengrass, Daphne. Daphne walked to the stool with perfect composure. The hat took longer with her, nearly a minute of silent consideration, before announcing, Slytherin. She joined her new house without looking back, though Harry caught her eye briefly as she passed. Longbottom, Neville. Neville nearly tripped on his way to the stool. The hat took even longer with him than with Daphne, and Harry could see Neville's grandmother in the gallery, her expression tight with anxiety. Gryffindor. Neville's relief was palpable. He stumbled toward the Gryffindor table, still wearing the hat until McGonagall called him back to remove it. More names. Malfoy, Slytherin, before the hat touched his head. Zabini, Slytherin, after a thoughtful pause. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked to the stool, ignoring the whispers, the stares, the sudden intensity of hundreds of watching eyes. He sat, and the hat descended over his head. Ah, said a voice in his mind. The famous Harry Potter. I've been curious about you. Likewise, Harry thought back. 2 founders' blood, 2 founders' claims. I haven't seen the like in centuries. The hat sounded delighted. Let me look. Oh, this is fascinating. Cunning enough for Slytherin, brave enough for Gryffindor, clever enough for Ravenclaw, loyal enough for Hufflepuff. You could go anywhere. I know. But you have preferences, don't you? I can feel them. The hat rustled thoughtfully. You want to be where you can do the most good. Where you can change things. Where your position won't be questioned. Yes. Slytherin would give you authority over that house. But it would also isolate you, mark you as one of them in the eyes of most. Gryffindor would connect you to your parents' legacy, give you a base of support among those who already admire you. But Gryffindor is Dumbledore's house. Exactly. The hat's voice turned thoughtful. You don't trust him. I trust him to do what he thinks is right. I don't trust his definition of right to match mine. A fair distinction. A long pause. You're interesting, Harry Potter. More interesting than anyone I've sorted in a very long time. Yes, I think you need to be where the challenges will be greatest. Where you'll be tested constantly. Where your enemies will be close enough to study. Slytherin. No. Your enemies are everywhere, and Slytherin would limit your movements too much. No, I think the most useful place for you is Gryffindor. The hall erupted in cheers, the Gryffindor table loudest of all. Harry removed the hat and handed it to McGonagall, who gave him an approving nod. But before he walked away, the hat spoke one more time, just for him. Remember what I said, Lord Potter. The hat knows things. And if you ever need to find the Chamber of the Brave, look for the sleeping lion. Harry filed the cryptic message away and went to join his house. The feast passed in a blur of food and conversation. Harry found himself seated between Neville and a pair of red-headed twins who introduced themselves as Fred and George Weasley. They were immediately interested in the boy who shook up the Wizengamot and peppered him with questions until he managed to redirect their attention to their own exploits. Hermione sat nearby, already interrogating an older student about course schedules. Across the hall, Daphne had positioned herself at the center of a group of first-year Slytherins, clearly establishing her social presence early. And at the staff table, Dumbledore watched everything with twinkling eyes. When the feast ended, Dumbledore rose to give his welcome speech. It was full of nonsense words and grandfatherly warmth, calculated to seem eccentric and harmless. Harry saw through it immediately. This was a man who wanted to be underestimated, who cultivated an image of benign craziness to distract from the sharp mind beneath. And finally, Dumbledore said, his tone shifting slightly, I must ask that all students avoid the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side, unless they wish to die a most painful death. Whispers swept through the hall. Harry's eyes narrowed. That wasn't a standard warning. That was specific, pointed, almost an invitation. Dumbledore was setting something up, a test, maybe, or a trap. Interesting, Harry thought. Very interesting. After the speech, the prefects led the first years to their dormitories. But Harry didn't follow them into the Gryffindor common room. Lord Potter Slytherin. McGonagall's voice stopped him at the portrait hole. A moment, please. Harry turned. Professor. The headmaster mentioned that you might prefer alternative accommodations. As Lord Gryffindor, or potential Lord Gryffindor, you have a claim to the Founder's quarters in the castle. Her lips thinned slightly. I'm not certain how I feel about an 11-year-old having private rooms, but the ancient laws are clear. The Founder's quarters. Harry kept his voice neutral, not showing the surge of interest he felt. I wasn't aware those still existed. They've been sealed for centuries. But your Lordship of Potter and Slytherin apparently triggered certain recognitions in the castle's magic. McGonagall sighed. Follow me. The headmaster wishes to speak with you before you settle in. Harry followed, his mind racing. Dumbledore wanted to talk. Privately. Before Harry could establish himself, explore his options, build his defenses. This was going to be delicate. The headmaster's office was cluttered with silver instruments and moving portraits, all of which fell silent when Harry entered. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking tired but alert, his phoenix perched on a stand beside him. Harry. Please, sit. He gestured to a comfortable chair. Lemon drop? No, thank you. Harry sat, keeping his posture relaxed but his attention sharp. You wanted to see me, Headmaster. I did. We have much to discuss, you and I. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. I owe you an apology. The audit revealed things I should have handled differently. Your childhood, in particular, weighs on my conscience. I appreciate the acknowledgement. Harry's voice was carefully neutral. Though I'd appreciate understanding more than I'd appreciate apology. Understanding? Why you made the choices you did. Not the political explanations you gave the Wizengamot, the real reasons. You're not a stupid man, Headmaster. You must have known the Dursleys were unsuitable guardians. Why did you place me there anyway? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. You want the truth. I always want the truth. Even when it's unpleasant. Very well. The old man suddenly looked every one of his many years. The night your parents died, I made a choice. The blood wards created by your mother's sacrifice were the strongest protection I could offer you, but they required you to live with your mother's blood relatives. Petunia was the only option. You could have monitored the situation. Checked on me. I could have. I chose not to. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I told myself it was necessary, that my presence might draw attention to you, endanger you. But the truth is simpler and uglier, I was afraid of getting attached. Harry blinked. That wasn't what he'd expected. You were a baby when I last saw you. A baby who'd just lost his parents, who had a destiny waiting for him that no child should bear. Dumbledore looked away. If I'd let myself care for you as an individual, I might have made different choices. Choices that felt kinder but might have led to worse outcomes. Outcomes for whom? For everyone. There is a prophecy, Harry. One that marks you as the only person who can defeat Voldemort permanently. Everything I've done since your parents died has been about preparing for that confrontation. Dumbledore met his eyes. I sacrificed your happiness to protect your ability to fulfill that prophecy. I am not proud of it, but I would probably do it again. The honesty was brutal. Harry found himself respecting it despite himself. Tell me the prophecy. Not yet. You're not ready. That's what you always say. That I'm not ready, that I can't handle the truth, that it's for my own good. Harry leaned forward. I'm lord of 2 ancient houses. I've claimed Wizengamot seats. I've survived things that would break most adults. When, exactly, will I be ready? When I'm certain the knowledge won't destroy you. Dumbledore's voice was firm. The prophecy contains information that could shape your choices in dangerous ways. I've seen what happens when people learn their fate before they're prepared to handle it. I will not make that mistake with you. So we're at an impasse. Perhaps. Or perhaps we can find a middle ground. Dumbledore leaned back. I will share more with you as you prove yourself capable of handling it. In return, I ask that you give me the benefit of the doubt, not blind trust, but the willingness to consider that my choices might have reasons you don't yet understand. Harry considered the offer. It wasn't what he wanted, but it was more than he'd expected. Conditional acceptance, he said finally. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but I won't stop investigating. If I find evidence that you're still manipulating me against my interests, the arrangement ends. Fair enough. Dumbledore almost smiled. You are remarkably like both your parents, Harry. James's boldness and Lily's strategic mind. I believe you may surprise everyone, including me. I intend to. Harry stood. The Founder's quarters. Professor McGonagall will show you the way. The castle has already recognized your claim, apparently it's been waiting for an heir for quite some time. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Sleep well, Harry. Tomorrow begins your first real day at Hogwarts. Harry nodded and left. In the corridor, McGonagall was waiting. Her expression suggested she'd heard at least some of the conversation, though she made no comment. This way, Lord Potter, she said quietly. Your quarters await. The Gryffindor Founder's quarters were hidden behind a portrait of a sleeping lion. The lion opened one eye when Harry approached, studied him for a moment, and then spoke in a voice like distant thunder, prove yourself. Harry thought of the Sorting Hat's cryptic message. The sleeping lion. I am Harry James Potter, he said clearly. Heir of Potter, Lord of Slytherin by conquest, potential Lord of Gryffindor by blood. I claim these quarters by right of heritage. The lion considered him. Heritage alone does not suffice. Will you face the trial? Yes. Then enter, young heir. The trial awaits within. The portrait swung open, revealing not a room but a corridor that seemed to extend into impossible distances. Harry stepped through without hesitation. The trial of Gryffindor had begun. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Gryffindor Trial. The corridor stretched into darkness. Harry walked forward, his footsteps echoing against stone that felt older than the castle itself. The walls were blank at first, smooth grey rock that absorbed the faint light emanating from somewhere ahead. But as he moved deeper, carvings began to appear. Scenes of battle, of sacrifice, of moments where courage had been tested and found true. Or found wanting. Some carvings showed figures retreating, failing, dying. Gryffindor's trial wasn't just about celebrating bravery, it was about understanding its costs. This place smells of old magic, Cythera whispered from beneath his sleeve. Very old. Be careful. I intend to be. The corridor opened into a circular chamber lit by floating torches that burned with silver fire. In the center stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal rested a single object, a golden cup filled with shimmering liquid. Welcome, heir. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Harry turned slowly, searching for the source, but found only shadows. I am the echo of Godric Gryffindor, left behind to test those who would claim my legacy. You have passed through my door. Now you must pass through my trial. What does the trial require? 3 tests. The first tests your courage in the face of fear. The second tests your courage in the face of temptation. The third tests your courage in the face of impossible choice. A pause. Many have entered this chamber. Few have left as lords. Some have not left at all. Harry absorbed that. And if I fail? Failure in the first test means you leave with nothing. Failure in the second means you leave with less than you came with. Failure in the third. The voice grew heavy. The third test has killed more candidates than the other two combined. But passing means full access to the Gryffindor legacy. Yes. Magic, knowledge, authority, and 2 seats on the Wizengamot. Everything I built, everything I protected, it would be yours to command. Harry looked at the golden cup. Let's begin. The chamber dissolved. Harry found himself standing on a narrow bridge over an abyss that seemed to have no bottom. Wind howled around him, tearing at his robes, threatening to rip him from his precarious perch. The bridge was perhaps a foot wide, made of stone so ancient it crumbled beneath his feet. And at the far end of the bridge, something waited. It was darkness given form, a shape that shifted and changed, becoming everything Harry feared. Uncle Vernon's purple face, belt raised. Voldemort as he might have looked that night in Godric's Hollow, wand pointed at a crib. Dumbledore's eyes gone cold, all pretense of kindness abandoned. The shadowy outline of a future where Harry had lost everything, where everyone he might have cared about lay dead at his feet. Cross the bridge, the echo commanded. Face what awaits you. Harry's heart hammered. The fear was real, not manufactured, not artificial. The trial had reached into his mind and pulled out every terror he'd ever buried, every nightmare he'd never admitted to having. The bridge crumbled a little more beneath his feet. He could turn back. The door behind him was still visible, still open. He could leave, return to the normal Gryffindor quarters, live as a student rather than a lord. No one would know he'd failed. No one would blame him for not risking death on his first night at Hogwarts. But Harry hadn't survived 10 years with the Dursleys by being the kind of person who turned back. He took a step forward. The darkness surged toward him, and suddenly he was living it, every fear made manifest, every nightmare given substance. Vernon's fists landing with brutal force. Voldemort's curse striking him down. Dumbledore's cold calculation sacrificing him for the greater good. Friends he hadn't even made yet dying because he'd failed to protect them. Harry walked through it. Not around it, not past it, through it. He let the fear wash over him, acknowledged it, and kept moving. Each step was agony. Each breath felt like his last. But he didn't stop. Fear is not the enemy, he said aloud, his voice steady despite everything. Fear is information. It tells you what matters, what you need to protect, what you're willing to fight for. The darkness recoiled. I'm afraid of failing the people who depend on me. I'm afraid of becoming what I fight against. I'm afraid of dying before I've accomplished anything worth dying for. Harry reached the end of the bridge, standing face to face with the shifting shadow. But being afraid doesn't mean I stop. It means I know the stakes. The shadow dissipated. The bridge solidified beneath his feet. And the echo's voice returned, tinged with something that might have been approval. The first test is passed. You understand that courage is not the absence of fear, but action despite it. Harry allowed himself a single breath of relief before steeling himself for what came next. The second test manifested as a room. Not a threatening room, the opposite. It was comfortable, warm, filled with everything Harry had ever wanted. A family, gathered around a fireplace. Parents who looked at him with love. A home that felt safe in a way Privet Drive never had. Stay, a voice whispered, not the echo this time, but something softer, more seductive. You've earned this. All those years of suffering, all that pain, you deserve peace. Stay here, and it can be yours forever. Harry's chest ached. The longing was almost physical, a pull toward the warmth and acceptance the room represented. He could see his parents in the scene. James laughing at something, Lily rolling her eyes with affection. They looked so alive, so real. He could join them. He could finally have what had been taken from him. But they weren't real. Harry forced himself to look closer, to see past the surface. The parents in this room were too perfect, too exactly what he wanted. The real James had been arrogant and impulsive. The real Lily had been stubborn to a fault. These images were fantasies, constructs designed to trap him. "It's not real," he said, though the words cost him more than the first test had. "None of this is real." "Does that matter?" the seductive voice asked. "Reality gave you a cupboard and relatives who hated you. Reality gave you a scar and a prophecy and enemies on every side. Why not choose the dream instead?" "Because dreams don't change anything." Harry turned away from the fireplace, from the parents who weren't his parents. "I didn't survive the Dursleys just to hide from the world. I didn't claim my lordships just to retreat into fantasy. Whatever I build, whatever I become, it has to be real. Or it means nothing." The room shattered like glass. For a moment, Harry stood in empty darkness, the loss of that false warmth hitting him like a physical blow. He'd rejected peace, comfort, everything he'd secretly craved since he was old enough to understand what he was missing. And he'd do it again. "The second test is passed," the echo said, its voice more solemn now. "You understand that courage sometimes means choosing hard truth over comfortable lies. Many fail here, heir. They stay in their dreams until their bodies waste away in the real world. You chose differently." "I didn't have a choice." "Not really." Harry's voice was rough. "I've never had the luxury of comfortable lies. Why would I start now?" "That," the echo said, "is exactly why you passed." The third test was different. Harry found himself in a stone room with two doors. Before him stood two figures, one an older woman with kind eyes and gray hair, the other a young boy no more than 5 or 6. "The third test," the echo announced. "The test that has killed more candidates than all others combined. What do I have to do?" "Choose." The word hung in the air. Harry looked between the two figures, both watching him with expressions of trust and hope. "Behind the left door is a dragon," the echo continued. "Behind the right door is a bottomless pit. One of these people must die. You must choose which one enters which door." Harry's blood went cold. "That's not a choice. That's murder. Courage is not only about facing your own death. It's about making decisions that haunt you, decisions where every option is wrong but action is required." The echo's voice was heavy with old grief. "In my life, I faced such choices more times than I care to remember. If you cannot make them, you cannot lead. There has to be another option. There is not. If you refuse to choose, both die. If you try to sacrifice yourself in their place, all three of you die. The trial is designed to be inescapable." A pause. "These are not real people. They are constructs, magical simulations. But your choice is real. Your willingness to make it is what's being tested." Harry stared at the two figures. The old woman and the young boy. Innocent lives, simulated or not, placed in his hands. Every instinct rebelled against the choice. He'd spent his whole life being powerless, being controlled, being forced into situations not of his making. The idea of deliberately choosing who lived and who died felt like becoming the thing he hated. But the echo was right about one thing: leaders made impossible choices. War meant impossible choices. If Harry couldn't face that reality now, in a controlled test, how would he face it when the stakes were real? "The old woman," he said, the words tasting like ash. "She goes through the left door." "Why?" "Because she's lived a full life. The boy hasn't." Harry forced himself to meet the woman's eyes. "I'm sorry. If there was any other way, I understand," the construct said gently. "It's the choice I would have made, in your place." She walked through the left door. There was a roar, a flash of flame, and then silence. Harry stood frozen, waiting for the guilt to crush him. It came, but not as heavily as he'd expected. The choice had been terrible, but it had been logical. Given no good options, he'd chosen the least bad one. That was what leadership required. Not perfection, but the willingness to bear the weight of imperfect choices. The third test is passed, the echo said, and now its voice held something like respect. You chose, knowing the cost. You did not hide from the decision or pretend neutrality was possible. That is the hardest form of courage, the courage to be responsible for outcomes you cannot control. The room dissolved, and Harry found himself back in the circular chamber with the golden cup. You have passed all 3 tests, the echo announced. You have proven yourself worthy of the Gryffindor legacy. A figure materialized before Harry, not a ghost, but something more substantial. An echo of a man, tall and broad-shouldered, with a wild red beard and eyes that burned with fierce intelligence. Godric Gryffindor's echo looked nothing like the kindly lion mascot depicted in Hogwarts propaganda. He looked like a warrior, a leader, a man who had built an empire of knowledge through sheer force of will. Well done, heir. Gryffindor's voice was different now, warmer, more personal. I designed this trial 1,000 years ago, and in all that time, fewer than 20 have completed it. You're the youngest. I had good preparation. You had a hard life, which is better preparation than any training. Gryffindor's echo walked around Harry, examining him. 2 founders' blood in your veins, mine and Salazar's, through different lines. Lordship of Slytherin already claimed. And now mine as well. Is that a problem? A problem? No. It's exactly what the 4 of us hoped for, when we built this school. Gryffindor's expression turned distant. We knew our houses would diverge, would eventually conflict. We built in fail-safes, ways for a future heir to reunite what we'd separated. The trials, the lordships, the ancient magic woven into the castle's stones. You wanted someone to claim multiple houses? We wanted someone who could transcend the divisions we created. Gryffindor met Harry's eyes. Salazar and I were friends before we were rivals. The split between our houses was never supposed to be permanent. But it calcified over the centuries, became something neither of us intended. Your portrait, Salazar's portrait, I mean, said something similar. That Riddle twisted his legacy. Tom Riddle was an abomination. Gryffindor's voice hardened. He found pieces of the Founder's magic and corrupted them for his own purposes. The Chamber of Secrets was meant to be a sanctuary, not a weapon. The basilisk was supposed to protect the school, not hunt its students. Can the damage be undone? Perhaps. With the right heir, the right approach. Gryffindor studied Harry. You hold 2 lordships now. Mine gives you authority over Gryffindor House and access to my private archives, my family magic, my accumulated knowledge. Claim Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, if their trials accept you, and you'll have something no one has had since the founders themselves. Complete authority over Hogwarts. Complete access to the founders' combined legacy. The castle, the magic, the secrets we buried. Gryffindor's echo began to fade. Use it wisely, heir. The power to unite can also be the power to destroy. Wait, the other trials. Where are they? How do I find them? Ravenclaw's trial lies in the room that appears to those who need it most. Hufflepuff's trial lies where loyalty is tested by time. The echo's voice grew distant. But do not rush. The trials will find you when you're ready, just as mine did. The chamber filled with golden light. When it faded, Harry stood in a comfortable sitting room he'd never seen before, the Gryffindor founder's quarters, finally revealed. On a table before him lay a ring, gold, set with a ruby that glowed with inner fire. The Gryffindor Lord's ring. Harry put it on, and the castle shifted. It was subtle, a change in the way the stones felt beneath his feet, a new awareness of corridors and passages he'd never walked. The castle was recognizing him, accepting him as one of its masters. Lord Potter. Lord Slytherin. Lord Gryffindor. 3 houses, 3 votes on the Wizengamot, 3 legacies of ancient power. And the night wasn't even over yet. Dawn found Harry in the Gryffindor quarters, surrounded by books. The trial had opened more than just a room. An entire section of the castle had revealed itself, a library, a training room, an artifact vault that made the Potter family collection look modest. Godric Gryffindor had spent his life accumulating knowledge, and Harry now had access to all of it. He'd spent the remaining hours of the night exploring, cataloging, planning. The library alone would take years to fully absorb. The training room contained enchanted opponents that could simulate any fighting style. The artifacts. Harry paused over one item in particular, a mirror, tarnished with age, inscribed with runes he couldn't read. "That one feels strange," Cythera observed, her head emerging from his sleeve. "Different from the others." "Strange how?" "It's connected to something. Somewhere else." Her tongue flickered. "Or someone else." Harry filed that away for future investigation. The mirror was clearly important, but it would have to wait. He had a more immediate concern. The rest of Hogwarts thought he'd spent the night in the regular Gryffindor dormitory. His absence would be noticed, questions would be asked, and he needed to decide how much to reveal. He changed into fresh robes, conveniently provided by the quarter's magic, and considered his options. Option 1, hide everything. Pretend he'd spent the night in the common room, deny any special status, operate in secret. Cons, difficult to maintain, limits his ability to use the new resources, eventually someone would notice. Option 2, partial disclosure. Admit to having special quarters as a lord, but don't mention the trial or the full extent of what he'd gained. Cons, raises questions he'd have to answer eventually, might seem deceptive when the truth emerged. Option 3, full disclosure, strategically deployed. Announce the Gryffindor Lordship publicly, use the political shockwave to his advantage, establish dominance early. Cons, makes him an even bigger target, might provoke Dumbledore into accelerating whatever plans he had, could alienate students who resented his accumulating status. Harry chose option 2, with elements of 3. He'd acknowledge the special quarters and his status as a lord, but keep the details vague. Let people speculate, let them wonder. Mystery was a form of power. He left the quarters through a hidden passage that emerged near the Gryffindor common room, timing his arrival to coincide with other students heading to breakfast. The great hall fell silent when Harry entered. Not completely silent, that would have been too dramatic, but a noticeable hush spread from the doors inward. Students at every table turned to look, whispers following him like shadows. Harry ignored them and walked to the Gryffindor table, taking a seat beside Neville. "Where were you last night?" Neville asked immediately, his voice low. "Your bed wasn't slept in." People noticed. "Dealing with some family business." Harry reached for toast. "It's sorted now." "Family business? In the middle of the night? On your first day at Hogwarts?" "It's complicated." Harry met Neville's eyes. "I'll explain later, when we have privacy. For now, just know that everything's fine." Neville looked unconvinced but let the matter drop. The morning post arrived, owls swooping through the hall, and the distraction of mail drew attention away from Harry, temporarily. Then Dumbledore rose from the staff table. "Students, if I may have your attention." His voice carried effortlessly through the hall. "It is my pleasure to announce that we have a most unusual situation this year. As of last night, one of our first-year students has successfully completed a challenge that has stood for 1,000 years." The hall went utterly still. Harry Potter has been recognized by the castle as Lord Gryffindor, joining his existing lordships of House Potter and House Slytherin. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry's across the room. "This is an unprecedented achievement, and we offer our congratulations." Applause erupted, confused, uncertain applause, but applause nonetheless. Harry stood and gave a short bow, his expression neutral. He hadn't wanted this announced publicly. Dumbledore had stolen his choice, forced his hand, made the disclosure before Harry could control the narrative. Well played, old man, Harry thought. But two can play that game. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry said, his voice carrying through the now quiet hall. I'm honored by the castle's recognition, and I look forward to using my new position to serve Hogwarts and all its students. All houses, all backgrounds. He paused deliberately. After all, the founders built this school together. Perhaps it's time we remembered that. The Slytherin table stirred at that. Harry saw Daphne's slight nod, saw Malfoy's expression curdle with confusion and anger, saw the older students exchanging glances. Dumbledore's smile didn't flicker, but Harry caught the calculation behind his eyes. The old man had expected his announcement to put Harry on the defensive, to force him to react rather than act. Instead, Harry had used the moment to position himself as a unifying figure, someone above house rivalries. It wasn't a complete counter to Dumbledore's move, but it was something. Well said, Dumbledore acknowledged. Now, I believe breakfast is getting cold. The moment passed. Conversation resumed. But something had shifted in the room's dynamics, and everyone felt it. Classes began after breakfast. Harry's schedule was the same as any first year's: charms with Flitwick, transfiguration with McGonagall, potions with Snape, defense against the dark arts with Quirrell, herbology with Sprout, history of magic with Binns, astronomy at midnight. But Harry's experience was different from his classmates. The professors knew who he was, not just the boy who lived, but Lord of three houses, political force, potential threat, or ally. They treated him with a wariness that went beyond normal student-teacher dynamics. Flitwick was the most comfortable, his natural enthusiasm overriding any political awkwardness. The tiny professor seemed genuinely delighted by Harry's questions and quick grasp of charm theory. Excellent, Mr. Potter. Most students take weeks to understand the principles behind the levitation charm. You've grasped them in a single lesson. I had good preparation, Professor. McGonagall was more reserved, but Harry caught approval in her stern gaze when he successfully transfigured his match into a needle on the first try. She didn't comment on his new lordship, professionalism, probably, but she also didn't try to put him in his place like she did with other students who got ahead of themselves. Herbology with Professor Sprout was surprisingly enjoyable. The subject itself was practical, hands-on work with magical plants, and Neville turned out to have a genuine gift for it. Look at this, Neville said, cradling a temperamental fanged geranium that had tried to bite everyone else. She just needs gentle handling. You're good at this, Harry observed. It's the only thing I'm good at. But Neville was smiling, and the self-deprecation didn't have its usual bitter edge. History of magic was a waste of time. Professor Binns was a ghost who'd apparently died mid-lecture and never noticed, and his droning voice could put anyone to sleep within minutes. Harry spent the class reading ahead in his textbook, occasionally exchanging notes with Hermione about particularly obscure points. Astronomy wouldn't meet until midnight, which left one class remaining, potions with Severus Snape. The dungeons were cold, dim, and oppressive, designed to intimidate, Harry suspected. The potions classroom continued the theme, jars of preserved specimens lined the walls, chains hung from the ceiling, for what purpose, Harry couldn't imagine, and the light was just inadequate enough to make reading difficult. The Slytherins and Gryffindors were mixed together for this class, which meant Harry found himself sitting between Neville and Hermione, across the aisle from Daphne and Draco. Snape swept in like a bat out of hell, his black robes billowing, his expression suggesting that student torture was his favorite hobby. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class, he began, his voice a silky whisper that somehow carried to every corner. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. His eyes swept the room, lingering on Harry. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. His gaze sharpened. Then again, Perhaps some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession of abilities so formidable that you need not pay attention. The words were clearly directed at Harry. The entire class knew it. Mr. Potter, Snape said, his voice dripping with false courtesy. Our newest celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry had expected something like this. The draught of living death, Professor. A powerful sleeping potion. A flicker of something in Snape's eyes, surprise, perhaps, quickly suppressed. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that neutralizes most poisons. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There is none. They're the same plant, also known as aconite. Silence. The class held its breath. Snape's expression was unreadable. It seems you've done your homework, Mr. Potter. 1 point to Gryffindor. The word seemed to cost him physical pain. Perhaps you're not as hopeless as your father was. Harry kept his face neutral, but something cold settled in his chest. His father. Snape had known his father, had apparently hated his father, and was now prepared to transfer that hatred to Harry. Fine. Harry could work with that. Enemies you understood were enemies you could predict. My father was many things, Professor, Harry said calmly. I'm told I resemble him. But I'm not him. Snape's eyes narrowed. We'll see. The rest of the class passed in tense silence, punctuated by Snape's cutting remarks about various students' incompetence. Neville's hands shook so badly he nearly ruined his potion twice. Harry quietly steadied him without Snape noticing. When class ended, Harry was the last to leave. He'd waited deliberately, wanting a word with the professor. Something to say, Potter? A question, Professor. Harry met Snape's hostile gaze without flinching. You knew my parents. You hated my father. But the photos I've seen suggest you were friends with my mother, at least when you were young. Snape went very still. I'm not asking you to be my friend, Harry continued. I'm not asking you to like me. But I am asking you to see me as something other than James Potter's son. Can you do that? For a long moment, Snape said nothing. His expression cycled through several emotions too quickly to track: anger, grief, something that might have been guilt. Get out of my classroom, Potter. Professor, out. Harry left. He hadn't expected a breakthrough, and he hadn't gotten one. But he'd planted a seed, and seeds sometimes grew in unexpected directions. The first week established a pattern. Mornings were for classes, which Harry attended with careful attention but without the frantic note-taking that characterized Hermione's approach. He'd learned most of this material already through Mipsy's training. The classes were mostly useful for understanding how Hogwarts taught magic, which was often different from how magic actually worked. Afternoons were for exploring the Gryffindor quarters, the castle's hidden passages, the political dynamics among students. Harry cultivated relationships carefully, never seeming to favor one group too heavily. Evenings were for the Slytherin archives, which he accessed through a passage that connected his quarters to a hidden section of the dungeons. Salazar's portrait was there, waiting, always ready to discuss philosophy or history or the nature of power. You're an unusual heir, Salazar observed during one such session. Most who claimed my legacy were pure of blood and proud of it. You're a half-blood who was raised by muggles. Does that bother you? It interests me. The portrait's eyes gleamed. Blood purity was always a means to an end, not an end in itself. I wanted magical society protected from those who would destroy it, muggle persecutors, weak wizards who would reveal our secrets, anyone who threatened our survival. The blood obsession came later, from followers who understood the form of my teachings but not the substance. Riddle claimed to be your heir by blood. Riddle was a fool who found pieces of my research and used them for petty ambition. Salazar's voice held contempt. He wanted to rule, to dominate, to punish. I wanted to preserve. There's a difference. Harry filed that insight away. The Slytherin portrait was a resource, but it was also a danger, a seductive voice that could reshape his thinking in subtle ways. He engaged with it, learned from it, but maintained careful distance. The other founders' legacies would provide balance, he hoped. But first he had to find them. The second week brought complications. Draco Malfoy had been biding his time, watching, evaluating. But during a free period in the courtyard, he finally made his move. Potter. Draco stepped into Harry's path, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. We need to talk. Harry regarded him coolly. Do we? You've been playing all sides, making friends everywhere. Very Slytherin of you. Draco's voice was pitched to carry, drawing attention from nearby students. But you can't be everyone's friend forever. Eventually you'll have to choose. I wasn't aware I was required to choose anything. The Wizengamot, the prophecies, the Lordships, you're in the middle of a war, Potter. My father says you're either with us or against us. Draco's chin lifted. The old families are watching. The Dark Lord supporters are watching. You need to decide which side you're on. Harry let the silence stretch, watching Draco sweat. Your father, he said finally, tried to challenge my Slytherin claim in the Wizengamot. He lost. Your family's position depends on being valuable to whoever's in power, and right now, that's not me, but it's not your traditional allies either. Harry stepped closer, lowering his voice. You want to know what side I'm on? I'm on my side. The side that survives and builds something worth building. If your family wants to be part of that, you'll need to bring something more valuable than your father's fading reputation. Draco's face flushed. You dare, I dare because I can. Because I hold 3 lordships and you hold none. Because your family's Dark Lord is gone and won't be coming back if I have anything to say about it. Harry smiled thinly. But I'm not your enemy, Draco. Not yet. Walk away now, and we can pretend this conversation never happened. Push further, and I'll show you exactly why your father was smart to back down when he did. The courtyard was utterly silent. Every student within earshot was watching, waiting to see how this would play out. Draco's hands trembled. His face was a mask of humiliation and rage. But behind the mask, Harry saw something else, fear, and beneath that, a kind of desperate uncertainty. This isn't over, Draco said, but his voice lacked conviction. It can be, if you want it to be. Harry stepped aside, offering a clear path away. Your choice. Draco walked away. Crabbe and Goyle followed, confusion evident on their faces. Harry turned to find Daphne watching from the shadow of a nearby pillar. She raised an eyebrow. That was either very smart or very stupid, she said quietly. Why not both? Because Malfoy won't forget being publicly humiliated. He'll look for ways to strike back. I know. I'm counting on it. Harry smiled slightly. An enemy who's predictable is an enemy who's manageable. And Draco's nothing if not predictable. Daphne studied him. You're terrifying, you know that. I prefer strategic. They're not always different things. But she was almost smiling as she walked away. The third week brought a mystery. Harry was exploring the third-floor corridor, the one Dumbledore had warned against, when he heard music. It was soft, ethereal, drifting through the walls from somewhere ahead. A melody that seemed to pull at him, drawing him forward despite his better judgment. He followed the sound to a door that shouldn't have been there, a heavy oak door inscribed with runes that glowed faintly in the darkness. That's a ward, Sithra whispered. Strong. Old. It doesn't want us to enter. Then why is it playing music? I don't think it is. I think something inside is playing, and the ward is trying to block the sound. Harry touched the door. The runes flared, and pain shot through his hand, a warning, a rejection. He wasn't supposed to be here. But the music called to him. It knew his name. He reached out with his magic, the instinctive, wordless magic that had served him since childhood, and pushed. The ward resisted, but Harry had 3 lordships worth of authority behind him. The castle knew him, recognized him as one of its masters. The door opened. Inside was a small room containing a mirror. Not just any mirror, the same one he'd noticed in the Gryffindor artifact vault. Or perhaps its twin, because the inscriptions were slightly different. The music stopped. Harry approached the mirror cautiously. His reflection looked back at him, but it was wrong somehow, older, harder, wearing robes he didn't own and bearing scars he hadn't earned. "Hello, heir." The reflection spoke. Its voice was Harry's voice, but deeper, weathered by years Harry hadn't lived. "What is this?" "I'm what you might become. One possible future, preserved in glass." The reflection smiled grimly. "Or I'm a test, a trick, a trap designed to evaluate your choices." "Does it matter?" "Everything matters." Harry studied his possible future self. "What do you want?" "To warn you. The old man isn't your enemy, but he's not your friend either. He'll sacrifice you if he thinks it's necessary, and he thinks it's necessary more often than he admits." "I know that. You know it intellectually. You haven't felt it yet." The reflection's eyes darkened. "There's a piece of the Dark Lord in you. In your scar. It's how you can speak to snakes, how you sometimes feel his emotions, how the prophecy binds you together." Harry's blood went cold. Slytherin had mentioned something in his magic that didn't belong. Now he knew what it was. A Horcrux. "You know that word?" "I've researched. I suspected." Harry forced his voice to remain steady. "How do I remove it?" "That's the question, isn't it? In my timeline, Dumbledore's answer was death. My death, willingly offered, destroyed the fragment and allowed me to survive through the protection my mother's sacrifice created." The reflection shook its head. "There might be other ways. I never had the chance to look for them. But it can be removed without dying." "Possibly. The Founder's magic, the combined knowledge of all 4 houses, there might be something there that Dumbledore never considered. He was always too focused on one solution, one prophecy, one path." The reflection met Harry's eyes. "Don't make his mistake. Don't assume there's only one way forward." The mirror flickered. The reflection began to fade. "Wait," Harry reached out, but his hand passed through nothing but glass. "Find the other trials. Claim the other lordships. The answers you need are buried in the Founder's legacy." The voice was distant now, almost gone. "And Harry? The basilisk isn't your enemy. She's a prisoner, just like you were. Free her, and she might teach you things no human can." The mirror went dark. The room was empty. Harry stood alone, processing what he'd learned. A Horcrux. A piece of Voldemort's soul, embedded in his scar. That was what Slytherin had sensed, what made his magic taste wrong. And removing it, the obvious solution, required his death. Harry's hands clenched into fists. No. He refused to accept that. Dumbledore's solution was not the only solution, and Harry would find another way even if he had to tear apart everything the Founders had built to do it. He left the 3rd-floor corridor with new purpose burning in his chest. The hunt for answers had officially begun. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Serpent's Truth. October arrived with a cold wind that swept across the Scottish Highlands and found every crack in Hogwarts' ancient stones. Harry had spent the weeks since the mirror's revelation researching obsessively. The Gryffindor archives contained extensive documentation on magical artifacts, soul magic, and the dark rituals that had plagued wizarding history. The Slytherin archives went deeper, into territory that made even Harry uncomfortable, detailed analyses of how souls could be split, stored, and manipulated. Neither archive mentioned a way to remove a soul fragment without killing the host. But both archives referenced the same thing, the Chamber of Secrets, and the knowledge Salazar Slytherin had hidden there before his departure from Hogwarts. The chamber contains my life's work, Salazar's portrait told him one evening. Not just the basilisk, that was a guardian, a last defense against those who would harm the school. The real treasure is the library I built there. Magical research that I couldn't share with my colleagues, knowledge too dangerous for students, solutions to problems that shouldn't exist. Like soul fragments embedded in living hosts. The portrait's eyes narrowed. You've been researching. I have a personal interest in the subject. Salazar was quiet for a long moment. The chamber has been corrupted. Tom Riddle found it, used it, twisted its purpose. The basilisk, she was never meant to hunt students. She was meant to protect them. Can the corruption be undone? Perhaps. By someone who holds my authority, who can speak to the serpent in the old tongue, who carries the founder's ring. Salazar's gaze was heavy with implication. By you, if you're willing to try. Harry had been thinking about this for weeks. The basilisk was a 1,000-year-old magical creature of immense power. If the mirror's reflection was right, if she could teach him things no human could, then approaching her was worth the risk. But the chamber had been used for murder. Myrtle Warren, a student, had died there 50 years ago when Riddle opened it. Whatever corruption Salazar spoke of, it had already claimed at least one life. How do I find the entrance? You already know. Think about where my legacy intersects with water, with secrecy, with the ability to speak words no one else can hear. Harry thought. Water. Secrecy. Parseltongue. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The ghost who haunts my chamber's entrance. She saw the serpent's eyes and died instantly, the kindest death the basilisk can offer, actually. She's been mourning ever since, trapped between life and death because she doesn't understand what happened to her. Harry filed that information away. Myrtle wasn't just a random ghost. She was connected to the chamber, to Riddle's crimes, to the basilisk. Understanding her might be important. I'll go tonight, Harry decided. After curfew, when the castle's quiet. Be careful, heir. The basilisk has been alone for decades. She may not be sane. I'll manage. The bathroom on the second floor was perpetually out of order. Water pooled on cracked tiles, mirrors were smudged and cracked, and a pervasive sense of misery hung in the air like fog. Moaning Myrtle lived up to her name, her sobs echoed from one of the stalls, a constant backdrop of ghostly grief. Harry entered quietly, Cythera coiled around his arm and his wand in his hand. He'd cast a notice-me-not charm on himself, but it wouldn't fool a ghost, the dead perceived the world differently than the living. Who's there? Myrtle's voice was suspicious, defensive. Come to make fun of Myrtle again? Throw something through her head? I came to talk. Harry let the charm drop, revealing himself. My name is Harry Potter. Myrtle emerged from her stall, her spectral face tear-streaked and resentful. But when she saw Harry, something shifted in her expression. Potter? Like the boy from the Wizengamot? The one everyone's talking about? That's me. What do you want with Myrtle? Suspicion crept back into her voice. Nobody visits Myrtle unless they want something. I want to know about the night you died. The ghost went very still. Why? Because I think I know what killed you. And I want to make sure it never kills anyone else. Myrtle stared at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed, a bitter, broken sound. 50 years. 50 years I've been dead, and you're the first person to ask me what happened. Everyone else just assumed, or didn't care, or pretended I wasn't here. Tell me. She did. The story was simple and horrible. Myrtle had been hiding in the bathroom, crying because Olive Hornby had been teasing her about her glasses. She'd heard a boy's voice speaking a strange language, seen a pair of enormous yellow eyes, and then, nothing. Death, instant and total. I didn't see it clearly, Myrtle said. Just the eyes. Then I was dead, and I didn't understand why, and by the time I figured it out, everyone blamed that Hagrid boy and his spider and no one would listen to me. They blamed the wrong person. I know that now. But back then, I was too confused to explain properly, and everyone wanted to believe the case was solved. Myrtle's voice was bitter. It's easier to blame a half-giant than to admit a monster lives under the school. Harry moved toward the sink that Myrtle had been standing near when she died. He examined it carefully and found what he was looking for, a tiny snake carved into the copper, almost invisible unless you knew to look. Open, he commanded in Parseltongue. The sink groaned, shifted, and began to move. The entire bank of sinks separated, revealing a large pipe that descended into darkness. Myrtle gasped. It was there the whole time. Right in front of me. Hidden by Founder's magic. Only a Parselmouth can open it. Harry looked at the dark tunnel. Thank you, Myrtle. You've helped me more than you know. You're going down there. But the monster and I need to have a conversation. Harry stepped to the edge of the pipe. If I'm not back by morning, tell Professor McGonagall what you told me. Make sure the right person gets blamed this time. He jumped. The pipe was slick with moisture and old slime, a spiral slide that carried Harry deep beneath the castle. He landed in a tunnel carpeted with bones, small animals, mostly, the basilisk's meals over the centuries. The tunnel stretched into darkness. Harry lit his wand and began to walk. I smell her, Cythera whispered. Close. Very close. She's been watching us since we entered. Let her watch. I'm not here to fight. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber, larger than the Great Hall, supported by columns carved like serpents. At the far end, a statue of Salazar Slytherin rose from a pool of dark water, its mouth open in an eternal scream. And coiled around the statue, her scales gleaming in the wand light, was the basilisk. She was enormous, 60 feet at least, her body thick as an oak tree, her eyes closed but her head oriented precisely toward Harry. She'd felt him coming, had positioned herself for this meeting. Little speaker, she said, her voice ancient and weary and vast. Another one comes to command. Another one speaks the tongue and thinks it gives them rights. I'm not here to command you. No. A hint of skepticism in the massive voice. Then why are you here, little speaker? To kill me, like the old headmaster wishes? To use me, like the last one did? To free you. The basilisk's great head shifted, angling toward him with sudden interest. Free me. You were never meant to be a weapon. Salazar created you to protect the school, not to murder students. What Riddle did, what he made you do, that was a corruption of your purpose. Harry took a step forward. I'm Lord Slytherin now. By blood, by conquest, by the ring I wear. If anyone can undo what was done to you, it's me. Pretty words. The last one spoke pretty words too, before he forced me to hunt children. I'm not Tom Riddle. No. You're something stranger. The basilisk's tongue flickered, tasting the air. You carry a piece of him inside you. A fragment of his twisted soul, embedded in your flesh. I can smell it, cold and hungry, like he always was. Harry's heart hammered, but he forced his voice to remain steady. I know. That's part of why I'm here. The archive said you might have knowledge that could help me remove it. Remove a soul fragment. Without dying. The basilisk made a sound that might have been laughter. The speakers have tried for centuries. It cannot be done. It can. There must be a way. And if anyone would know it, I would. The basilisk's voice grew thoughtful. Because I've lived for 1,000 years, and I've seen things no human remembers. Because my master trusted me with secrets he shared with no one else. Then help me. Please. A long silence. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, the drip of water somewhere in the darkness, the subtle rasp of scales on stone as the basilisk considered his request. Why should I? You are a stranger to me, little speaker. You claim lordship, but lords have commanded me to terrible things. Why should I trust you? Because I'm asking instead of commanding. Because I came here alone, without weapons, without backup, knowing you could kill me before I could blink. Harry spread his hands. I'm trusting you. Maybe you could try trusting me. The basilisk was quiet for another long moment. Then, slowly, she began to uncoil from the statue. There is a way, she said. A ritual my master developed but never used. It requires the combined magic of all four founders, their knowledge, their artifacts, their blessing. It can separate any two souls, no matter how tightly bound. The founder's magic. That's what the mirror told me. What mirror? A mirror that showed me a possible future. It said I needed to claim all four lordships, that the answer was in the founder's combined legacy. The basilisk's tongue flickered again. The mirror of what may be. Rowena's creation, designed to show truth to those wise enough to understand it. A pause. You've already begun the path, then. Gryffindor and Slytherin both. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff remain. Do you know where their trials are? Ravenclaw's trial is in the room of requirement, the room that appears to those who need it most. You must ask it for the trial specifically, or it will give you something else. The basilisk's voice grew softer. Hufflepuff's trial is harder. It requires loyalty proven over time, trust earned through action. There is no single test, the test is your entire life at this school. Harry absorbed that. Ravenclaw's trial he could attempt immediately. Hufflepuff's would take longer, months, maybe years. But he had time. Voldemort was still disembodied, still searching for ways to return. The soul fragment in Harry's head was dormant, not actively harmful. He could afford to be patient. Thank you, he said. For telling me this. For not killing me on sight. You interested me, little speaker. That's rare, after 1,000 years. The basilisk settled back, her massive body relaxing. I will help you, if you prove worthy. Claim the other lordships, gather the founder's artifacts, and return to me. When you have what you need, I will teach you the ritual. And in exchange? Freedom. True freedom, not just release from Riddle's commands, but release from this chamber entirely. I want to see the sky again. I want to hunt in forests, swim in lakes, feel the sun on my scales. Her voice was wistful, ancient grief underlying every word. 1,000 years of imprisonment is enough. I'll find a way. See that you do. Harry turned to leave, then paused. One more question. Riddle, when he controlled you, what was he looking for? He must have come here for more than just a weapon. Knowledge. Always knowledge, that one. He found some of my master's research and used it to create his soul anchors. But the most important texts, the deepest secrets, I hid them from him. He never learned what I truly guarded. Will you show me? When you prove yourself worthy. The basilisk's voice held a hint of amusement. Patience, little speaker. Some things cannot be rushed. Harry climbed back up the pipe, his mind full of plans and possibilities. Dawn was breaking when he emerged from the bathroom. Myrtle was still there, waiting anxiously. Her spectral face lit with relief when she saw him. You survived. I thought, everyone who goes down there, not everyone. Harry smiled at her. Thank you, Myrtle. You helped more than you know. Did you find what you were looking for? I found the beginning of it. The end will take longer. He paused at the door. Myrtle. If you ever want to talk, about what happened, about anything, I'll listen. You've been alone long enough. The ghost stared at him with something that might have been wonder. You mean that? I always mean what I say. He left her there, crying again, but this time, the tears might have been different. The room of requirement was exactly where the basilisk had said it would be, the 7th floor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls to dance ballet. Harry paced before the blank wall 3 times, concentrating. I need the trial of Ravenclaw. I need to prove myself worthy of Rowena's legacy. On the 3rd pass, a door appeared. It was different from the Gryffindor door. This one was silver, inscribed not with runes but with questions. Riddles, actually, in languages Harry didn't recognize. But as he looked at them, translations seemed to float into his mind. What grows stronger the more you share it? What can travel the world while staying in a corner? What has keys but no locks, space but no room, and you can enter but can't go inside? Knowledge. A stamp. A keyboard. The door recognized his answers and swung open. Inside was not what Harry expected. The room was empty, perfectly, utterly empty. White walls, white floor, white ceiling, no furniture, no objects, nothing to interact with at all. Welcome, seeker. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, feminine and cold and sharp as cut glass. I am the echo of Rowena Ravenclaw. You have entered my trial. But unlike Godric's test of courage, my trial cannot be passed in a single night. What does it require? Learning. Growth. The acquisition of knowledge not for power's sake but for its own. I will present you with a problem, a mystery that has no known solution. You will have until the winter solstice to solve it. Fail, and you leave with nothing. Succeed, and the Ravenclaw legacy is yours. A scroll materialized in the air before Harry. He caught it, unrolled it, and read. The Ravenclaw trial, prove that magic can exist without a magical core. Harry read it again. And again. This is impossible, he said slowly. Magic requires a magical core. That's the fundamental distinction between wizards and muggles. Is it? The echo's voice was amused. You assume that what you've been taught is complete truth. That's the first mistake most seekers make. You're saying there's a way for muggles to perform magic. I'm saying the trial requires you to find out. Research. Experiment. Question everything you think you know. A pause. You have until December 21st. The door will admit you whenever you need access to this room, but the room will provide no assistance. Whatever you discover, you must discover through your own efforts. The scroll in Harry's hands felt heavier than parchment should. Why this trial? Why this question? Because Ravenclaw's legacy is not just knowledge but the pursuit of it. The courage to question, the patience to research, the wisdom to admit uncertainty. The echo's voice softened slightly. And because if you can answer this question, you will have learned something that even I, in all my centuries of study, never fully understood. Harry looked at the empty room, at the impossible question, at the weeks of work ahead of him. I'll solve it, he said. We'll see, the echo replied. November arrived with snow. Harry divided his time between classes, the Gryffindor archives, the Slytherin archives, and increasingly desperate research into magical theory. The Ravenclaw trial consumed him, every spare moment spent reading, theorizing, testing hypotheses that invariably failed. You're going to burn yourself out, Daphne observed during one of their private meetings. When was the last time you slept properly? I'll sleep when I've solved the problem. What problem? She tried to get him to share his research, but Harry had been deliberately vague. The Founder trials felt private, personal, not something to be discussed casually. Just something You're right. All of it. I made choices that failed you, and nothing I do now can change that. He took a breath. But I'm asking for a chance to make different choices going forward. Not to replace what was lost, I know that's impossible. Just to build something new. Harry was quiet for a long moment. The calculations ran automatically. What does Sirius want? What can he offer? What are the risks of letting him close? But beneath the calculations, something else stirred. A longing he'd buried so deep he'd almost forgotten it existed. The desire for family, for connection, for someone who wanted him for himself rather than his titles or fame or political utility. "I can't promise to be the godson you remember," Harry said finally. "I'm not the baby you played with before everything went wrong. I'm not sure I'm capable of being the kind of person who trusts easily or loves freely. I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking for a chance." Harry nodded slowly. "Then let's try. But slowly. We can talk. Spend time together when school allows. Get to know each other as we are now, not as we were supposed to be." Sirius's face transformed with hope. "That's all I wanted." "Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me yet. I'm told I'm difficult to be around." "By who?" "Everyone." Harry smiled slightly. "But especially Daphne. She says I'm strategically exhausting." Sirius laughed, a genuine sound that seemed to surprise him as much as Harry. "The Greengrass girl? James would have loved that you're already tangled up with a Slytherin." "We're not tangled up. We're political allies." "Aha." Sirius's grin was knowing. "James used to say the same thing about Lily. She's not my girlfriend, Padfoot, she's just helping me with Transfiguration." Took him 2 years to admit the truth to himself. Harry felt heat rise in his cheeks. "It's not like that." "Of course not." But Sirius was still grinning. "Now, tell me about these founders' quarters. Last I heard, they'd been sealed for centuries." The conversation stretched through the evening and into the night. Harry found himself sharing more than he'd intended, not the deep secrets, not the soul fragment or the founder trials, but the everyday experiences of his time at Hogwarts. Classes and rivalries, friendships and frustrations, the constant pressure of being watched and evaluated by everyone around him. Sirius listened, asked questions, and occasionally shared stories of his own school days. The parallels were striking. He'd also been a political pawn as a teenager, caught between his family's dark allegiances and his own conscience. "The Black family wanted me to be their heir, their perfect pure-blood son," Sirius said. "I wanted to be anything else. James was the first person who saw me as just me. Not a Black, not a potential Death Eater, just Sirius." "Is that why you were sorted into Gryffindor? To escape the family expectations?" "Partly. But the hat said I belonged there regardless, something about courage being more than just bravery in battle." Sirius's expression grew distant. "I think the hat saw that I was willing to give up everything for the sake of being true to myself. That's its own kind of courage." Harry thought about his own sorting, about the hat's cryptic comments and the choice it had ultimately made. "The hat told me I could go anywhere," he said. "Any house would have accepted me. But it put me in Gryffindor because it thought I'd be most challenged there." "Challenged how?" "Dumbledore's house. The place where everyone expects me to be a hero, a savior, a symbol of light. The hat thought I needed to confront those expectations rather than hide from them." Sirius nodded slowly. "And has it worked?" "I'm not sure yet. Ask me again in 6 years." They parted near midnight, with promises to write more regularly and plans for Harry to visit Grimmauld Place during the Easter break. It wasn't reconciliation, not yet, but it was a beginning. As Harry watched Sirius disappear into the flue, he realized something had shifted inside him. A wall had cracked, just slightly. A space had opened where connection might eventually grow. It was terrifying. It was also, perhaps, necessary. January brought the students back and a new complication. Draco Malfoy had spent the break preparing. "He's been writing to his father constantly," Daphne reported during their first meeting of the new term. "The letters aren't subtle, Draco's asking for advice on how to handle the Potter situation." "And what advice is Lucius giving?" I don't know specifically, but the Malfoy approach has always been to find pressure points and exploit them. If Draco's father is coaching him, he'll be looking for weaknesses he can use. Harry considered this. Draco had been neutralized, humiliated publicly, but a wounded enemy was often more dangerous than a confident one. With Lucius Malfoy's guidance, Draco might actually become a serious threat. Let him look, Harry said. I don't have many weaknesses he can exploit, and the ones I do have aren't obvious. Everyone has weaknesses, Harry. Even you. Then help me identify them before Draco does. They spent an hour cataloging Harry's vulnerabilities. His temper, which could be provoked under the right circumstances. His protective instincts toward people he'd claimed as allies, Neville, Hermione, the Weasley twins. His tendency to overwork himself when focused on a goal. His complicated relationship with Dumbledore, which could be exploited by either side. The soul fragment, Daphne said finally. If anyone found out about that, no one will. The only people who know are you, the Basilisk, and possibly Dumbledore, though I'm not sure how much he's figured out. Salazar's portrait. Knows something is wrong with my magic, but I haven't explained the specifics. Daphne nodded slowly. Keep it that way. If word got out that Harry Potter carries a piece of the Dark Lord inside him. I know. The implications didn't need to be spelled out. At best, he'd be treated as a curiosity, a potential threat to be monitored. At worst, he'd be hunted, imprisoned, or killed by people who believed destroying the fragment was worth destroying him too. We need to accelerate the timeline, Daphne said. Claim the Hufflepuff Lordship as soon as possible, complete the ritual, remove the fragment. The longer this hangs over you, the more chances for something to go wrong. I can't rush Hufflepuff. The trial doesn't work that way. Then find another approach. There has to be something, Daphne. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. I know you're worried. I'm worried too. But panic leads to mistakes, and mistakes get people killed. I have to do this the right way, even if it takes longer than we'd like. She was quiet for a moment. You're right. I don't like waiting. It's not in my nature. It's not in mine either. But sometimes it's the only option. The first Slytherin House meeting of the new term provided an opportunity Harry hadn't expected. As Lord Slytherin, Harry had the right to attend these meetings and address the House directly. He'd done so twice before, once to establish his authority, once to handle a dispute between upper-year students. Both times, he'd been met with suspicion and barely concealed hostility from the Death Eater faction. This time was different. The meeting room was packed. Every Slytherin from first year to seventh had crammed into a space designed for half as many people. Harry stood at the front, flanked by Daphne and Blaise Zabini, and surveyed the crowd. Thank you all for coming, he began. I know many of you have questions about my intentions for this house, about what my leadership will mean for your futures. Tonight, I'm going to answer some of those questions. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Harry waited for silence before continuing. First, I am not going to purge the old families. I know some of you have parents or relatives who served Voldemort during the last war. I don't hold you responsible for their choices, and I won't punish you for their actions. More murmurs, surprised and uncertain. Second, I am not going to impose Gryffindor values on Slytherin House. Ambition, cunning, resourcefulness, these are the traits Salazar valued, and they remain valuable today. I expect every member of this house to pursue their goals with determination and skill. That's what it means to be a Slytherin. Nods from some of the older students. They were starting to listen. Third, I am going to protect this house from external threats. The reputation of Slytherin has suffered over the past decades. We're associated with dark wizards, blood prejudice, and terrorist sympathies. That reputation is partly deserved and partly propaganda spread by our enemies. Either way, it hurts us all. Harry paused, letting the words sink in. I intend to change that. Not by abandoning our heritage, but by showing the wizarding world what Slytherin can be at its best. And what is Slytherin at its best? The question came from Marcus Flint, a 7th year with a brutal reputation. According to you? Slytherins at their best are leaders. Strategists. People who see the board clearly and play to win. We don't waste energy on petty cruelty or mindless prejudice. Those are distractions, weaknesses that our enemies can exploit. Harry met Flint's eyes. The Dark Lord was a Slytherin, and he lost. He lost because he was too obsessed with blood purity to build a coalition that could actually win. He lost because he alienated potential allies and created unnecessary enemies. He lost because his ambition was small, ruling a single country, dominating a single society, when the truly ambitious Slytherins of history built empires that lasted centuries. The room was utterly silent. I'm not interested in ruling, Harry continued. But I am interested in building something that lasts. A Slytherin house that produces ministers and chief warlocks and captains of industry. A political force that shapes the wizarding world rather than being shaped by it. He spread his hands. That's my vision. If you want to be part of it, I welcome you. If you'd rather cling to the old ways, blood prejudice and dark lords and inevitable defeat, then stay out of my way. The silence stretched for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, Marcus Flint began to clap. Others joined in, hesitantly at first, then with growing enthusiasm. Not everyone, not the most committed Death Eater loyalists, but enough. A majority, or close to it. Harry had made his play. Now he'd see if it worked. The weeks that followed were a delicate dance of politics and power. Harry cultivated relationships throughout Slytherin House, meeting individually with students who seemed persuadable. Some were eager converts, children of neutral families who'd been uncomfortable with the dark ideology that dominated the house. Others required careful work, their prejudices too deep-rooted to change overnight but not too deep to influence over time. Draco Malfoy remained a problem. He'd retreated after Harry's speech, gathering his core supporters, Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy Parkinson, and a handful of other hardliners, into a faction that opposed Harry's leadership at every turn. They couldn't challenge him directly, not with his lordship authority, but they could undermine, obstruct, and spread discontent. He's telling people you're a blood traitor, Daphne reported. That you're going to destroy Slytherin traditions and turn the house into a pale imitation of Gryffindor. Let him talk. Words without actions are just noise. Words shape perception. Perception shapes reality. Daphne's voice was sharp. You can't just ignore a propaganda campaign, Harry. You need to counter it. I will. But not by engaging with Draco directly, that gives him legitimacy he doesn't deserve. Harry considered for a moment. What does Draco want? Really want, beneath the ideology his father taught him? Power. Status. Recognition. The same things all Malfoys want. Then we give him a path to those things that doesn't require opposing me. Harry smiled slightly. Draco's smart enough to recognize a better deal when he sees one. The question is whether his pride will let him take it. You want to co-opt him? I want to give him the choice. He can be a useful ally or a persistent irritant. The former is more pleasant for everyone, but I can work with either. The opportunity came during a potions class. Snape had assigned a complex partnership project, a potion that required two brewers working in perfect synchronization. Most students paired with their usual partners, but Harry approached Draco before he could claim Crabbe or Goyle. Work with me. Draco's eyes narrowed. Why would I do that? Because your usual partners can barely follow instructions, let alone synchronize complex brewing. Because this project is worth a significant portion of our grade, and you care about your academic standing. And because working together gives us a chance to talk without an audience. For a moment, Harry thought Draco would refuse out of spite. But the Malfoy pragmatism won out, Draco nodded curtly and moved to Harry's workstation. The first half-hour passed in tense silence as they prepared ingredients and began the initial brewing stages. Draco was competent, Harry noted, better than competent, actually. His technique was precise, his timing excellent. Under different circumstances, he might have been a genuine ally rather than an adversary. "You humiliated me," Draco said finally, not looking up from his stirring. "In front of everyone. Made me look weak. You challenged me in front of everyone." I responded. "What did you expect?" "I expected you to be the noble Gryffindor hero everyone says you are. Too honorable to crush someone beneath your station." Draco's voice was bitter. "Instead, you're just another player. Another politician pretending to be something he's not. I never pretended to be a hero. That's what other people decided I was." Harry added his ingredients in a precise sequence. "I'm exactly what I appear to be, someone who protects what's his and destroys what threatens him." "You threatened me." I responded. "Now we can either continue escalating until one of us breaks, or we can find a way to coexist." "Coexist how?" "You want me to kneel? Swear fealty like a good little follower?" "I want you to be useful." "There's a difference." Harry met Draco's eyes. "Your father is a political force in the Wizengamot. Your family has connections, resources, knowledge I could use. In exchange, I can offer protection, from Dumbledore's faction, from the consequences of your father's past choices, from the Death Eater legacy that's going to become a liability as the political winds shift. You're offering a deal. I'm offering an opportunity. Take it or leave it." Draco was quiet for a long moment, his hands moving automatically through the brewing process. "My father would never agree to ally with you. Your father doesn't have to agree. I'm not offering this deal to him, I'm offering it to you." Harry stirred counterclockwise, exactly 7 times. "In 6 years, we'll be adults. We'll inherit our family's seats, take our places in the Wizengamot, shape the next generation of magical Britain. When that happens, whose alliance do you want, the fading remnants of Voldemort's ideology, or the person who's going to be running this country?" The arrogance in that statement was deliberate, calculated to appeal to Draco's own ambitions. If Harry was going to be important, Draco wanted to be on the winning side. "I'll think about it," Draco said finally. "That's all I ask." Their potion turned out perfect. Snape gave them full marks, his expression suggesting he didn't know whether to be impressed or suspicious. February brought Valentine's Day and a complication Harry hadn't anticipated: romance. Not his own, he remained carefully focused on his goals, with no time or energy for entanglements. But the castle had become infected with a kind of love madness, students pairing off and breaking up with dramatic regularity. And Daphne was being pursued. "Theodore not asked me to be his Valentine," she reported during one of their meetings, her tone suggesting she'd rather eat flobberworms. And I said no, obviously. But he's not the only one. Zabini's been making comments, Marcus Flint's been looking at me strangely, and even your friend Neville got flustered when I sat next to him in herbology. Neville's flustered around everyone. Not like this. This was specific flustering. Daphne's expression was unreadable. "I'm starting to think our alliance is being misinterpreted." Harry considered this. Political alliances between noble houses often led to marriage contracts. It was entirely possible that people assumed he and Daphne were already betrothed, or would be soon. Does that bother you? The assumption doesn't. What bothers me is that it might affect my ability to operate independently. Daphne's voice was carefully neutral. If everyone thinks I'm yours, they'll treat me as an extension of your will rather than as a player in my own right. Then we clarify. Make it clear that our alliance is political, not personal. That might not be enough. The rumors are already circulating. Harry studied her. What do you want, Daphne? Not what's strategically optimal, what do you actually want? The question seemed to catch her off guard. For a moment, something vulnerable flickered in her expression before the mask reasserted itself. I want to save my mother. I want to secure my family's position. I want to be taken seriously on my own merits rather than as someone's future wife. She paused. And I want to know what you want. Because I can't plan effectively if I don't understand my allies' goals. I want to remove the soul fragment. I want to defeat Voldemort permanently. I want to build something worth building in magical Britain. Harry hesitated, then added, and I want to figure out what else I want, once the immediate crises are resolved. I've spent so long surviving that I've never really thought about what I'd do with my life if survival wasn't the primary concern. That's surprisingly honest. You asked for honesty. They looked at each other for a long moment, something unspoken passing between them. I don't want to be your political wife, Daphne said finally. If something develops between us, and I'm not saying it will, it needs to be because we choose it. Not because our families arranged it or politics demanded it. Agreed. Good. She stood, smoothing her robes. Then we continue as we are. Allies. Partners. Whatever else comes later, comes later. Harry nodded. Whatever else comes later. But as she left, he found himself thinking about things he'd never had time to consider before. The future beyond the immediate battles. The possibility of connection that wasn't purely strategic. It was distracting. He pushed the thoughts aside and went back to work. March brought progress on an unexpected front. Filch had been practicing. The awakening Harry had triggered in December had taken root. The caretaker couldn't do much, light a dim lumos, levitate small objects, sense magic in his immediate vicinity, but he could do something. For a man who'd spent his entire life being told he was less than nothing, it was transformative. Watch this, Filch said, holding out his hand. A feather rose from the table and floated unsteadily in the air for 3 seconds before dropping. That's excellent progress, Harry said genuinely. 3 months ago, you couldn't produce any magical effect at all. It's not much. A first year could do better. A first year has been using magic unconsciously since birth. You're building something from scratch. Harry considered for a moment. Have you told anyone? Who would I tell? The staff? They'd think I'd gone mad, or that you'd done something dark to me. Filch's voice was bitter. Besides, this is mine. The first thing in my life that's actually mine. I'm not ready to share it. Harry understood that impulse. Keep practicing. The more you use your core, the stronger it'll become. Eventually, you might be able to perform magic that actually matters. You think so? I think you've already done the impossible once. Why stop there? Filch's expression shifted, hope and fear and something like determination. It was more emotion than Harry had ever seen from the man. Why are you helping me? Filch asked. What do you get out of it? Proof that my theories are correct. Evidence I can use when I'm ready to change things. Harry paused. And maybe the satisfaction of helping someone who got a raw deal. Even paranoid strategists can have moments of basic human decency. Filch laughed, a rusty sound, clearly unused. You're a strange one, Potter. Strange and dangerous. But I suppose I owe you, now. You don't owe me anything. But if you want to help me someday, I won't refuse. April brought another Wizengamot session and another confrontation with Dumbledore. The session was routine, budget matters, regulatory adjustments, the usual business of governance. But afterward, as members filed out, Dumbledore approached Harry in the corridor. A word, Lord Potter. Harry gestured for Daphne to continue without him. Of course, Chief Warlock. They found an empty meeting room, privacy wards activating automatically as the door closed. You've been busy, Dumbledore said. The Ravenclaw Lordship, I wasn't aware you'd claimed it. It wasn't a public matter. Few things with you are. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. Harry, I'm concerned. The path you're walking, accumulating power, building coalitions, preparing for confrontations, it's not the path I'd hoped for you. What path did you hope for? One where you could be a child, at least for a little while. One where the burdens of prophecy and politics could wait until you were older. Dumbledore sighed. I know I contributed to your need for self-reliance. My failures gave you reasons not to trust others. But the walls you're building, Harry, they'll protect you, yes, but they'll also trap you. You're giving me advice about building walls. Harry's voice was mild, but the point landed. I suppose I deserve that. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I've made many mistakes in my long life. Most of them involved believing I knew better than others, that my judgment should override their autonomy. I'm trying, genuinely trying, not to repeat those mistakes with you. Then tell me about the prophecy. Dumbledore's expression flickered. You're not ready, I'm never going to be ready, according to you. But I'm fighting a war I don't understand, against an enemy I can't see, for stakes no one will explain to me. Harry stepped closer. I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head. I've known for months, and I've been working on removing it without your help because you won't tell me the truth. The words hit Dumbledore like a physical blow. His face went pale, his eyes widening with shock. You know about the Horcrux. I know I carry something that doesn't belong to me. I know it connects me to Voldemort. I know your solution was to let me die. Harry's voice remained steady. What I don't know is whether there's any other option, because you've never bothered to discuss it with me. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The prophecy, he said finally, states that neither you nor Voldemort can live while the other survives. I interpreted that to mean one of you must kill the other, and given the soul fragment, I believed you would have to die for Voldemort to be truly destroyed. Believed. Past tense. I'm no longer certain. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. If you found another way, if the Founder's magic can separate you from the fragment without death, then everything I thought I knew might be wrong. Would that be a problem? It would be a relief, actually. Something like hope flickered in the old man's expression. I never wanted you to die, Harry. I've spent years trying to find another option and failing. If you've succeeded where I couldn't. I haven't succeeded yet. I still need the Hufflepuff Lordship to complete the ritual. The trial of loyalty. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Helga's trial is the hardest to pass. It can't be rushed or gamed or forced. It requires genuine connection. So everyone keeps telling me. Perhaps. Dumbledore hesitated. Perhaps I could help. Not by telling you what to do, that wouldn't work anyway, but by sharing what I know about the trial. Information that might guide your efforts. Harry studied the old man, looking for the angle, the manipulation. But all he saw was a tired person trying, imperfectly, to make amends. Why would you help me? Because I was wrong about you. Wrong to keep secrets, wrong to make decisions without your input, wrong to assume I knew best. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with regret. If there's any way to fix what I've broken, I want to try. Harry considered for a long moment. Okay, he said finally. Tell me what you know. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, The Voice in the Walls. Dumbledore's information changed everything. The trial of Hufflepuff is unique among the Founder's tests, the old man explained, leaning back in his chair. Godric tested courage in a single moment of crisis. Rowena tested intelligence through a defined challenge. Salazar tested ambition through temptation and choice. But Helga tested something that can't be measured in a moment. Exactly. Loyalty isn't an act, it's a pattern. 1,000 small choices that accumulate over time. The trial watches you, evaluates you, judges whether your connections to others are genuine or merely strategic. Dumbledore's eyes were distant. I attempted the trial once, when I was young. I failed. That surprised Harry. You failed? I was ambitious, brilliant, certain of my own rightness. I formed alliances based on shared goals rather than genuine affection. The trial saw through me immediately. A rueful smile. It was a humbling experience. One I perhaps should have learned more from. What does the trial actually require? No one knows precisely. The requirements seem to differ for each candidate, tailored to their specific weaknesses. For someone who struggles with trust, it might require vulnerability. For someone who uses people, it might require genuine sacrifice. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. For someone who's built walls around himself to survive, it might require letting those walls down. Harry absorbed this. The trial of Hufflepuff wasn't something he could prepare for in the traditional sense. It was something he had to become. How will I know when I've passed? You'll know. The castle will recognize you, just as it recognized you for the other lordships. Dumbledore paused. But Harry, don't approach this as a test to be passed. That mindset will guarantee failure. Approach it as growth to be achieved, and the passage will follow naturally. It was annoyingly vague advice. But it was also, Harry suspected, the only honest advice anyone could give. April rain hammered against the castle windows as Harry made his way to the Chamber of Secrets. He'd been visiting the basilisk regularly, building something that resembled rapport. She was ancient, alien, and not entirely sane, but she was also lonely, starved for conversation after decades of isolation. Their talks ranged from magical theory to history to philosophy, and Harry found himself learning things no book could teach. Tonight, though, he had specific questions. The Founder's ritual, he said, settling onto a stone that had become his usual seat. You mentioned it requires their combined magic. What does that actually mean? The basilisk coiled lazily, her massive head coming to rest near Harry's position. Her eyes remained closed. She'd learned to do that around him, a courtesy that touched him more than he'd expected. The ritual requires 4 components, she said. The authority of all 4 lordships, which you're working toward. An anchor for the separated fragment, something to contain it once it's removed from you. A power source sufficient to fuel the separation. And your willing participation. I have 3 lordships. The anchor and power source, what are they? The anchor must be something capable of holding a soul fragment. An object of sufficient magical significance. Ideally, another Horcrux, destroying one while separating another creates a kind of magical resonance that makes the ritual more stable. Harry's blood chilled. Another Horcrux. You're saying Voldemort made more than one? The fragment in your head is not intentional. It was created accidentally when his killing curse rebounded. But the deliberate Horcruxes, yes, there are others. I could taste them on him, when he came here. Cold, hungry things, pieces of a soul scattered across the world. How many? I don't know exactly. But the magic felt, fragmented. As if he'd torn himself apart many times. The basilisk's tongue flickered. Finding them will be difficult. He hid them well, in places of significance to him. Harry filed this away. Another layer of complexity, another set of obstacles between him and his goal. But at least now he knew what he was dealing with. And the power source? The ritual requires enormous magical energy. More than any single wizard can provide. The basilisk paused. The founders used the castle itself. Hogwarts is built on a convergence of ley lines, a nexus of magical power. If you can tap into that power, channel it through the ritual. I could fuel the separation. Yes. But it would require complete authority over the castle. All 4 lordships, all 4 founders' blessings. Anything less, and the castle won't respond to your command. Harry understood now why the Hufflepuff trial was so important. It wasn't just about claiming another title, it was about earning the castle's complete trust. Without that trust, he couldn't access the power he needed. "Thank you," he said. "This helps. I want you to succeed, little speaker. Your success means my freedom." The basilisk's voice grew softer. "And perhaps, something else." "Something else?" "When Riddle controlled me, he made me do terrible things. The girl, the one who died, I still hear her screaming, sometimes, in my dreams." A shudder ran through the massive body. "If you succeed, if you destroy the fragment and eventually destroy him entirely, perhaps I can finally stop hearing her." Harry reached out, touching the cold scales. "I'll destroy him. I promise. I believe you." The conversation lingered in Harry's mind as he returned to the upper castle. Horcruxes. Multiple Horcruxes, hidden across the world, each one an anchor keeping Voldemort tethered to existence. Finding them would require research, investigation, possibly years of searching. But he couldn't start that search until he dealt with the fragment in his own head. One problem at a time. He was so lost in thought that he almost missed the figure waiting in the corridor outside the Gryffindor quarters. Neville. Neville Longbottom stood with his back against the wall, his round face pale and uncertain. "Harry. I need to talk to you. It's nearly midnight." "I know. I've been waiting for hours. I didn't know where else to go." Something in Neville's voice cut through Harry's distraction. He opened the portrait hole and gestured for his friend to enter. The Gryffindor quarters were warm and comfortable, a fire burning in the hearth despite the late hour. Neville settled into a chair, his hands twisting nervously in his lap. "What's wrong?" "I found something. In my grandmother's correspondence. I wasn't supposed to see it, but I was looking for a letter she'd promised to send, and I found." Neville stopped, took a breath. "It's about my parents." Harry waited. "You know they were tortured. By the Lestranges, after the war. The Cruciatus curse, over and over, until their minds broke." Neville's voice was flat, reciting facts he'd lived with for his entire life. "They're in St. Mungo's. They don't recognize me. I know. I'm sorry. Gran always said it was random. The Lestranges were looking for information about you-know-whose location, and my parents refused to talk, so they were tortured as punishment." Neville looked up, his eyes bright with unshed tears. "But that's not the whole truth." Harry leaned forward. "What did you find?" "A letter from Dumbledore to my grandmother. From right after the attack. He was explaining why my parents couldn't be treated, why certain healing methods couldn't be tried." Neville's hands clenched. "There's a treatment, Harry. An experimental procedure that might be able to help them. But Dumbledore convinced Gran not to try it." "Why?" "Because he wanted them kept the way they are. Incapacitated. Unable to talk." Neville's voice broke. "Because they knew something. Something Dumbledore didn't want anyone else to know." The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. "Do you know what they knew?" "No. The letter doesn't say. Just that their silence was necessary for the greater good, and that their sacrifice was protecting crucial information." Neville's laugh was bitter, broken. "Greater good. That's what he always says, isn't it? Everything terrible he does is for the greater good." Harry's mind raced. Frank and Alice Longbottom, Aurors, members of the Order of the Phoenix. They'd been in the inner circle during the First War. If they knew something Dumbledore wanted hidden. "The prophecy," Harry said slowly. "They might have known about the prophecy." "What prophecy?" Harry hesitated. This was dangerous territory, information that could reshape how Neville understood his own place in the war. But Neville had brought him truth, he deserved truth in return. "There's a prophecy about a child who could defeat Voldemort. Born at the end of July, to parents who defied him 3 times. It could have referred to me, or to you." Neville went very still. "Me? Voldemort chose to target me, but he could have chosen you. If your parents knew about the prophecy, if they knew you were a potential target. Harry spread his hands. Dumbledore might have wanted them silenced to prevent that information from spreading. To protect you, in his mind. Or to protect whatever plans he was building around me. So my parents are vegetables because Dumbledore decided their silence was more important than their lives? I don't know. I'm speculating based on limited information. Harry met Neville's eyes. But it's worth investigating. And the experimental treatment your grandmother was warned away from, that's worth investigating too. How? I'm just a student. I don't have the resources or the knowledge to, you have me. Harry's voice was firm. I have access to the Founder's archives, the Gryffindor medical texts, the Slytherin research on mind magic. If there's a treatment that can help your parents, we'll find it. Neville stared at him. You'd do that? Even though it means going against Dumbledore? I've been going against Dumbledore since I walked into the Wizengamot. What's one more conflict? Harry smiled slightly. Besides, your parents are war heroes who deserve better than to be forgotten in a hospital ward because their sacrifice was convenient for someone's plans. I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. Just help me understand what you found, and we'll figure out the next steps together. They talked until dawn, reviewing the letter, analyzing its implications, planning how to research the mysterious treatment. By the time Neville left, something had shifted between them, a deepening of connection that went beyond political alliance. Harry recognized what was happening. This was what the Hufflepuff trial required, genuine care, offered without expectation of return. Not strategy, but friendship. Maybe he was learning after all. May arrived with the urgency of approaching exams. The first-year curriculum held no challenges for Harry. He'd mastered most of it years ago through Mipsy's training, but he attended classes diligently, maintained excellent marks, and helped his friends prepare for their tests. Hermione, unsurprisingly, was frantic. Exams are in 4 weeks, she said during a study session in the library. 4 weeks. And I still haven't memorized the 12 uses of dragon's blood, or the proper technique for the color-changing charm, or the, Hermione. Harry's voice was calm. You know more about magical theory than most 7th years. You're going to be fine. But what if I forget something? What if there's a question about something I missed? What if, then you'll adapt, reason through it, and probably still get the highest marks in our year. Harry smiled slightly. You're brilliant, Hermione. Trust yourself. She flushed, looking down at her notes. You're very calm about all this. I've had practice remaining calm in stressful situations. That's not what I mean. You're calm about everything, the exams, the politics, the fact that you're apparently collecting Founder Lordships like other people collect chocolate frog cards. Hermione looked up, her expression curious. How do you do it? I compartmentalize. Focus on what I can control, accept what I can't, and try not to waste energy on worry that doesn't serve any purpose. That sounds very clinical. It's survival. I learned early that panicking doesn't help, so I stopped panicking. Harry shrugged. It's not healthy, probably. But it's effective. Hermione studied him for a long moment. You're not as cold as you pretend to be, you know. I'm not pretending. Yes, you are. I've seen you with Neville, the patience, the genuine care. I've seen you with Daphne, the trust you're building, the vulnerability you allow around her. Even with me. She hesitated. You could have treated me as a resource, someone useful for her intelligence but not worth real investment. Instead, you've been a friend. A real one. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that. The walls he'd built were supposed to be invisible from the outside. I'm trying, he said finally. To be more than just a strategist. It's not easy. I know. That's why it matters. Hermione returned to her notes, but she was smiling. Now, help me with the transfiguration section. McGonagall's tests are always brutal. The third-floor corridor called to him. Harry had avoided it since his first exploration. The mirror had given him crucial information, but the experience had also shaken him. Seeing his possible future self, learning the truth about the soul fragment, it had been a lot to process. But now, with his plans advancing and his knowledge growing, he felt ready to return. The corridor was quiet, empty, the wards that should have kept students away recognizing his founder authority and allowing him passage. The door to the mirror's room stood where he remembered it, silent and waiting. He pushed it open. The mirror was dark. Not just inactive, dark, as if something had been removed. Harry approached cautiously, his wand raised, and examined the frame. The inscriptions were the same, the magic still present, but the mirror itself showed nothing but his own reflection. No possible future self, no cryptic messages, no revelations. Looking for something? Harry spun, his wand coming up to face Albus Dumbledore, standing in the doorway with an expression of mild interest. Headmaster. I didn't hear you approach. An advantage of being old is that people often don't notice you until you wish to be noticed. Dumbledore stepped into the room, his eyes on the mirror. You visited this room before. Once. Near the beginning of the year. And the mirror showed you something useful. Harry considered lying, but decided against it. It showed me a possible future. One where I understood what I was carrying and had a chance to remove it. Ah. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The mirror of what may be. Rowena's creation, designed to show seekers glimpses of potential futures. Not prophecy, nothing so certain, but possibilities that might emerge based on current trajectories. Why is it dark now? Because the future it showed you is no longer a possibility. Your choices have closed that particular path. Harry's blood went cold. Closed it? You mean I can't, not close the possibility of removing the fragment? Close the specific sequence of events the mirror showed you. Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. The mirror responds to probability. When you first looked into it, certain futures were likely. Your actions since then have shifted the probabilities, opening new possibilities while closing others. So the future where Dumbledore's solution was death, that's closed. That was never the only future. It was merely the most probable one, given the knowledge available at the time. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. You've been building towards something different. The founder lordships, the research into soul magic, the connections you've formed. These are creating new trajectories the mirror didn't anticipate. But I can't see those new possibilities. The mirror shows what may be, not what will be. It served its purpose, it guided you toward a path of investigation that might not have occurred to you otherwise. Now you must walk that path without its guidance. Harry stared at the dark glass, processing this. You knew, he said slowly. You knew the mirror would show me the truth about the fragment. You put it here specifically so I'd find it. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I put it here because Voldemort's servant is after something hidden in this castle, he said finally. The mirror is part of a trap, a series of challenges designed to protect a powerful artifact. But yes, I also knew that if you found this room, the mirror might show you things I couldn't bring myself to tell you directly. You're still manipulating me. Even when you claim to be changing. I'm trying to help you while respecting your autonomy. There's a difference between manipulation and providing opportunities for discovery. Dumbledore's voice was tired. I know you don't trust me, Harry. I've given you ample reason not to. But I am trying, in my flawed and imperfect way, to support you rather than control you. Harry didn't know what to believe. Dumbledore's words seemed sincere, but the old man had proven himself a master of seeming sincere while pursuing hidden agendas. The artifact, Harry said, changing the subject. What are you protecting? The Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel's creation, capable of producing the elixir of life and transmuting lead into gold. Voldemort's servant is attempting to steal it, presumably to use it in a ritual to restore his master's body. Harry's mind raced. Voldemort's servant. Someone inside the castle. Yes. I have my suspicions about who, but no proof yet. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. I tell you this because you have a right to know. But I must ask that you not attempt to investigate or interfere. The trap is designed to catch the servant and expose their identity. If you disrupt it, the trap fails and we lose our chance to identify the threat. Harry nodded slowly. I understand. But if you find proof, I want to know. No more secrets about things that directly affect my safety. Agreed. They stood in silence for a moment, the dark mirror reflecting nothing but their own faces. The Hufflepuff trial, Harry said. You mentioned you failed it once. What did you learn from that failure? That I was not as good a person as I believed myself to be. That my love for others was conditional, contingent on their usefulness to my plans. That genuine loyalty, the kind Helga valued, requires vulnerability I was not capable of at the time. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with old regret. I've spent decades trying to become the person who could pass that trial. I'm still not sure I've succeeded. But you're still trying. Always. That's all any of us can do, keep trying to be better than we were. The old man turned toward the door. Good night, Lord Potter. May your dreams show you the path you seek. He was gone before Harry could respond. June arrived with summer heat and final exams. Harry passed everything easily, as expected. His marks were excellent, his practical demonstrations flawless, his professors consistently impressed by skills far beyond what a first year should possess. But the real test of the year wasn't academic. It came on the last night of term, when Neville burst into the common room with wild eyes. Something's wrong, he gasped. In the corridor, the third floor, I heard sounds, and there was light, and I think someone's trying to get through the trapdoor. The trapdoor. Dumbledore's trap. Harry was on his feet instantly. Show me. They ran, Neville leading the way, through corridors that felt different in the dark, more ominous, more dangerous. The castle's wards buzzed against Harry's founder authority, warning him of something breaching the protections. The third-floor corridor was chaos. The door to the forbidden section had been blown open, its hinges melted, its wards shattered. Beyond it, Harry could hear sounds of struggle, snarling, crashing, a high-pitched voice screaming something in a language he didn't recognize. Stay here, Harry told Neville. But, stay. Here. Harry's voice left no room for argument. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, get McGonagall. He slipped through the broken door. The first chamber held a massive three-headed dog, currently unconscious beside a harp that played itself. Someone had put the beast to sleep and continued forward. Harry followed, dropping through the trapdoor into darkness. Devil's snare caught him, its tendrils wrapping around his limbs with crushing force. He relaxed, remembering herbology lessons, and focused on producing light and heat. The plant recoiled, dropping him into a chamber below. Keys with wings. A broomstick. Harry mounted and chased down the key that looked slightly different from the others, bent, as if someone had already used it. The door opened. A giant chess set, some pieces already destroyed. The game had been won, but bodies, chess piece bodies, littered the board. Someone had fought through brutally, sacrificing pieces without strategy. More chambers, a troll, already unconscious. A logic puzzle with potions, one bottle clearly empty. Each obstacle bore signs of recent passage, whoever was ahead of him was moving fast. The final chamber held the mirror. Not the mirror of what may be, a different mirror, this one showing not possible futures but deepest desires. And standing before it, his back to Harry, was Professor Quirrell. I wondered when you'd arrive, Quirrell said. His voice was different, steady, confident, nothing like the stuttering fool he'd pretended to be all year. "The wards reported your entry. How convenient that you've saved me the trouble of hunting you down. You're Voldemort's servant." "Servant?" Quirrell laughed, a cold sound. "No, Harry Potter. I am so much more than that." He turned, and Harry saw. On the back of Quirrell's head, where there should have been nothing but skull and skin, was a face. Chalk white, with red eyes, with slits for nostrils, the face of Lord Voldemort, parasitically attached to his host. "We meet at last," Voldemort said, his voice a rasping whisper. "The boy who lived. The boy who carries a piece of my soul. Come to stop me from reclaiming what is mine." Harry's scar exploded with pain. The agony was blinding, overwhelming, but Harry had prepared for this. He'd known the soul fragment would react to Voldemort's presence. He'd practiced compartmentalizing pain, pushing through it, functioning despite it. "The stone," he said through gritted teeth. "You can't get it. Dumbledore's trap is already sprung. But the mirror refuses to give me what I seek." Voldemort's face twisted with frustration. "It shows me using the stone, drinking the elixir, returning to full power, but I cannot reach through the glass to take it. Because you desire it too much. The mirror only gives the stone to someone who wants to find it but not use it." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "How do you know that?" "Because I understand how Dumbledore thinks. He builds traps for specific enemies, traps based on their weaknesses, their obsessions, their flaws." Harry forced himself to stand straight despite the pain. "Your weakness is desperation. You want the stone so badly that the mirror will never give it to you. Then perhaps it will give it to you." Quirrell's body moved, Voldemort's while driving it like a puppet. "Look into the mirror, boy. Find the stone. Give it to me, and I might let you live." "I don't think I will." Quirrell's hands reached for Harry's throat, and everything changed. Where Quirrell's skin touched Harry's, blisters erupted. Quirrell screamed, reeling back, his hands smoking and raw. "What magic is this?" Voldemort demanded. "My mother's protection." Harry hadn't known it would work this way, but he understood instantly. The blood magic, the sacrificial protection, it was still active, still defending him against Voldemort's touch. "She died to save me. You can't touch me without destroying yourself." Quirrell lunged again, driven by Voldemort's will despite the pain. Harry dodged, drew his wand, and cast the most powerful spell he knew. Expecto Patronum. The stag burst from his wand tip, silver and blazing, and charged. It struck Quirrell's chest with the force of a thunderbolt, and the man flew backward, crashing against the mirror. Cracks spiderwebbed across the glass. "No!" Voldemort screamed. The mirror shattered. But in the instant before it broke completely, something flew from the glass, a small red object that shot toward Harry and landed in his pocket with unnatural precision. The Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell collapsed, his body convulsing as Voldemort's shade tore free, a dark, screaming thing that swirled through the air and fled, escaping through the walls, leaving nothing behind but a dying host and a boy with a legendary artifact. Harry stood in the wreckage, breathing hard, the stone's weight in his pocket a reminder that he'd won. But Voldemort was still out there. Still seeking ways to return. Still hunting for the power he'd lost. This wasn't over. It was only beginning. Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, Memory and Malice. The hospital wing was quiet when Harry woke. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, casting long rectangles of gold across white sheets and polished floors. His body ached in ways he hadn't noticed during the confrontation, the aftermath of adrenaline, the cost of pushing through pain that should have been debilitating. "You're awake." Dumbledore sat in a chair beside his bed, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. The twinkle was gone from his eyes, replaced by something heavier, exhaustion, perhaps, or the weight of too many secrets finally coming due. "How long was I out?" 3 days. Madame Pomfrey says the magical exhaustion was severe. Your Patronus against Quirrell drew on reserves you didn't know you had. Dumbledore paused. The stone is safe, if you're wondering. Nicholas and I have decided it's time to destroy it. He has enough elixir stored to settle his affairs, and we both agree the risks of keeping it outweigh the benefits. Harry nodded slowly. Voldemort escaped. His shade fled, yes. Without a body, without the stone, he's weakened further, but not destroyed. He'll continue searching for ways to return. The Horcruxes. Dumbledore's expression flickered. You know about those. The basilisk told me. She said Voldemort made multiple soul anchors, that destroying them is the only way to kill him permanently. Harry pushed himself up against his pillows. I need to find them. Before he finds another way back. We need to find them, Dumbledore corrected gently. This isn't a burden you should carry alone, Harry. I've been carrying it alone since the night my parents died. Why should that change now? Because you don't have to. Because there are people who want to help, who have resources and knowledge you don't. Dumbledore leaned forward. I know I've failed you in countless ways. I know my secrecy and manipulation have given you every reason to work alone. But Voldemort is a threat too great for any individual to face. Even you. Harry studied the old man's face, looking for the angle, the hidden agenda. But all he saw was sincerity, imperfect, complicated sincerity from someone who'd made terrible mistakes and was trying, genuinely trying, to do better. If we work together, Harry said slowly, it's as partners. Equals. You don't get to make decisions about my life without consulting me. You don't get to keep secrets for my own good. Complete transparency, or nothing. Agreed. And I want access to everything you know about the Horcruxes. Every suspicion, every lead, every piece of research you've done over the years. Also agreed. Dumbledore reached into his robes and produced a thick folder. I've been compiling information since I first suspected what Tom had done to himself. It's incomplete, there's much I don't know, but it's a starting point. Harry took the folder, feeling its weight. Inside would be answers he'd been seeking for months. Inside would be the beginning of the end for Voldemort. One more thing, he said. The soul fragment in my head. I'm working on a way to remove it, the Founder's Ritual. When I'm ready, I'll need your help. You'll have it. Whatever you need. Harry nodded once, then opened the folder and began to read. The folder contained years of obsessive research. Dumbledore had suspected the Horcruxes since shortly after Voldemort's first fall, when the Dark Lord's survival of what should have been a fatal magical backlash suggested some form of soul anchor. He'd spent the intervening decade gathering clues, following leads, building a picture of what Tom Riddle had done to himself. The confirmed Horcruxes were few, the diary, which Harry had learned about through Gringotts records but which had apparently already been given to the Malfoy family, and the ring, hidden in the Gaunt family shack in Little Hangleton. Dumbledore had located the ring but hadn't retrieved it, the protections were formidable, and he'd wanted more information before attempting to breach them. Suspected Horcruxes included objects connected to the Hogwarts founders. Voldemort's obsession with the school's history suggested he might have sought out artifacts from Slytherin, and possibly others. Hufflepuff's cup was mentioned as a possibility, as was an unknown relic of Ravenclaw. And then there was Harry himself. The unintentional Horcrux, created when the killing curse rebounded. Dumbledore's notes on this were sparse, clinical, observations about the connection between Harry and Voldemort, speculations about what might happen if Harry died. The old man had been planning for Harry's death for years. It was there in the margins, in the implications between lines. The solution to the Harry problem was always the same, sacrifice. Harry closed the folder, his jaw tight. You were going to let me die. Dumbledore didn't deny it. I believed it was the only way. The prophecy, the soul fragment, the nature of Horcrux magic, everything pointed toward sacrifice as the necessary conclusion. But you never told me. Never gave me the choice. Because I was afraid of what you'd choose. If you knew the full truth, you might have sacrificed yourself prematurely, before the other Horcruxes were destroyed. Or you might have run, hidden, tried to escape your fate. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I convinced myself that controlled ignorance was the kindest option. I was wrong. Yes. You were. They sat in silence for a long moment. The Founder's ritual, Harry said finally. It's real. The basilisk described it to me, a way to separate soul fragments without killing the host. I need all 4 lordships to attempt it, and I'm still working on Hufflepuff. How can I help? Keep researching. Find the other Horcruxes so we can use one as an anchor for the separated fragment. And... Harry hesitated. Help me understand what I'm dealing with. The fragment in my head, what does it actually do? How does it affect me? Dumbledore considered the question carefully. The fragment connects you to Voldemort. You can sometimes sense his emotions, especially strong ones. You speak Parseltongue, which is likely a transferred ability rather than an inherited one. And there may be other effects. Personality bleed, perhaps. Subtle influences on your thoughts and choices. You think I'm being influenced by Voldemort? I think the soul is the essence of a person, and having a piece of another soul embedded in yours must have some effect. Whether that effect is significant or negligible, I honestly don't know. Harry thought about this. He'd always assumed his strategic mind, his willingness to use manipulation and political maneuvering, came from his upbringing, survival adaptations developed in response to the Dursleys' cruelty. But what if some of that came from the fragment? What if the cold calculation he prided himself on was actually Voldemort's influence? The thought was deeply unsettling. I need to get this thing out of me, he said quietly. Yes. You do. Dumbledore stood, straightening his robes. Rest now. Recover your strength. The hunt for Horcruxes can wait until you're well. It can wait, Harry agreed. But not for long. Recovery took another week. Harry spent the time reading, planning, and receiving visitors. Neville came daily, bringing news from the common room and helping Harry catch up on what he'd missed. Hermione visited with books and study materials, already worried about next year's coursework despite the summer stretching ahead. The Weasley twins stopped by to congratulate him on whatever it was you did that made Dumbledore look like he'd swallowed a lemon. Daphne came on the 5th day, when Harry was finally allowed to sit up properly. You scared me, she said without preamble, settling into the chair beside his bed. When Longbottom came running into the common room saying you'd gone after something in the 3rd-floor corridor, you thought I'd gotten myself killed. I thought you'd done something typically Gryffindor and reckless, yes. Her voice was sharp, but her eyes were worried. What happened down there? Harry told her. Not everything, not the details about Horcruxes or the soul fragment, but enough. Quirrell's betrayal, Voldemort's parasitic attachment, the confrontation and the stone and the escape of the Dark Lord's shade. Daphne listened in silence, her expression growing more troubled with each revelation. So he's still out there, she said when he finished. Weakened, but not destroyed. Not yet. But I'm working on that. The Founder Lordships. The ritual you mentioned. Daphne's eyes were sharp. That's what this is all about, isn't it? You're not just collecting power for political advantage. You're building towards something specific. I told you about the soul fragment. You told me you needed to remove something that didn't belong. You didn't tell me you were carrying a piece of the Dark Lord's soul and that removing it might require the combined magic of 4 ancient bloodlines. Harry winced. I was trying to protect you. The less you knew, the less I could help. The less I could prepare. The less I could make informed decisions about my own involvement in your plans. Daphne's voice was cold. I thought we agreed on transparency, Harry. I thought we agreed that our partnership was built on honesty. We did. I was wrong to keep this from you. Yes. You were. She took a breath, visibly forcing herself to calm down. I understand why you did it. You're used to operating alone, protecting yourself by controlling information. But I'm your ally, Harry. Your partner. If I'm going to help you, and I am going to help you, I need to know what I'm helping with. You're right. I'm sorry. Daphne studied him for a long moment, then nodded once. Apology accepted. Now, tell me everything. From the beginning. Harry did. The full truth this time, the prophecy, the Horcruxes, the Founder's ritual, the Hufflepuff trial, all of it. Daphne listened without interruption, her expression cycling through shock, concern, determination, and finally something that looked almost like respect. You've been carrying all of this alone, she said when he finished. 4 months. While managing classes, politics, the Slytherin Reformation, everything else. I had help. Mipsy, the basilisk, the founder portraits. I wasn't completely alone. But you didn't trust any of us, your human allies, with the full picture. Daphne's voice softened slightly. I understand why. Trust doesn't come easily to you. But Harry, you can't do this alone. The Hufflepuff trial requires genuine connection, and genuine connection requires vulnerability. You have to let people in. I'm trying. Try harder. But she was almost smiling now. Starting with me. What do you need? Right now, today, what can I do to help? Harry considered the question. The diary. It's a Horcrux, and according to Dumbledore's notes, it was given to the Malfoy family. If we could retrieve it, destroy it, you want me to spy on Draco. I want you to find out where the diary is. Draco might not know anything, but his father definitely does. If there's a way to locate it, to get access to it, I'll see what I can learn. Daphne stood, straightening her robes. But Harry? When I find something, I expect to be included in the planning. No more solo missions into dangerous corridors. Deal. She left, and Harry lay back against his pillows, feeling something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. The end-of-term feast was subdued. Quirrell's death had been announced as an accident, a tragic mishap involving one of the castle's magical protections. Most students accepted the story without question, though Harry noticed the older Slytherins exchanging knowing looks. Rumors were already circulating about what had really happened in the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore's speech was brief, mentioning the year's challenges without specifics. House points were awarded, Gryffindor winning the cup by a comfortable margin thanks to Harry's last-minute heroics, though that connection wasn't publicly acknowledged. The food was excellent, the company pleasant, and Harry found himself actually enjoying the celebration. You look happy, Neville observed, sitting beside him at the Gryffindor table. I am happy. It's strange. Why strange? Because happiness usually comes with conditions. With strings attached, with expectations of what I'll have to sacrifice to keep it. Harry looked around the great hall, at his friends, his allies, the institution he was slowly making his own. This feels unconditional. Like I earned it rather than being given it. Neville nodded slowly. I felt that way when I saved Trevor from the devil's snare. Like I'd actually accomplished something, rather than just surviving. You did accomplish something. You helped me get to Quirrell. Without you raising the alarm, I might not have made it in time. Really? Neville's face lit up. I was useful. More than useful. Essential. Harry met his eyes. You're going to be a great wizard, Neville. I can see it already. Neville's expression flickered through disbelief, hope, and finally something like determination. If you say so. I do. And I'm rarely wrong about people. The Hogwarts Express carried Harry back toward London and an uncertain summer. He shared a compartment with Daphne, Neville, and Hermione, an unlikely group that had somehow become his inner circle. They talked about the year's events, about summer plans, about what next year might bring. "I'm going to France with my parents," Hermione said. "They want to explore the magical districts in Paris." "I'll be at Longbottom Manor," Neville said, "though Gran's talking about visiting my parents at St. Mungo's more often this summer." "Something's changed with her, she seems more hopeful about their condition." Harry caught Neville's eye and nodded slightly. The research into experimental treatments was ongoing, and Augusta Longbottom had apparently been convinced to reconsider options she'd dismissed years ago. "I'll be at Potter Manor," Harry said. "Training, researching, preparing for next year. All work and no play." Daphne raised an eyebrow. "That sounds unhealthy. Sirius is visiting regularly. And I've been invited to the Weasleys' home for a few weeks in August." Harry shrugged. "I'll manage to have some fun." "You'd better." Daphne's voice held a warning note. "I refuse to ally myself with someone who burns out before their 12th birthday." Noted. The train rattled on through the countryside, carrying them towards summer and separation and whatever challenges lay ahead. But for now, in this moment, Harry allowed himself to simply exist, to enjoy the company of friends, the warmth of connection, the rare peace of having nothing immediately threatening to deal with. The Hufflepuff trial was about genuine connection, about loyalty and trust and vulnerability. Maybe, just maybe, he was learning what those things meant. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Families reunited in tearful embraces, students shouted goodbyes to friends, owls hooted indignantly at the noise. Harry stepped off the train with his trunk shrunk in his pocket and his snake coiled invisibly around his arm. Sirius was waiting. His godfather looked better than ever, healthy, alert, with a warmth in his eyes that hadn't been there during their first meetings. Recovery from Azkaban was ongoing, but the progress was visible. "Harry." Sirius pulled him into a hug, brief, careful, but genuine. "How was the end of term?" "Eventful." Harry smiled slightly. "I'll tell you about it later." "I look forward to that." Sirius glanced around the platform. "Ready to go home?" Home. Potter Manor. A place that was his, truly his, filled with history and magic and the ghosts of the family he'd never known. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm ready." They walked toward the barrier together, leaving Hogwarts behind, but only for the summer. Harry would be back. And when he returned, he'd be closer than ever to completing his mission. The summer stretched ahead like an open book. Harry divided his time between training, research, and the social obligations he'd accumulated. Sirius visited regularly, their relationship slowly deepening into something that resembled actual family. Remus Lupin came too, sharing stories and insights and the kind of practical magical knowledge that didn't appear in any textbook. The Horcrux research progressed. Dumbledore's folder had been a starting point, Harry's own investigations took it further. The diary remained his primary target, a confirmed Horcrux, currently in Malfoy possession, waiting to be retrieved and destroyed. Daphne's intelligence gathering revealed that the diary was scheduled to be moved. Lucius Malfoy, apparently under pressure from his Dark Lord Master's shade, was planning to deploy it somehow, plant it somewhere, use it for some purpose. If Harry could intercept it before that happened. But that was a problem for next year. For now, Harry focused on the Hufflepuff trial. The connections he was building, with Sirius, with his friends, with the people who'd earned places in his life, these were the foundation the trial required. Genuine loyalty, freely given, not strategic or calculated but real. It was the hardest kind of magic to master. But Harry was learning. August brought the Weasley visit. The burrow was everything Potter Manor wasn't, chaotic, cramped, overflowing with life and noise and a warmth that came from too many people loving each other in too small a space. Harry felt simultaneously uncomfortable and fascinated, like an anthropologist studying an alien culture. "Don't mind the gnomes," Ron Weasley said, leading Harry through a garden that seemed more weed than plant. "They're harmless," Mostly. Just don't let them bite your fingers. Ron had attached himself to Harry almost immediately, clearly hoping to establish a friendship that would elevate his status. Harry recognized the motivation. It wasn't so different from what many Slytherins had attempted, but Ron's transparent eagerness made it hard to take offense. Your brothers said you had quite the year, Ron continued, oblivious to Harry's assessment. Claimed some fancy titles, beat up a possessed professor, the usual first-year stuff. Something like that. Brilliant. Ron's grin was infectious. Fred and George have been talking about you all summer. They think you're wasted in first year, should have been born earlier so you could have caused trouble with them. I prefer causing my own kind of trouble. Fair enough. The Weasley family dinner was an experience unlike anything in Harry's memory. 7 children plus 2 parents plus 1 guest, all crammed around a table that shouldn't have fit them, passing dishes and talking over each other and laughing at jokes that weren't particularly funny. It was loud. It was messy. It was absolutely wonderful. You look like you've never seen a family dinner before, Ginny Weasley observed from across the table. She was the youngest, shy around Harry in a way that suggested she'd heard the boy who lived stories and taken them rather too seriously. I haven't, really. Not like this. Oh. Her expression shifted to something like sympathy. That's sad. It is what it is. Harry smiled at her. But this is nice. Thank you for letting me join. Ginny flushed bright red and suddenly became very interested in her mashed potatoes. The visit lasted 2 weeks. Harry learned Quidditch in the Weasleys' orchard, played chess with Ron, who was surprisingly skilled, helped the twins test experimental pranks, carefully, and with several near disasters, and generally experienced a kind of normal childhood he'd never had. It was strange and wonderful and occasionally overwhelming. But it was also educational. The Weasleys showed him what family could be, loud and chaotic and imperfect, but fundamentally there for each other. They disagreed constantly, fought over petty things, and drove each other crazy. They also loved each other unconditionally. Harry hadn't known that was possible. The Dursleys' conditional tolerance had been the only model he'd had for family relationships. Even Sirius, for all his genuine care, came with complications, guilt and history and the weight of expectations. The Weasleys just were. They existed, together, supporting each other through everything without keeping score or calculating costs. It was exactly what the Hufflepuff trial required him to understand. The end of August brought a letter. Harry, I've found information about the diary. Father is planning to plant it at Hogwarts this year, slip it to someone, use them to open the Chamber of Secrets again. He thinks it will discredit Dumbledore and position our family for the Dark Lord's return. The target is a first-year student. Someone naive, easy to manipulate, probably from a family father despises. I think he's planning to give it to a Weasley. Be ready. Harry read the letter 3 times, his mind racing. The diary was coming to Hogwarts. Voldemort's Horcrux, carrying a piece of his soul, was about to be deployed as a weapon against innocent students. Harry couldn't let that happen. But he also couldn't reveal what he knew without exposing Daphne's intelligence gathering. And he couldn't destroy the diary until he had a way to use it for his own purposes. The Founder's ritual required a Horcrux as an anchor for the separated fragment. He needed to intercept the diary, contain it, and save it for the ritual. All while protecting whoever Lucius Malfoy was planning to victimize. It was going to be a complicated year. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, the long game. September 1st arrived with the weight of everything Harry knew pressing against his skull. Platform 9 3/4 was its usual chaos, tearful parents, excited students, owls hooting indignantly at the noise. Harry moved through the crowd with purpose, his eyes scanning for familiar faces while his mind ran calculations. The diary was coming. Lucius Malfoy would plant it on someone, probably Ginny Weasley, based on Daphne's intelligence. Harry needed to intercept it, but he couldn't act too quickly or too obviously. If Malfoy suspected his plan had been compromised, He might change tactics, find another vector, make the situation harder to control. Patience. Strategy. The long game. Harry found his compartment and settled in to wait. Daphne arrived first, sliding into the seat across from him with her usual composed grace. "You got my letter." "I did. Do you have anything more specific?" "Father attended a ministry function last week." Malfoy was there, acting strangely, nervous, almost excited. He kept watching the Weasley family when they arrived. Daphne's voice was low, pitched for his ears only. "I think the handoff happens at Flourish and Blots. There's a book signing today, Gilderoy Lockhart. Half the wizarding world will be there, perfect cover for slipping something into someone's cauldron." "The Weasleys are going to the book signing?" "Everyone's going. Lockhart's our new defense professor, apparently. Required reading includes his entire collected works." Harry processed this. If the handoff was happening today, at a public event, there might still be time to intervene. But he'd already boarded the train, going back now would draw attention, raise questions. "Can you get word to someone? Have them watch the Weasleys, intercept if possible." "I can try. But Harry, if we stop it now, Malfoy will just try again. He's committed to this plan. The Dark Lord's shade is pressuring him." She was right. Stopping one attempt wouldn't solve the underlying problem. Lucius Malfoy had a Horcrux and orders to use it. He would keep trying until he succeeded or until the threat was neutralized at its source. "Then we let it happen," Harry said slowly, hating the words even as he spoke them. "We let him plant the diary, but we control how it plays out. We watch, we wait, and when the moment is right, we take it. That's cold. Even for you. It's necessary. The diary is a Horcrux, I need it intact for the ritual. If we intercept it now, Malfoy might destroy it rather than let it fall into enemy hands." Harry's jaw tightened. "I'll protect whoever he targets. Make sure they're not seriously harmed. But I can't afford to lose the diary." Daphne studied him for a long moment. "The Hufflepuff trial requires genuine loyalty. Genuine care for others. How does sacrificing Ginny Weasley's well-being fit with that?" The question hit harder than Harry expected. He'd been thinking strategically, calculating costs and benefits, treating Ginny as a piece on a board rather than a person. That was the Slytherin approach, the approach that had kept him alive, kept him ahead of his enemies. But Daphne was right. The Hufflepuff trial wasn't about strategy. It was about connection, about caring for people as ends in themselves rather than means to his goals. "I'll protect her," Harry said, and this time he meant it differently. "Not just to preserve my plans, because she's a person who deserves protection. Because letting someone be hurt when I could prevent it makes me no better than the people I'm fighting against." "Better." Daphne's expression softened slightly. "Hold on to that feeling. It's what's going to get you through this year." The Hogwarts Express rolled through the countryside as Harry planned. Neville joined them an hour into the journey, looking healthier than he had last year. His grandmother had apparently taken the possibility of treating his parents seriously, specialists had been consulted, experimental options explored. Nothing definitive yet, but hope was a powerful thing. "Gran's different," Neville said, settling into his seat. "She's still strict, still demanding, but there's something, softer. Like she's remembering that I'm her grandson, not just her son's replacement. That's good progress." "It is. And Harry, thank you. For pushing me to look into those letters. For making me question things I'd always accepted." Neville's voice was earnest. "You changed everything. You changed yourself. I just provided some information. You provided more than that. You treated me like someone worth investing in." Neville met Harry's eyes. "That matters. More than you probably know." Harry felt something shift in his chest, a warmth that had nothing to do with strategy or advantage. This was what genuine connection felt like. This was what the Hufflepuff trial was measuring. "You're welcome," he said simply. "And Neville? This year's going to be complicated. I might need your help with some things." "Anything. Just ask." Hogwarts rose from the darkness like an old friend. Harry watched the castle approach through the train window, feeling the familiar tug of the founder magic recognizing his presence. 3 lordships established, 1 remaining. The castle was almost his, almost completely under his authority. But not quite. The sorting passed without incident. Harry watched from the Gryffindor table as new first years were distributed among the houses, his attention catching on one face in particular. Ginny Weasley. She was sorted into Gryffindor, of course, the Weasley tradition held strong. She looked nervous, excited, overwhelmed by everything around her. A perfect target for manipulation. Harry would have to watch her carefully. The welcome feast brought the announcement of their new defense professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, dressed in robes of eye-searing turquoise, his smile so bright it seemed to have its own light source. Harry had read enough of the man's books during the summer to know they were fiction disguised as autobiography, entertaining, but clearly fabricated. Why Dumbledore had hired him was a mystery. Perhaps no one else applied, Daphne murmured when Harry mentioned this later. The defense position is rumored to be cursed. Professors never last more than a year. Quirrell didn't last because he was possessed by the Dark Lord. And the one before him? And the one before that? Daphne shrugged. There are dozens of examples. Maybe the curse is real. Harry filed that away for future investigation. If the defense position was actually cursed, understanding the curse might provide useful information about whoever had cast it. The first week of term established the new normal. Classes were familiar, second-year curriculum building on first-year foundations. Harry attended diligently, performed excellently, and used the time to observe his professors and classmates. Lockhart was, as expected, utterly incompetent. Snape remained hostile. The other professors continued treating Harry with the wary respect his lordship status commanded. But Harry's real attention was elsewhere. He watched Ginny Weasley like a hawk watches prey. The diary was already in her possession. Harry could tell from the way she clutched her bag, the way her eyes darted nervously when anyone came too close. She was writing in it, probably, pouring out her thoughts and feelings to the charming young man preserved in its pages. Tom Riddle was already working on her. Harry needed to act, but carefully. If he moved too fast, he might spook her into hiding the diary somewhere he couldn't find it. If he moved too slowly, the diary might damage her beyond repair. He started by being kind. Ginny, right? Ron's sister. Harry approached her in the common room one evening, his voice friendly and casual. How's your first week going? She went bright red, her eyes dropping to her shoes. Fine. I mean, good. She took a breath. It's overwhelming. I know the feeling. Last year was the same for me. Harry sat in a nearby chair, keeping his posture relaxed and non-threatening. If you ever need help with anything, homework, finding your way around, anything at all, just ask. Ron's been a good friend to me, and any family of his is family of mine. The words were calculated to build trust, but they were also true. The Weasleys had welcomed him into their home, treated him as one of their own. Helping Ginny wasn't just strategy, it was returning kindness with kindness. Thank you, Ginny managed. That's really nice. I mean it. Hogwarts can be lonely if you don't have people looking out for you. I want you to know you're not alone. She looked up then, meeting his eyes for the first time. Something in her expression shifted, hope, maybe, or the beginning of trust. I've been writing in this diary, she said suddenly, as if the words escaped without her permission. I found it in my cauldron after the book signing. It's strange. It writes back. Harry's heart rate spiked, but he kept his expression merely curious. Writes back. The pages absorb what I write, and then responses appear. From someone named Tom. Ginny's voice dropped to a whisper. He's been so kind. Listening to everything, giving advice. But sometimes. She trailed off. Sometimes what? Sometimes I can't remember things. Hours go by and I don't know where I was or what I was doing. Her eyes were wide, frightened. Is that normal? Does magic do that? No. That's not normal. Harry leaned forward, his voice gentle but serious. Ginny, that diary might be dangerous. Objects that write back, that affect your memory, those are signs of dark magic. But Tom seems so nice, the most dangerous dark magic always seems nice at first. That's how it works. Harry held out his hand. Will you let me look at it? I've studied some things about magical artifacts. I might be able to tell if it's safe. Ginny hesitated. Harry could see the conflict in her face, the attachment she'd already formed to the diary fighting against her instinctive trust in him. I don't have it with me, she said finally. It's in my dormitory. That's fine. Bring it to me tomorrow, and we'll look at it together. If it's safe, no harm done. If it's not. Harry smiled reassuringly. Then it's better to know now, before something bad happens. Okay. Ginny's voice was small but steady. Tomorrow. Harry watched her climb the stairs to the girls' dormitory, his mind racing. He'd made contact. He'd planted the seed of doubt. Tomorrow, if everything went well, the diary would be in his hands. But Tom Riddle had had days to work on Ginny. The Horcrux wouldn't give her up without a fight. Tomorrow came and went. Ginny didn't bring the diary. I tried, she said, avoiding Harry's eyes. But when I went to get it, I just couldn't. It felt wrong. Tom said I shouldn't show it to anyone, that they wouldn't understand, that only he really knows me. Harry kept his expression sympathetic even as alarm bells rang in his head. The diary was already asserting control, already creating barriers between Ginny and anyone who might help her. That's what dark objects do, Harry said carefully. They make you feel like they're the only ones who understand. But Ginny, I'm not trying to take your friend away. I just want to make sure you're safe. I know. I believe you. Tears welled in her eyes. But I can't. I literally can't make myself bring it to you. Every time I try, something stops me. Compulsion magic. The diary was actively defending itself through Ginny. Harry needed a different approach. Then don't bring it to me, he said. Just, be careful. If you notice more memory gaps, more things you can't explain, come find me. Don't try to handle it alone. Ginny nodded, wiping her eyes. I will. I promise. But Harry could see the diary's hold strengthening. Ginny was slipping away, being consumed by an echo of Tom Riddle. He needed to act fast. The message appeared on the wall 3 weeks into term. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The words were written in what looked like blood, gleaming wetly in the torchlight. Beside the message, Mrs. Norris hung stiff and frozen, petrified, according to Dumbledore's quick examination. Chaos erupted. Harry stood in a crowd of students, his mind working furiously. The chamber had been opened. The basilisk was hunting, or rather, being directed to hunt by Tom Riddle through Ginny. This was what the diary was designed to do. 50 years ago, Riddle had used it to open the chamber and unleash terror on the school. Now, through Ginny, he was doing it again. Harry needed to move faster. The Chamber of Secrets, Hermione murmured beside him, her voice tight with fascinated horror. It's real. The legend is actually real. I know. Hermione's head snapped toward him. You know. How do you know? I've been there. Harry kept his voice low, for her ears only. I'm Lord Slytherin, Hermione. I have access to all of Salazar's secrets, including the chamber. Then the monster is a basilisk. A 1,000-year-old serpent that can kill with its gaze. Harry watched Dumbledore examine Mrs. Norris, his expression grave. But Mrs. Norris wasn't killed. She was petrified. That means she saw the basilisk's reflection, not its eyes directly. That's what saved her. That's what saved her. Everyone who encounters the basilisk indirectly, through mirrors, water, ghosts, will be petrified instead of killed. Harry's jaw tightened. We need to figure out how the basilisk is moving through the castle without being seen. It's too big for the corridors. Pipes, Hermione said immediately. The castle is full of old plumbing. A snake could move through the pipes. That's it. That's exactly it. Harry felt a surge of appreciation for Hermione's quick mind. The entrance to the chamber is in a bathroom. The basilisk uses the plumbing system to travel. Can you control it? Command it to stop. It's complicated. The basilisk is bound to the heir of Slytherin, but right now, it's being controlled by someone else, someone using a dark artifact to impersonate the heir. Harry couldn't explain about the diary, not without revealing too much. I need to break that control. Take back authority. How? I'm working on it. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey was next, a first-year Gryffindor who'd been trying to photograph Harry for his collection. He was found petrified, his camera destroyed, having apparently looked at the basilisk through his viewfinder. Then Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Hufflepuff second year. He was found alongside nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, both petrified, Nick having apparently intercepted the basilisk's gaze and absorbed most of its power before it could fully affect Justin. Fear spread through the castle like a plague. Students traveled in groups, professors patrolled constantly, and everywhere Harry went, he felt eyes on him, suspicious, accusing. Word had spread that he was a Parselmouth, that he was Lord Slytherin, that he had access to the chamber. The obvious conclusion was obvious. They think I'm the heir, Harry said during a private meeting with Daphne. They think I'm the one doing this. Can you blame them? You speak to snakes, you hold Slytherin's title, you've been seen near the locations of multiple attacks. Daphne's voice was pragmatic. The circumstantial evidence is damning. I didn't do this. I know that. But proving it to everyone else while protecting your actual knowledge of the chamber. She spread her hands. It's a delicate situation. I need to end this. Soon. Before someone actually dies. The diary. The diary. Harry nodded. I've been trying to get Ginny to give it to me willingly, but the compulsions are too strong. I might have to take it by force. That risks damaging your relationship with the Weasleys. With Gryffindor House generally. A damaged relationship is better than a dead student. Daphne studied him. You've changed. A few months ago, you would have calculated the political costs before acting. Now you're prioritizing the immediate moral imperative. The Hufflepuff trial, Harry said quietly. It's teaching me things. Showing me that strategy without compassion is just manipulation. That the ends don't always justify the means. Helga would be proud. I hope so. Because I'm running out of time to prove myself worthy. The confrontation came on a cold November evening. Harry found Ginny alone in an empty classroom, the diary open before her, her quill moving across its pages with a speed that suggested the words weren't entirely her own. Ginny. She looked up, her eyes unfocused, distant. Harry. Tom said you'd come. Did he? Harry stepped closer, his wand in his hand but not raised. What else did Tom say? That you're dangerous. That you want to take him away from me. That you're not who you pretend to be. Her voice was hollow, reciting phrases that weren't hers. He says you carry darkness inside you. That you're just like him. He's right about the darkness. I do carry something that doesn't belong to me. Harry stopped a few feet from the table. But I'm not like him, Ginny. Tom Riddle became Lord Voldemort. He murdered my parents. He's using you to hurt innocent people. Something flickered in Ginny's eyes, confusion, horror, denial. No. Tom is kind. Tom understands me. Tom is a memory preserved in dark magic. He's not real, Ginny. He's a trap, and you're walking into it. You're lying. But her voice wavered. I'm telling you the truth. The attacks, the petrified students, that's you, Ginny. Tom is using you to open the chamber, to control the basilisk. You're doing these things during the memory gaps you told me about. Ginny's face crumpled. No. No, I can't be, I wouldn't, you're not doing it on purpose. Tom is controlling you. But if you keep writing in that diary, keep letting him into your mind, he's going to consume you entirely. Harry reached out his hand. Give me the diary. Let me help you. For a moment, he thought she would. Her hand moved toward the book, trembling, fighting against the compulsions that gripped her. Then her expression went blank. I don't think so, Tom Riddle said through Ginny's mouth. Harry raised his wand, but he was too slow. Magic exploded from Ginny's hands, raw, unfocused, but powerful. It caught Harry in the chest and threw him against the wall. I've been watching you, Harry Potter, Tom continued, Ginny's body rising from the chair with unnatural grace. The boy who lived. The heir who wasn't supposed to exist. You're fascinating, really, all that potential, all that darkness, bound up in a child's body. Let her go, Tom. Why would I do that? She's mine now. Her life force, her magic, her very soul, all flowing into me, making me stronger. Ginny's face twisted into a smile that didn't belong to her. Soon I'll be real again. Soon I'll walk out of these pages and into the world. And you'll be the first obstacle I remove. Harry struggled to his feet. You're not as strong as you think. The diary is damaged, incomplete. You're a fragment, not the whole. I'm enough. Tom raised Ginny's wand. Goodbye, Harry Potter. Stupefy. The voice came from behind Tom, from the doorway, where Neville Longbottom stood with his wand extended, his face pale but determined. The spell caught Ginny in the back. She crumpled, unconscious, the diary falling from her limp fingers. Harry lunged forward, grabbing the book before Tom could reassert control through some other means. The diary felt cold in his hands. Cold and hungry and wrong, just like the fragment in his own head. Is she okay? Neville's voice was shaking. I heard shouting and is she okay? She will be. Harry tucked the diary into his robes. Neville, you just saved my life. I didn't think. I saw someone in danger and I acted. Neville looked at his own wand with something like wonder. Is that what courage feels like? That's exactly what it feels like. Harry smiled despite everything. Help me get Ginny to the hospital wing. We need to make sure Tom didn't do any permanent damage. Ginny recovered quickly once the diary's influence was removed. She remembered everything, every attack, every moment of control, every horrible thing Tom had made her do. The guilt nearly destroyed her, would have destroyed her if not for the support that surrounded her. Harry visited her in the hospital wing every day. It wasn't your fault, he told her repeatedly. You were manipulated by one of the darkest artifacts in existence. No one could have resisted. You would have. I've had training you haven't. I've been fighting dark influences since before I could walk. Harry took her hand. What matters now is that you survived. That you're free. That you have the chance to rebuild. What happened to the diary? It's been dealt with. Harry didn't elaborate. The diary was currently locked in his personal vault, preserved for the ritual to come. Ginny didn't need to know that. And the basilisk? The chamber? Under control. The attacks will stop. Harry had already visited the chamber, reasserted his authority over the basilisk, commanded her to stand down until further notice. The danger was contained, for now. "Thank you," Ginny whispered. "For not giving up on me. For seeing past what Tom made me do. That's what friends are for." The word felt strange in Harry's mouth, strange, but right. Ginny Weasley wasn't an asset or an ally or a piece in his political games. She was a friend. Someone he cared about for her own sake, not for what she could offer him. The Hufflepuff trial was about exactly this kind of connection. Maybe, just maybe, he was getting closer. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, Summer of Fire. The school year ended with Harry holding a Horcrux and a secret. The diary sat in his vault at Potter Manor, warded and contained, waiting for the ritual that would separate the fragment from his soul. The attacks had stopped, the students had been revived with Mandrake restorative draft, and the official story blamed a dark artifact of unknown origin that had been safely destroyed. Only a handful of people knew the truth. Dumbledore had accepted Harry's edited version of events. The diary was a dangerous object that had possessed Ginny. Harry had intervened to stop it. The threat was neutralized. The headmaster hadn't pressed for details, perhaps recognizing that Harry had his own reasons for handling things as he had. Or perhaps simply relieved that the crisis was over. The train ride home was subdued. Ginny sat with her brothers, surrounded by family, slowly healing from an ordeal that would mark her for life. Neville rode with Harry and Daphne, the bond between them stronger than ever after the confrontation in that empty classroom. "You saved my life," Harry said again, as the countryside rolled past outside the window. "I haven't forgotten that." "You've saved mine in different ways," Neville replied. "The research into my parents, the confidence you've given me, the belief that I could be more than everyone expected." He smiled slightly. "We're even. We're friends. That's better than even." Daphne watched this exchange with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Later, when Neville had dozed off, she spoke quietly. "You're different than you were a year ago." "Different how?" "Softer. Not weaker, softer. You let people in now. You care about them openly, not just strategically." She paused. "It's a good change." "The Hufflepuff trial." "Partly. But I think it's also just, you. Growing up. Learning that strength doesn't require isolation." Daphne met his eyes. "Have you felt anything? Any sign that the trial is recognizing your progress?" "Not yet. But I'm closer than I was. I can feel it." "Good. Because with the diary contained and the other pieces coming together." She glanced at the sleeping Neville. "You might actually pull this off." "We might actually pull this off," Harry corrected. "I couldn't do any of this without you." Something flickered in Daphne's expression, warmth, maybe, or the beginning of something deeper. "Careful, Potter. You're dangerously close to being sentimental." "Would that be so bad?" She didn't answer, but she was smiling as she turned back to the window. Summer at Potter Manor was different this year. The desperate urgency of the previous summer had faded, replaced by something more sustainable, a rhythm of training, research, and actual rest. Harry had learned, painfully, that burning himself out served no one. Sirius visited frequently, their relationship continuing to deepen. The initial awkwardness had given way to something resembling genuine family, still complicated, still marked by the years they'd lost, but real and growing. "Your father would be proud of you," Sirius said one evening, watching Harry practice dueling forms in the Manor's training room. "Though he'd also be horrified by how serious you are. James was never this focused at 12. James didn't have a piece of the Dark Lord's soul in his head." "Fair point." Sirius's expression sobered. "How's that going?" "The ritual preparation." "Slowly. I have 3 lordships, the diary as an anchor, and a theoretical framework for the separation. But I still need Hufflepuff's blessing, and that can't be forced. The trial of loyalty. Sirius nodded slowly. Helga was always the heart of the founders, you know. Her magic wasn't about power or knowledge or ambition, it was about connection. About the bonds between people. That's what everyone says. It's also the hardest thing for me to understand. Because you were raised without it. The Dursleys taught you that connection was dangerous, that caring about people gave them power over you. Sirius moved closer, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder. But that's not the whole truth, Harry. Yes, caring makes you vulnerable. But it also makes you strong in ways that isolation never can. I'm learning that. Good. Keep learning. Sirius smiled. And maybe take a day off once in a while. Even heroes need rest. The rest of June passed in a blur of study and preparation. Harry's research into the Founder's ritual had reached a critical point. He understood the theory now, how the 4 lordships would combine to access Hogwarts' ley line nexus, how the diary would serve as an anchor for the separated fragment, how his own willing participation would guide the process. What he didn't understand was how to survive it. The ritual would tear a piece of his soul away from the rest. Even with the Founder's magic stabilizing the process, even with the diary absorbing the fragment, there would be damage. Trauma. The possibility of death. The risk is significant, Salazar's portrait admitted during one of their conversations. The ritual was designed for artifacts, not living hosts. Adapting it for your situation introduces variables we can't fully predict. But it can work. It can work. With the right preparation, the right timing, the right support. The portrait's expression was unreadable. You'll need people you trust completely. The ritual requires witnesses, anchors to pull you back if something goes wrong. How many? 4, ideally. 1 for each founder's aspect. Courage, wisdom, ambition, loyalty. Salazar paused. Choose carefully. These people will see you at your most vulnerable. They'll hold your life in their hands. Harry thought about who he would choose. Daphne for ambition, she understood strategic thinking, long-term planning, the drive to achieve something greater than yourself. Hermione for wisdom, her knowledge and quick mind would be invaluable if something went wrong. Neville for courage, he'd proven himself in the confrontation with Tom, shown that he could act when it mattered. But loyalty? Who represented loyalty in his life? The answer came to him slowly, unexpectedly. Ginny Weasley. She'd been possessed, controlled, used as a weapon against innocent people. And yet she hadn't broken. She'd fought Tom's influence, tried to warn people, maintained enough of herself to feel guilt for what she'd been made to do. That was loyalty, loyalty to herself, to her values, to the people she cared about. Loyalty that survived even the darkest magic. Harry added her name to the list. July brought news from multiple fronts. Dumbledore sent regular updates on the Horcrux search. The ring had been retrieved from the Gaunt shack, carefully, with extensive precautions against the curses protecting it. Destroying it had required Gryffindor's sword, which could apparently absorb the properties of things that strengthened it. The basilisk venom in the sword's blade, from the snake Harry had commanded, made it one of the few weapons capable of destroying Horcruxes. 2 down. The diary and the ring. But there were more, Dumbledore was certain of it. Tom's obsession with the number 7 suggests he intended to create 6 Horcruxes, leaving his soul in 7 pieces, the headmaster wrote. The diary and ring are confirmed. You yourself are an unintentional 7th. That leaves 3 unknown. 3 more Horcruxes, hidden somewhere in the world. 3 more pieces of Voldemort's shattered soul, anchoring him to existence. Finding them would be the work of years. But first, Harry had to survive the ritual. August arrived with a visitor Harry hadn't expected. Remus Lupin appeared at Potter Manor's gates one morning, looking tired but determined. Harry admitted him, curious about what could have brought the werewolf here unannounced. "I've been offered a job," Lupin said, settling into a chair in the study. "Defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Lockhart's gone. Apparently he suffered a memory charm accident. Tried to obliviate the wrong person and hit himself instead." Lupin's expression suggested he knew exactly who the wrong person was but wasn't going to ask. "Dumbledore needs a replacement, and he thought of me." "That's wonderful. You'd be an excellent professor." "There are complications." Lupin hesitated. "You know about my condition. You're a werewolf. I've known since last year. Most people aren't as accepting when they learn. Parents will complain. Students will be afraid. And if anything goes wrong, if I lose control even once, it could ruin any chance of werewolves ever being treated fairly. Is Dumbledore taking precautions? Wolfsbane potion every month. A secure location for transformations. Constant monitoring." Lupin met Harry's eyes. "But there's still risk. I wanted to talk to you before accepting, to make sure you're comfortable having a werewolf as your teacher." Harry considered the question seriously. Lupin's condition was dangerous, there was no denying that. But it was also manageable, with the right precautions. And Lupin himself was kind, knowledgeable, and genuinely dedicated to teaching. "Accept the job," Harry said. "You deserve the opportunity, and Hogwarts deserves a competent defense professor for once. As for the risk, I trust Dumbledore's precautions, and I trust you to maintain control." Relief washed over Lupin's face. "Thank you, Harry. That means more than you know. One condition, though." "Name it." "Teach me. Not just in class, privately, one-on-one. Defense magic, dueling techniques, the practical skills I'll need for what's coming." Harry leaned forward. "I'm going to face Voldemort eventually. I need to be ready. You're 12. I'm also carrying a piece of his soul in my head and actively working to destroy his Horcruxes. My age stopped being relevant the night he killed my parents." Lupin was quiet for a long moment. "James would hate that you've had to grow up so fast. James is dead. I have to work with the reality I've got." "Yes." Lupin nodded slowly. "Yes, you do. All right, Harry. I'll teach you. Everything I know about defense, about combat, about surviving against dark wizards." His expression hardened. "But I want something in return." "What?" "Promise me that you won't throw your life away unnecessarily. That you'll fight smart, not just brave. That when the time comes to face Voldemort, you'll make sure you can actually win, not just sacrifice yourself heroically." Harry thought about the ritual, about the risks he was preparing to take. "I promise," he said. "I intend to survive this. All of it." The last week of August brought the most important development of the summer. Harry was meditating in the Gryffindor quarters at Hogwarts. He'd returned early, with Dumbledore's permission, to prepare for the coming year, when he felt it. A warmth spreading through his chest. A sense of welcome, of acceptance, of belonging. The castle was speaking to him. "You have grown," the magic seemed to say. "You have learned. You have connected." Harry's eyes snapped open. The room had changed. The walls were covered with badger imagery now, not replacing the Gryffindor decorations, but adding to them. Gold and black intertwined with red and gold, serpent green, and raven blue. All four founders' colors, united in a single space. A new ring rested on the table before him. It was simple, plain gold, without the elaborate crests of the other Lordship rings. But when Harry picked it up, he felt the weight of centuries in its metal. The accumulated loyalty of every Hufflepuff who'd ever lived, distilled into a single artifact. "Welcome, heir of all four." The voice was different from the trial echoes he'd encountered before. Warmer. More maternal. You have passed my trial. Not through a single act of heroism, but through 1,000 small choices. Through caring for Neville when no one else believed in him. Through protecting Ginny when it would have been easier to let her fall. Through building genuine friendships rather than mere alliances. Helga, Harry breathed. I am an echo, like my fellow founders. But I carry their blessing as well as my own. The warmth intensified. You have earned what we built, Harry Potter. The castle is yours. The magic is yours. Use it wisely. Harry slipped the ring onto his finger, and everything changed. The castle unfolded in his mind, every corridor, every room, every hidden passage and secret chamber. He could feel the wards humming, the ley lines pulsing, the ancient magic that had sustained Hogwarts for a millennium. He was no longer just a lord of 4 houses. He was the heir of Hogwarts itself. The implications took days to fully process. Harry spent the remaining time before term exploring his new connection to the castle. He could sense where every person was, feel the emotional temperature of different areas, even adjust the wards and protections with a thought. The power was staggering. But it was also responsibility. Hogwarts had chosen him, but that choice came with expectations. He was supposed to protect the school, guide its future, ensure that the founder's vision survived into the next generation. You look overwhelmed, Daphne observed when she arrived early for the new term, finding Harry in the Great Hall staring at nothing. I claimed the Hufflepuff lordship. Daphne went very still. You did it. You actually did it. 3 days ago. The castle recognized me as heir of all 4. Harry turned to face her. I can feel everything now. Every ward, every passage, every breath of magic in these walls. It's like having a whole new sense. That's incredible. But her expression was complicated. What does it mean for the ritual? It means I'm ready. All 4 lordships, the diary as anchor, the castle's power as fuel. Harry took a breath. I can do it. I can actually remove the fragment. When? Soon. Before Voldemort has a chance to interfere, before something goes wrong with the diary, before any of the variables shift. Harry met her eyes. I need you there. You, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny. As witnesses, as anchors, as friends. You've thought about this. I've thought about nothing else for months. Harry reached out, taking her hand. Will you help me? Daphne looked at their joined hands, then at his face. Whatever she saw there seemed to decide something. Of course I will, she said quietly. That's what partners are for. The ritual was scheduled for the autumn equinox, September 22nd, when the magical energies would be balanced and the ley lines most accessible. Harry spent the intervening weeks preparing obsessively. The Chamber of Secrets was converted into a ritual space, its ancient magic adapted to serve the founder's purpose. The diary was placed in a specially constructed containment circle, ready to receive the fragment. The incantations were memorized, the sequences practiced, the contingencies planned. His 4 witnesses were briefed individually. Hermione approached the task academically, researching everything she could find about soul magic and ritual theory. Her questions were penetrating, her concerns legitimate, but ultimately she declared herself satisfied that the ritual was sound. Neville was more emotional. You're trusting us with your life, he said, his voice rough. That's not something I take lightly. I know. That's why I chose you. Ginny's reaction was the most complex. You're using the diary. The thing that possessed me, that made me hurt people, you're using it to save yourself. It's poetic justice, in a way. Tom's Horcrux, designed to restore him to life, being used to free his intended victim. Harry watched her face. Does that bother you? No. Ginny's expression hardened. I hope it hurts. Whatever piece of him is in that diary, I hope tearing your fragment away causes it pain. That's remarkably bloodthirsty. I was possessed by a piece of Voldemort's soul for months. I've earned some bloodthirst. Daphne's preparation was characteristically thorough. She reviewed every aspect of the ritual, identified potential failure points, and developed contingency plans for scenarios Harry hadn't considered. If the separation destabilizes the diary, the fragment might try to escape, she observed. We need a backup containment. The basilisk can help with that. Her venom can destroy Horcruxes. Then we station her nearby. One wrong move from either fragment, and she ends them both. It was cold, practical, and exactly right. Harry was grateful, again, for Daphne's ability to think clearly in crisis situations. September 22nd arrived with perfect autumn weather. The five of them gathered in the Chamber of Secrets as the sun set above the castle. The basilisk coiled in the shadows, her eyes closed, her massive presence a reassuring weight. The diary sat in its containment circle, its pages blank and waiting. Harry stood in the center of the ritual space, wearing nothing but simple robes. The 4 lordship rings gleamed on his fingers: Potter, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff. The combined weight of centuries of magical heritage. Are you ready? Daphne asked. No. Harry smiled slightly. But I'm going to do it anyway. He took his position. The ritual began. The incantations were in a language older than Latin, older than any human tongue. The founders had created it specifically for this purpose, words of power that shaped magic at its most fundamental level. Harry spoke them, and the castle responded. Power surged up through the floor, through the ley lines, through the accumulated magic of 1,000 years of education and growth and wonder. It filled Harry, lifted him, connected him to something vast and ancient and impossibly complex. He could feel the fragment now. Not just the cold presence he'd always been aware of, but its actual shape, a twisted thing, wrong and hungry, embedded in his very soul. This is going to hurt, he thought. And then he pulled. The pain was beyond anything Harry had experienced. It was like being torn apart from the inside, like having a piece of himself ripped away by force. The fragment screamed, actually screamed, a sound that existed only in his mind but seemed to echo through the entire chamber. "No," Tom Riddle's voice howled. "You can't, I won't." Harry pulled harder. The fragment fought. It clawed at the edges of his soul, trying to hold on, trying to maintain its grip on the host it had inhabited for 12 years. But Harry had the power of 4 founders behind him, the might of Hogwarts itself flowing through his veins. He was stronger. Slowly, agonizingly, the fragment began to separate. Harry could feel it tearing loose, the parts of himself that had been intertwined with Tom Riddle's soul, the connections that had given him Parseltongue and prophetic dreams and a window into Voldemort's mind. All of it, pulling away. It hurt. It hurt worse than anything he'd ever imagined. But it was working. The fragment finally tore free with a sensation like a limb being amputated. Harry screamed, his vision going white, his body convulsing with the shock of sudden absence. And then it was over. The fragment, a dark, writhing thing that looked like smoke and shadows, shot across the chamber and slammed into the diary. The book shuddered, its pages fluttering wildly, absorbing the soul piece that had once been part of Harry Potter. Then, with a shriek that seemed to shake the foundations of the castle, the diary burst into flames. The basilisk struck. Her fangs pierced the burning book, injecting venom into its magical core. The flame turned from orange to green to black, consuming not just the paper but the soul fragments within. 2 pieces of Voldemort, destroyed in a single instant. Silence fell. Harry lay on the cold stone floor, breathing hard, feeling different. Empty, in a way. There was a space inside him where the fragment had been, a void that felt strange and new. But also cleaner. Lighter. As if a weight he hadn't known he was carrying had finally been lifted. "Harry?" Daphne's voice, worried. "Harry, can you hear me?" "I hear you." His voice was rough, barely a whisper. It worked. The fragment's gone. Oh, thank Merlin. Hermione, crying with relief. We thought, when you screamed, we thought, I'm okay. Harry forced himself to sit up, ignoring the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm him. I'm okay. Better than okay. He looked at his friends, his witnesses, his anchors, the people who'd held his life in their hands and kept him safe. Thank you, he said. All of you. I couldn't have done this alone. That's what friends are for, Neville said quietly. That's what family is for, Ginny corrected. Harry looked at them, at Daphne and Hermione and Neville and Ginny, at the basilisk who protected them, at the chamber that had served as the womb of his rebirth. Family. Yes. That was exactly what they were. He smiled, and for the first time in his life, the expression felt completely natural. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11, Year 2 begins. The days following the ritual were strange. Harry woke each morning expecting the cold whisper at the edge of his consciousness, the subtle wrongness that had been his constant companion since infancy. Instead, there was only silence. Clean, empty silence where Tom Riddle's fragment had once resided. It was disorienting. Like learning to walk again after losing a limb you'd never known you had. You're quieter than usual, Daphne observed during breakfast in the Great Hall, 3 days after the ritual. Should I be worried? I'm adjusting. Harry pushed eggs around his plate without eating them. For 12 years, there was something in my head that wasn't me. Now it's gone, and I'm trying to figure out what's left. And what is left? Harry considered the question seriously. He'd spent the past days cataloging the changes, testing his magic, examining his thoughts, looking for any sign that the fragment had left lasting damage. I can still speak Parseltongue, he said finally. I wasn't sure if that would survive the separation, but it did. The ability was transferred, not borrowed. That's good. Your authority over the basilisk depends on it. My emotions are clearer. Before, there was always this undercurrent of cold calculation, this distance from what I was feeling. I thought it was just how I was built, survival adaptation from the Dursleys. But now. Harry paused, searching for words. Now I feel things more directly. It's intense. Daphne's expression shifted subtly. Is that a problem? It's an adjustment. I spent years learning to suppress emotions because I thought they were weaknesses. Turns out I was suppressing them because they were being filtered through something that didn't feel the way humans feel. Harry finally took a bite of his breakfast. I'm not sure if I'm better off or worse. You're alive and free of Voldemort's influence. That's better off by any reasonable measure. I suppose so. They ate in companionable silence for a while. Around them, the great hall hummed with the normal chaos of a school morning, students rushing to finish homework, arguing about Quidditch, gossiping about relationships and rivalries. Normal life. Harry had almost forgotten what that looked like. The Wizengamot meets next week, Daphne said eventually. Your first session with all 4 lordships. People will notice. I know. I've been thinking about how to handle it. And? Quietly. No dramatic announcements, no power displays. I'll take my seats, vote my conscience, and let people draw their own conclusions. Harry smiled slightly. The best way to accumulate power is to make it seem like you're not trying to accumulate power. Very Slytherin of you. I learned from the best. Classes resumed their familiar rhythm, but everything felt different now. Harry's magic had changed. Not weakened, if anything, it was stronger than before. But the quality was different. Spells that had always come easily now required more conscious effort, while others that had been difficult suddenly felt natural. Professor Lupin noticed immediately. Your casting is more fluid than it was last year, he observed during their first private lesson. But also more erratic. Like you're recalibrating. I had some internal changes over the summer. Lupin's eyes sharpened. Related to what Dumbledore mentioned. The ritual. He told you. He told me you were dealing with a difficult magical situation and might need extra support this year. He didn't give details. Lupin's voice was careful. I'm not asking you to share anything you're not comfortable with. But if something's affecting your magic, I need to know so I can adapt my teaching. Harry weighed the risks and benefits of disclosure. Lupin was trustworthy, he'd proven that repeatedly. And having an experienced wizard understand his situation could only help. I had a soul fragment removed, Harry said quietly. A piece of Voldemort that had been attached to me since the night my parents died. The ritual was successful, but my magic is still adjusting to its absence. Lupin went very pale. A soul fragment. A Horcrux. An unintentional one, apparently. Created when the killing curse rebounded. Harry met the professor's eyes. I'm clean now. The fragment is gone, destroyed along with another Horcrux we'd acquired. But 12 years of hosting dark magic doesn't just vanish without consequences. No. It wouldn't. Lupin took a slow breath. How are you feeling? Beyond the magical recalibration? Strange. Empty. Like I'm meeting myself for the first time. Harry's voice was matter-of-fact, but the words carried weight. I don't know who I am without that thing inside me. I thought I knew, but now I'm not sure how much was me and how much was him. The fact that you're asking that question means the answer is mostly you. Lupin's voice was gentle. Tom Riddle never doubted himself, never questioned his own nature. That capacity for self-reflection, that's entirely Harry Potter. I hope you're right. I am. Lupin stood, moving to the practice area. Now, let's see how your new magical configuration handles a proper duel. I want to understand what we're working with. The duel was revelatory. Harry's reflexes were faster than before, much faster. His spell accuracy had improved dramatically, his magical stamina seemed nearly unlimited, and his instincts in combat were sharper than they'd ever been. But his control was inconsistent. Spells that should have been precisely calibrated came out too strong or too weak. Emotions bled into his casting in ways they never had before. Interesting, Lupin said, after Harry's reductor curse accidentally demolished a practice dummy instead of merely pushing it back. Your power has increased, but your regulation hasn't caught up. The fragment was dampening my emotions. Without that dampening, my magic responds more directly to how I feel. That's not necessarily a disadvantage. Emotional magic is raw but powerful, many of the greatest wizards drew on their feelings rather than suppressing them. Lupin repaired the dummy with a wave of his wand. The key is learning to channel emotion rather than being controlled by it. How? Practice. Meditation. Learning to feel things fully while maintaining conscious direction of your magic. Lupin smiled slightly. It's what I had to learn after my first transformation. Werewolf magic is entirely emotional, rage and fear and hunger given form. If I hadn't learned to master those feelings, I'd have been consumed by them. Harry considered this. You're saying my situation is similar to lycanthropy? In some ways. You've had a fundamental change to your magical nature, and you need to adapt. The methods that work for werewolves might not work exactly for you, but the underlying principle is the same. Teach me. Lupin nodded. That was always the plan. October brought the first Wizengamot session since Harry's transformation. He dressed carefully that morning, formal robes bearing all 4 founder crests, his lordship rings prominently displayed. The effect was striking, almost overwhelming, a 12-year-old boy wearing the accumulated heritage of 1,000 years. The chamber fell silent when he entered. Harry walked to his seats, all 5 of them now, since the Hufflepuff lordship had unlocked a 5th seat that had been dormant since the Founders' era. He sat first in the Potter seat, then moved to Slytherin, then Gryffindor, then Ravenclaw, then finally Hufflepuff. The ritual of claiming each seat sent ripples of magic through the chamber. Every lord and lady present felt it, the raw power of someone who held authority they'd forgotten existed. Lord Potter Slytherin Gryffindor Ravenclaw Hufflepuff, Chief Warlock Dumbledore announced, his voice carefully neutral. You honor us with your presence. The honor is mine, Chief Warlock. Harry's response was equally formal. I look forward to serving alongside such distinguished colleagues. The session proceeded normally after that, budget discussions, regulatory matters, the mundane business of governance. But Harry felt the weight of attention on him throughout. Lords and ladies who dismissed him as a curiosity were reassessing. Political calculations were being revised. He'd changed the game simply by existing. During a recess, Lucius Malfoy approached. Lord Potter. The greeting was clipped, hostile beneath a veneer of courtesy. I see you've been busy since we last spoke. I've been fortunate in my endeavors, Lord Malfoy. Fortunate. Malfoy's lips curled. Is that what you call it? Some would say you've been playing with forces beyond your understanding. Some would be wrong. Harry met the man's eyes without flinching. I understand exactly what forces I'm dealing with. Do you? The temperature of the conversation dropped several degrees. You think yourself clever, boy. But cleverness without experience is a liability. The forces you're meddling with have crushed greater wizards than you. The forces I'm meddling with are my birthright, Lord Malfoy. The Founder's legacy, passed down through blood and magic and trials I've earned the right to claim. Harry's voice remained calm. If you have concerns about my handling of that legacy, I invite you to raise them formally. Otherwise, I'd suggest focusing on your own affairs. Malfoy's mask slipped for just a moment, revealing the fury beneath. This isn't over, Potter. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. November brought an unexpected development. Peter Pettigrew had been found. The news arrived via Urgent Owl during breakfast, a message from Sirius that had Harry racing to the headmaster's office before most students had finished their porridge. Captured attempting to cross into Albania, Dumbledore confirmed, his expression grave. The Albanian ministry is holding him pending extradition. Sirius's name has been formally cleared, and Pettigrew will face trial for his crimes. Albania. That's where Voldemort's shade was hiding. Indeed. We believe Pettigrew was trying to reach his master, possibly to assist with some plan for resurrection. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. The timing is fortuitous. With Pettigrew in custody, we may be able to extract information about Voldemort's current state and future intentions. You want me involved in the interrogation. I want your input on what questions to ask. You understand Voldemort's mind better than anyone, you carried a piece of it for 12 years. Dumbledore's eyes were serious. That understanding, however painfully acquired, is a valuable resource. Harry considered the request. Part of him wanted nothing to do with Voldemort, wanted to pretend the connection had never existed. But pretending wouldn't make the threat disappear. I'll help, he said finally. But I want to be present for the trial. I want to hear what Pettigrew says with my own ears. That can be arranged. The trial is scheduled for December 15th, during the winter break, conveniently enough. Conveniently. Harry's voice was dry. I'm sure that's coincidental. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. The universe does seem to arrange things helpfully sometimes. The weeks leading up to the trial were tense. Harry continued his training with Lupin, his magic slowly stabilizing as he learned to channel emotion rather than suppress it. His academic work remained excellent, though he found himself genuinely interested in subjects rather than just pursuing grades for strategic advantage. That was new. The fragment had apparently dampened his curiosity along with his other emotions. Hermione noticed the change immediately. You're actually excited about arithmancy, she said, wonder in her voice. Last year you treated it like a chore. Last year I was treating everything like a chore. Survival mode doesn't leave room for genuine interest. Harry smiled at her expression. I'm trying to be different now. Let myself care about things for their own sake, not just for what they can do for me. That's healthy. Really healthy. Hermione hesitated. Is this about the ritual? The fragment removal? Partly. It freed up emotional capacity I didn't know I was missing. Harry closed his arithmancy textbook. But it's also deliberate choice. I spent so long being strategic that I forgot how to be human. I'm trying to remember. And how's that going? Terrifying. Wonderful. Mostly confusing. Harry shrugged. Ask me again in a few years. December 15th arrived cold and grey. The Wizengamot chamber had been configured for a trial, the usual horseshoe arrangement modified to include a defendant's chair in the center, warded and chained to prevent escape. The gallery was packed with spectators, many of whom had suffered losses during the First War. Peter Pettigrew looked like a cornered rat. The comparison was apt, given his animagus form. He'd lost weight during his captivity, his watery eyes darting around the chamber with desperate cunning. He was looking for an angle, an escape, a way to wriggle free. He wasn't going to find one. Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore intoned from the Chief Warlock's seat. You stand accused of serving the Dark Lord known as Voldemort, of betraying James and Lily Potter to their deaths, of murdering 12 Muggles, and of framing Sirius Black for your crimes. How do you plead? Not guilty. Pettigrew's voice was a squeak. I was under the Imperius curse. The Dark Lord controlled me, I never wanted to, the Imperius defense. Amelia Bones, leading the prosecution, looked unimpressed. The same defense that's been used by every Death Eater who wanted to escape consequences. We've heard it before, Mr. Pettigrew. But it's true. I swear, we have testimony from multiple sources confirming your willing service to Voldemort. We have evidence of your unregistered animagus form, which you used to fake your death. We have 12 years of hiding that speak to a guilty conscience rather than an innocent victim. The trial proceeded methodically after that. Witness after witness painted a picture of Pettigrew's cowardice and treachery. His own pathetic attempts at defense only made him look worse. But Harry was waiting for the important part. It came during Bones's final questioning. One last matter, Mr. Pettigrew. You were captured attempting to reach Albania. What was your purpose there? Pettigrew's eyes darted around the chamber. I was just traveling. Albania is where the Dark Lord's shade has been hiding since his fall. Were you attempting to reach him? To assist him in some plan? I don't know what you're talking about, we have intercepted communications, Mr. Pettigrew. Messages between you and parties unknown, discussing rituals of resurrection, methods for restoring the Dark Lord to a physical form. Bones's voice hardened. What do you know about these plans? Pettigrew crumbled. He's found a way, he whispered. The Dark Lord has found a way to return. He needs blood from an enemy, bone from his father, flesh from a servant. The ritual will give him a new body, stronger than before. The chamber erupted in chaos. Harry sat frozen, processing the implications. Voldemort had a resurrection plan. A specific, concrete method for returning to physical form. And the only thing that had stopped it was Pettigrew's capture. For now. Order. Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise. Order in the chamber. The chaos subsided, but the damage was done. Fear had returned to the wizarding world, the fear that their greatest enemy was not gone, merely waiting. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes across the chamber. The real war was about to begin. Pettigrew was sentenced to life in Azkaban. It was a controversial decision, many wanted the kiss, the complete destruction of his soul by Dementors. But Dumbledore argued successfully that Pettigrew's knowledge might prove valuable, that keeping him alive was strategic necessity. Harry privately agreed, though he didn't say so publicly. The winter break was subdued. Harry remained at Hogwarts rather than returning to Potter Manor, wanting to be close to his resources and allies. Daphne stayed as well, her family situation having grown more complicated as her mother's health continued to decline. "The healers think they've identified the curse," Daphne said one evening, sitting in Harry's quarters while snow fell outside. "But the treatment is experimental. Dangerous. There's a chance it could kill her faster than the disease." "What does your mother want?" "She wants to try. She says she'd rather die fighting than waste away slowly." Daphne's voice was controlled, but Harry could see the strain beneath. "Father is torn. He's always been the strategic one, the one who calculates odds and makes rational decisions. But this is his wife. Rationality doesn't apply." Harry reached out and took her hand. "What do you need?" "I don't know. Support? Distraction? Someone to sit with me while I fall apart?" Daphne laughed, but there was no humor in it. "I've spent my whole life learning to control my emotions, to be the perfect pure-blood daughter. Now my mother is dying and I don't know how to feel about it." "Feel however you feel. There's no right way to process this. Easy to say. Harder to do." "I know." Harry squeezed her hand. "I spent 12 years not feeling things properly because there was something wrong with my soul. Now that it's fixed, I'm overwhelmed by the simplest emotions. But I'm learning that it's okay to be overwhelmed. It's okay to not have everything under control." "When did you get so wise?" "I'm not wise. I'm just broken in ways that sometimes look like wisdom." Daphne studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she leaned against his shoulder. "Thank you," she said quietly. "For being here. For understanding." Harry put his arm around her, and they sat together in silence as the snow continued to fall. The new year brought hope and uncertainty in equal measure. Harry threw himself into preparation, training with Lupin, researching Horcruxes with Dumbledore, strengthening his connections with allies throughout the wizarding world. If Voldemort had a resurrection plan, Harry needed to be ready to counter it. But he also made time for other things. He attended Neville's birthday celebration, bringing a rare plant he'd acquired through his Gryffindor contacts. He helped Hermione organize a study group that included students from all 4 houses. He wrote regular letters to Ginny, who was recovering well from her ordeal but still needed reminders that she wasn't alone. He was building something. Not just power, not just alliances, but genuine community. People who cared about each other, who supported each other, who would stand together when the darkness came. The Hufflepuff way, as it turned out. "You're good at this," Daphne observed one evening, watching him coordinate a joint Gryffindor-Slytherin study session. "The relationship building. I thought it was all calculation, but it's not, is it?" "Some of it is. I can't help strategizing, it's how I'm built." Harry shrugged. "But I've learned that strategy and sincerity aren't mutually exclusive. I can care about people genuinely while also recognizing the benefits of that care." "That's very Slytherin of you. I prefer to think of it as balanced. A little from each house, working together." Harry smiled. "That's what the founders intended, I think. Not 4 separate camps, but 4 aspects of a unified whole. And you're the one who's going to reunify them?" "I'm going to try. Whether I succeed." He spread his hands. "We'll see." March brought the news Harry had been dreading. Voldemort had made another attempt. The details were sketchy: a ritual site discovered in a remote location, evidence of dark magic, signs that something had been attempted but interrupted. No physical body had been created, but the wards around the site suggested the attempt had come closer to success than anyone wanted to admit. "We've delayed him," Dumbledore said during their emergency meeting. "But we haven't stopped him. He'll try again, with a different method, a different location." "The remaining Horcruxes," Harry said. "We need to find and destroy them. Cut off his anchors to existence." "Agreed. I've identified 2 more probable Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's cup, which we believe is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts, and Ravenclaw's diadem, whose location remains unknown. The diadem. Harry thought back to his exploration of the castle. There's a room at Hogwarts, the Room of Requirement. It can become anything you need. If someone wanted to hide something. The Room of Hidden Things. Dumbledore's eyes lit up. Of course. Tom would have found it during his years here. It would be the perfect hiding place for something precious. I can search it. The castle responds to me as heir. If the diadem is there, I can find it. Do so. Carefully. Dumbledore's expression was serious. The Horcruxes are protected by powerful magic. Don't attempt to destroy it alone. I won't. But Harry was already planning. One more Horcrux destroyed, one less anchor for Voldemort's soul. One step closer to ending the war before it truly began. The search for the diadem took 3 days. The Room of Requirement, configured as the Room of Hidden Things, was a vast space filled with centuries of accumulated junk, broken furniture, confiscated items, forgotten experiments, and the occasional genuinely dangerous artifact. Harry moved through it systematically, his founder's authority helping him navigate the chaotic space. He found the diadem on the 3rd day, hidden on a bust of an ugly warlock near the back of the room. The moment he touched it, he felt the corruption. Cold, hungry, wrong, the same sensation the diary had given off, the same taint the fragment in his own head had carried. Got you, Harry whispered. The diadem fought back. Dark magic surged through the artifact, attacking Harry's mind with images and sensations designed to overwhelm. Voldemort at his most powerful. The deaths of everyone Harry loved. A future of endless darkness and despair. Harry pushed through. He'd hosted a fragment of this soul for 12 years. He knew its tricks, its patterns, its weaknesses. The diadem's assault was strong, but Harry was stronger. He carried the Horcrux out of the room and down to the Chamber of Secrets, where the basilisk waited. Another piece of the Dark One, she observed, her ancient voice tinged with satisfaction. You hunt well, little speaker. There are more. But this one we can destroy now. The basilisk's fangs pierced the diadem. The metal screamed as the venom took hold, destroying the soul fragment within. Another piece of Voldemort, gone forever. 4 Horcruxes destroyed, the diary, the ring, Harry's fragment, and now the diadem. 2 remained, Hufflepuff's cup and Gringotts, and whatever unknown anchor Voldemort might have created. The end was coming into view. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12, the tournament. April brought spring to the Scottish Highlands and an announcement that changed everything. The Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore declared at breakfast, his voice carrying through the Great Hall with barely contained excitement, will be hosted at Hogwarts this year. The reaction was immediate and electric. Students erupted in excited chatter, professors exchanged meaningful looks, and Harry felt his strategic mind kick into high gear. The Triwizard Tournament. 3 schools, 3 champions, a series of dangerous tasks designed to test magical ability and courage. It was supposed to be restricted to students of age 17 and older, but Harry had learned long ago that "supposed to be" meant very little when fate had other plans. You're thinking about entering, Daphne said quietly, reading his expression. I'm thinking about whether someone will try to enter me without my consent. Her eyes sharpened. You think Voldemort, I think a tournament that brings together students from 3 schools, with tasks designed to be dangerous, would be an ideal opportunity for someone who wants me dead or captured. Harry watched Dumbledore continue his announcement about the arriving delegations. The resurrection ritual Pettigrew described requires blood from an enemy. What better way to get it than during a chaotic tournament event? That's paranoid. That's realistic. Voldemort has tried to kill me every year since I arrived at Hogwarts. Why would this year be different? Daphne was quiet for a moment. What will you do? Prepare. Whatever happens, I want to be ready. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived in late October. Beau's batons came in a flying carriage drawn by massive winged horses, their headmistress Olympe Maxime towering over even the tallest Hogwarts students. Durmstrang arrived by ship, emerging from the Black Lake like a ghost from the depths, their headmaster Igor Karkaroff scanning the crowd with barely concealed anxiety. Harry recognized that anxiety. Karkaroff was a former Death Eater who'd bought his freedom by naming names. He'd be terrified of Voldemort's return, and terrified of anyone who might be connected to it. Their eyes met across the entrance hall. Karkaroff flinched. Interesting. The Halloween feast was magnificent, the Great Hall transformed to showcase Hogwarts at its finest. Harry sat with his usual group, Daphne, Neville, Hermione, and now Ginny, who'd become a regular part of their circle, and watched the visiting students integrate with the home crowd. Victor Krum, the famous Quidditch player, had joined the Slytherin table. Fleur Delacour, a stunningly beautiful witch from Beau's batons, sat with the Ravenclaws. Both carried themselves with the confidence of people who expected to be chosen as champions. The Goblet of Fire was unveiled after the feast, an ancient artifact that would select one champion from each school, binding them magically to compete. Students had until Halloween night to submit their names. Harry did not submit his name. It didn't matter. The champions were announced on October 31st. From Durmstrang, Victor Krum. Applause. Krum rose stoically, his expression suggesting this was exactly what he'd expected. From Beau's batons, Fleur Delacour. More applause. Fleur's smile was radiant but sharp, she was competitive beneath that beautiful exterior. From Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted. Cedric was popular, capable, exactly the kind of champion the school wanted. Harry allowed himself a moment of relief. Perhaps his paranoia had been unfounded. Perhaps this year would be different. The goblet flared again. Blue flames shot toward the ceiling, and a fourth piece of parchment emerged. Dumbledore caught it, his face going pale as he read the name. The Great Hall fell silent, everyone sensing that something had gone very wrong. Harry Potter. The chaos that followed was predictable. Accusations of cheating, demands for disqualification, protests from the other schools. Harry weathered it all with practiced calm, his mind racing through the implications. Someone had entered his name. Someone had bypassed the age line, fooled the goblet, and created a binding magical contract that forced him to compete. The question was who? The goblet constitutes a binding magical agreement, Bartemius Crouch declared, his voice tight with frustration. Mr. Potter must compete or forfeit his magic. He's 14, McGonagall protested. The rules clearly state that whoever's name emerges from the goblet must compete. Mr. Potter's age is irrelevant, the contract has been formed. Harry listened to the arguments without comment, his attention focused on cataloging the reactions around him. Karkaroff was furious, but also afraid. Madame Maxime was outraged on principle. Crouch seemed genuinely distressed by the situation. Dumbledore's expression was troubled, calculating. And in the corner, barely noticed, Professor Moody watched everything with his magical eye spinning constantly. Moody. The new defense professor, hired after Lupin's departure at the end of last year. A former Auror, famous for paranoia and combat skill. But something about him felt wrong. Harry filed the observation away for later investigation. Very well, he said, cutting through the arguing adults. I'll compete. Everyone turned to stare at him. I didn't enter my name, but someone wanted me in this tournament badly enough to bypass ancient magical protections. That suggests they have plans for me, plans I'd rather disrupt than avoid. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I assume you'll be investigating who did this. Of course. Good. In the meantime, I'll prepare for whatever tasks are coming. If someone wants to use this tournament against me, they're going to be disappointed. The weeks leading up to the first task were intense. Harry trained obsessively, pushing his magical abilities to their limits. Lupin had left Hogwarts, but he remained in contact, providing guidance through letters and occasional fluke conversations. The other professors, those who believed in his innocence, offered what help they could within the rules. But Harry's real advantage was his founder authority. The castle whispered to him, sharing secrets about the tournament's history, about the tasks that had been used in previous centuries. The first task traditionally tested courage against dangerous creatures. The second tested resourcefulness under pressure. The third tested determination in the face of impossible obstacles. Dragons, Hagrid eventually confirmed. The first task involved dragons. Harry spent a long night in the Chamber of Secrets, consulting with the basilisk about how to handle creatures that were resistant to most magic. Dragons are proud, she told him. They respond to dominance displays, to demonstrations of power they recognize. Your Parseltongue will not work on them, they are not serpents, but your magical authority might. Show them you are not prey, and they may hesitate. And if they don't hesitate, then you fight. You are young, but you are not weak. Trust your training. The first task arrived on a grey November morning. The champions gathered in a tent near the arena, each drawing a miniature dragon from a bag to determine which beast they'd face. Harry drew the Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous of the four, naturally. Bad luck, Cedric murmured sympathetically. There's no such thing as luck. Only preparation and opportunity. Harry examined the tiny dragon, which snarled at him with miniature fury. I've faced worse. Cedric looked like he wanted to ask what could possibly be worse than a dragon, but the task was called before he could. Harry entered the arena last. The horntail was massive, 40 feet of scales and muscle and barely contained violence. She guarded her clutch of eggs with maternal ferocity, fire building in her throat at the sight of the human who'd invaded her territory. Harry didn't run. Didn't dodge. Didn't immediately cast spells. He stood his ground and pushed. His magical authority, the combined weight of four founders' legacies, the power of Hogwarts itself, radiated outward in a wave of pure dominance. It wasn't an attack, wasn't a spell. It was a statement, I am not prey. I am not a threat. I am something you've never encountered before. The horntail hesitated. Her fire died in her throat. Her head tilted, ancient reptilian intelligence processing this new information. The human before her smelled of power, of age, of something that resonated with the dragon's own magical nature. Harry walked toward the nest. The crowd had gone silent. Even the judges seemed frozen, unable to process what they were witnessing. The horntail watched him approach, every muscle tense, but she didn't attack. She allowed him to reach the golden egg, to pick it up, to retreat with it clutched in his hands. Only when he was safely beyond the arena's boundaries did she release a frustrated roar, anger at being outmaneuvered by something she couldn't fight. Harry turned to face the stunned crowd. I believe that's a pass, he said calmly. The aftermath was chaos of a different kind. Harry's score was the highest of the tournament, full marks from every judge except Karkaroff, who gave him a grudging 7. The other champions looked at him with new respect, new wariness. But more importantly, Harry had sent a message. He wasn't a helpless pawn in whatever scheme had entered him in this tournament. He was a force to be reckoned with, and anyone who thought they could manipulate him into a trap was going to be severely disappointed. That was incredible, Hermione said when he found his friends in the crowd. I've never seen anyone handle a dragon like that. What did you do? I reminded her that I'm the heir of Hogwarts. Dragons are magical creatures, they respond to magical authority on an instinctive level. Harry shrugged. I wasn't sure it would work. But it was worth trying before I resorted to combat. Worth trying. Neville shook his head. You walked toward a Hungarian horntail on a guess. An educated guess. There's a difference. Is there? Sometimes. Daphne was quiet, watching Harry with an expression he couldn't quite read. What? He asked. You're different, she said finally. Since the ritual. More confident, but also more reckless? No, that's not right. More willing to take risks you believe in, even if the odds aren't certain. The fragment made me cautious. Constantly calculating, always looking for the safe path. Harry looked at the arena, where handlers were calming the horntail. Now I can trust my instincts, act on what feels right rather than just what seems strategically optimal. Is that better? I don't know yet. Ask me when the tournament's over. December brought the Yule Ball and a different kind of challenge. You need a date, Daphne informed him matter-of-factly. As a champion, you're expected to open the dancing. Going alone would be a political statement you probably don't want to make. I was going to ask you. Daphne blinked. You were. You're my closest ally, you know the political implications better than anyone, and I actually enjoy spending time with you. Harry smiled slightly. Is that not enough reasons? Those are all very practical reasons. I have other reasons too. Less practical ones. Harry met her eyes. But I wasn't sure if you'd want to hear them. The silence stretched between them, weighted with things unspoken. I'd want to hear them, Daphne said quietly. Then, I like you. Not just as an ally or a political partner, but as a person. You're brilliant and sharp and you call me out when I'm being an idiot. You've stood by me through things that would have driven most people away. Harry took a breath. I'm not good at this. Emotions are still new territory for me. But I wanted you to know that when I ask you to the ball, it's not just strategy. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed. You are the strangest person I've ever met, Harry Potter. Is that a yes? Of course it's a yes. She stepped closer, her hand finding his. I've been waiting for you to figure this out for months. Months? You're brilliant at politics and magic and long-term planning. Emotions? She squeezed his hand. You needed time to catch up. I'm catching up now. Yes. You are. The Yule Ball was everything a magical celebration should be. The Great Hall had been transformed into a winter wonderland, with icicle-draped trees and enchanted snow that fell from the ceiling without ever accumulating on the ground. Students from 3 schools mingled and danced, the usual rivalries temporarily suspended in favor of holiday cheer. Harry and Daphne opened the dancing together, moving through a waltz with practiced grace. They'd rehearsed, of course, neither was willing to embarrass themselves in front of the entire school, but there was something else in their movements now. Something that went beyond practice. People are staring, Daphne murmured. Let them stare. They've been staring at me since I was 11. This is different. They're staring at us. At what we might be together. And what might we be together? Daphne's eyes met his. I don't know yet. Something new, I think. Something neither of us expected. I'm okay with unexpected. These days, I'm okay with a lot of things I didn't used to be. The music swelled, and they danced on. The second task was scheduled for February. The golden egg Harry had retrieved from the horntail contained a clue, a singing voice that only made sense underwater. The task involved retrieving something precious from the Black Lake's depths, which meant mere people, which meant an hour-long submersion that would push even magical capabilities to their limits. Harry prepared methodically. The gillyweed he'd sourced through his Slytherin contacts would provide gills and webbed appendages. His founder authority gave him some influence over Hogwarts' magical creatures, including the mere people who lived in the lake. And his combat training with Lupin had included underwater dueling, just in case. What he hadn't prepared for was what they took. They've taken Daphne, Hermione told him the morning of the task, her voice tight with worry. As your precious person. She's being held at the bottom of the lake. Harry went very still. She'll be safe, Hermione added quickly. The mere people are just holding her until you can retrieve her. It's part of the task. I know it's part of the task. Harry's voice was calm, but his magic crackled around him, responding to emotions he was still learning to control. That doesn't make it acceptable. Harry, I'll get her back. He headed for the lake, his jaw set. And then I'm going to have a conversation with whoever decided this was appropriate. The underwater portion of the task was almost anticlimactic. Harry descended into the lake's depths with focused determination, the gillyweed working perfectly, his founder authority smoothing his path through the merpeople's territory. The creatures watched him pass with something like respect. They recognized power, even if they didn't fully understand its source. He found Daphne suspended in enchanted sleep, bound to a statue alongside the other champions, precious people. Cho Chang for Cedric, Gabrielle Delacour for Fleur, someone Harry didn't recognize for Crumb. The merpeople expected him to take only Daphne and leave. Harry looked at Gabrielle, 7 years old at most, bound at the bottom of a freezing lake because her sister had been entered in a tournament designed for adults. He looked at the other hostages, equally innocent, equally trapped. They're all coming with me, he told the merperson chief in halting Mermish, a language he'd studied specifically for this possibility. The rules state 1 hostage per champion, the rules can adjust. Harry's voice carried the weight of his authority, the power of someone who held dominion over the castle these creatures called home. I will not leave children at the bottom of a lake because of arbitrary competition regulations. The chief hesitated, clearly torn between traditional protocols and the overwhelming magical presence before her. Very well, she said finally. Take them. But know that this breaks precedent. Good. Some precedents deserve to be broken. Harry gathered all 4 hostages and ascended toward the surface, his magic straining with the effort of moving so many people through the water. He surfaced last among the champions, but with more than his share, a fact that would complicate the scoring considerably. The judges' reactions were mixed. Dumbledore looked approving. Karkaroff looked furious. The others seemed unsure how to handle a champion who deliberately violated the task's parameters in service of a higher principle. He should be disqualified. Karkaroff demanded. He completed the task, Bagman pointed out. He retrieved his hostage within the time limit. He also retrieved everyone else's hostages. That's cheating. Is it cheating to save lives? Harry climbed out of the lake, water streaming from his robes. I was unaware that leaving children in danger was a requirement of the task. The argument continued, but Harry wasn't listening. He was focused on Daphne, who was waking from her enchanted sleep, blinking in confusion at the chaos around her. Harry? What happened? I got you back. Harry helped her stand, his hand lingering on hers. I got everyone back. Of course you did. Daphne's smile was small but warm. You couldn't help yourself, could you? Not when you were in danger. Never when you're in danger. They stood together, dripping wet and surrounded by arguing officials, and Harry realized that somewhere along the way, strategy had stopped being the point. He'd acted on instinct, on emotion, on the simple conviction that leaving innocent people in harm's way was wrong. The Hufflepuff part of him, finally fully integrated, wouldn't have had it any other way. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13, War Footing. The third task loomed on the horizon like a storm cloud. Harry had tied for first place despite the controversy over the second task, or perhaps because of it. The judges had eventually awarded him full marks for moral fiber, whatever that meant. Victor Crumb was second, Cedric third, Fleur fourth after she'd been delayed by Grindylows and nearly failed to reach her sister. But Harry's attention wasn't on the standings. The investigation into who'd entered his name had stalled. Dumbledore's people had found no evidence, no trail, no indication of how the goblet had been fooled. The mystery remained unsolved, which meant the threat remained active. Moody, Harry said during a private meeting with Dumbledore in early June. Something's wrong with him. What do you mean? He doesn't move like a veteran Auror. His reflexes are off, too slow in some situations, too fast in others. And his magical eye. Harry paused, organizing his observations. It doesn't just watch the room. It watches me specifically. Constantly. Even when there's no tactical reason to do so. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. I've noticed some oddities myself. But Alastor has been through tremendous trauma over the years. Eccentricity is to be expected. This isn't eccentricity. This is someone pretending to be moody and not quite getting the details right. You're suggesting polyjuice? I'm suggesting we verify his identity before the third task puts me in a situation where I'm vulnerable. Dumbledore studied Harry with something that might have been respect. You've grown considerably, Harry. A year ago, you would have investigated this yourself, without telling anyone. A year ago, I didn't trust anyone enough to share information. Things have changed. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. I'm asking for help. Will you give it? I will. We'll arrange a meeting with Alastor tomorrow, under controlled conditions. If your suspicions are correct. If my suspicions are correct, we've had a Death Eater teaching defense against the dark arts all year. The implications hung heavy in the air. The confrontation happened the next evening. Dumbledore invited Moody to his office under the pretense of discussing security for the third task. Harry waited in the shadows, hidden by his invisibility cloak, watching as the grizzled professor entered and took a seat. Lemon drop, Alastor. You know I don't touch anything I haven't prepared myself. Of course. Old habits. Dumbledore's wand was in his hand, casual but ready. Tell me, Alastor, do you remember our duel in 1972? The one during the Ministry exhibition. Moody hesitated for just a fraction of a second. Of course. I nearly had you with that stunner combination. Interesting. I don't recall any stunner combination. Dumbledore's voice hardened. Because there was no duel in 1972. I invented that memory to test you. The figure in Moody's seat lunged for his wand, but Dumbledore was faster. Chains erupted from thin air, binding the impostor to the chair. Harry threw off his cloak and added his own magic to the restraints. Who are you? Dumbledore demanded. The polyjuice was wearing off. The scarred face began to smooth, the magical eye popping loose as the socket changed shape. Within minutes, a different man sat before them, younger, with a gaunt face and a manic gleam in his eyes. Bartemius Crouch Jr., Dumbledore said, recognition and horror mixing in his voice. You're supposed to be dead. Death is temporary for those who serve the Dark Lord. Crouch's smile was unhinged. I've been here all year, preparing the way. Training Potter, positioning him, making sure he'd reach the third task ready to fulfill his purpose. What purpose? The Triwizard Cup is a portkey. It will take whoever touches it to my master's location, where the ritual will be completed. Crouch laughed, a broken sound. The Dark Lord will rise again, and Potter's blood will be the key. Harry's blood went cold. The entire tournament had been a trap, not to kill him during the tasks, but to deliver him directly to Voldemort. Where? Harry demanded. Where does the portkey lead? Little Hangleton. The graveyard where my master's father is buried. Crouch's eyes fixed on Harry with disturbing intensity. You can't stop it. Even if you avoid the cup, my master will find another way. He always finds another way. We'll see about that. Harry turned to Dumbledore. We need to warn the other champions. And we need to decide what to do about the third task. Cancel it, Dumbledore said immediately. The risk is too great, no. Harry's voice was firm. If we cancel, Voldemort will try something else. Something we can't predict or prepare for. But if we let the task proceed, we know exactly what he's planning. We can set our own trap. Harry, you're talking about deliberately walking into danger, I'm talking about ending this. Tonight, if possible. Harry's expression was resolute. Voldemort expects me to stumble into his ritual unprepared. What if I arrive ready for war instead? The hours before the third task were the most intense of Harry's life. He gathered his allies, Daphne, Neville, Hermione, Ginny, and explained the situation. Their reactions ranged from horror to determination, but none of them suggested he back down. "You're not going alone," Neville said firmly. "I have to. The portkey is keyed to the Triwizard Cup, only a champion can activate it. But you'll be nearby. The moment the task starts, get to Dumbledore. Tell him I've gone through. He'll know what to do. What if something goes wrong?" Hermione's voice was strained. "What if you can't fight your way out? Then I need you to be, Harry, promise me." One by one, they nodded. Daphne was last, her expression carefully controlled. "I'm not going to say goodbye," she said. "Because you're coming back. I'm planning to. Plan harder." She stepped close, her hand finding his. "You still owe me that conversation about less practical reasons." "I remember." Harry squeezed her hand. "When I get back. I promise." The maze was designed to be disorienting. Hedges 20 feet tall, enchanted to shift and change, filled with obstacles and creatures meant to challenge the champions. Harry moved through it with focused determination, his founder authority helping him sense the maze's patterns. He encountered Crumb first, imperious, his eyes blank, his wand leveled at Harry with lethal intent. Stupefy. The Bulgarian champion crumpled. Harry sent up red sparks to mark his location, then continued forward. Whoever had cursed Crumb, Crouch, probably, before his capture, had been trying to thin the competition. Cedric was next, fighting a giant spider near the maze's center. Harry intervened, his spells driving the creature back long enough for both of them to escape. "Thanks," Cedric gasped. "I thought I was done for. The cup's just ahead." "But Cedric, don't touch it." "What? Why not?" "It's a trap. A portkey designed to take whoever touches it to Voldemort." Harry spoke quickly, urgently. "I'm going through deliberately, with backup waiting. But you need to get out, warn Dumbledore if something goes wrong." Cedric's face went pale. "You're serious?" "Completely. This whole tournament has been a setup. Please, Cedric, just get out." The Hufflepuff hesitated, clearly torn between the desire to win and the implications of what Harry was telling him. "Go," Harry said. "I've got this." Cedric nodded slowly. "Good luck, Potter. Don't die." "Wasn't planning on it." Harry watched him retreat into the maze, then turned toward the cup. It gleamed in the moonlight, a beacon of false victory. Touching it would take him directly into enemy territory, into a ritual designed to resurrect the most dangerous Dark Lord in history. Harry reached out and grabbed it. The graveyard materialized around him in a swirl of displaced air. Tombstones stretched in every direction, old and weathered, names worn smooth by centuries of rain. In the center of the clearing, a massive cauldron bubbled over an open fire. Figures moved in the shadows, Death Eaters, their masks gleaming, their wands ready. And there, beside the cauldron, a small figure held something that looked horribly like a deformed baby. Peter Pettigrew. "He's here, Master," Pettigrew squeaked. "The Potter boy is here." "Excellent." The voice came from the thing in Pettigrew's arms, high, cold, inhuman. "Bind him." Ropes shot from multiple wands, wrapping around Harry before he could move. He struggled, but the magic was too strong, too coordinated. They'd been ready for him. "Did you think we wouldn't expect resistance?" Voldemort's voice was amused. "Bartemius told us everything before you captured him. We knew you'd come prepared. We prepared better." Harry was dragged toward the cauldron, his struggles futile against the combined strength of a dozen Death Eaters. This wasn't how it was supposed to go, he'd planned for a fight, not immediate capture. "Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." Pettigrew waved his wand, and dust rose from a nearby grave, Tom Riddle Sr.'s grave, and fell into the cauldron. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed, you will revive your master. Pettigrew raised a silver knife and, with a whimper of agony, cut off his own hand. It fell into the potion with a horrible splash. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. The knife descended toward Harry's arm. And Harry moved. Not physically, he was still bound, still helpless. But his magic responded to his desperate need, fueled by the fear and fury he'd spent months learning to channel. The ropes shattered. The Death Eaters stumbled back, shocked by the raw power that erupted from the supposedly helpless teenager. Harry's wand flew to his hand, and before anyone could react, he was casting. Confringo. The cauldron exploded. Potion and fire and twisted magic sprayed across the graveyard. Death Eaters screamed, scattering for cover. Pettigrew fell, the baby-like Voldemort flying from his arms. Harry lunged for it. His hand closed around the cold, slimy thing that was Voldemort's temporary body. The Dark Lord shrieked, a sound of pure rage and terror. You cannot, you will not, you should have killed me when you had the chance, Harry said, his voice cold. Now you're out of chances. He reached for the port key with his free hand. The cup responded, yanking him and his captive back toward Hogwarts. The return was chaos. Harry materialized at the maze's entrance, still clutching the thing that was Voldemort. Officials and spectators screamed, scattering in panic at the sight of the pale, deformed creature. Dumbledore! Harry shouted. I have him. The headmaster was there in an instant, his wand raised, his expression a mask of shock and determination. Harry, what, Voldemort? His temporary body. The ritual wasn't completed, he's still weak, still vulnerable. Harry thrust the struggling form toward Dumbledore. We can end this now. Tonight. Voldemort hissed, his red eyes blazing with hatred. You think you've won, Potter? This changes nothing. My Horcruxes are almost all destroyed. Harry's smile was grim. The diary. The ring. The diadem. The fragment that was in my head. Only one remains, and we'll find it. For the first time, something like fear flickered in Voldemort's inhuman eyes. The cup, Dumbledore said quietly. Hufflepuff's cup, in the Lestrange vault. It's the last one. Then we need to get it. Harry turned to the gathered crowd, his voice carrying across the stunned assembly. Tonight, we finish this. Tonight, Voldemort dies for good. The assault on Gringotts happened before dawn. Harry didn't lead it, that would have been too provocative, too likely to create international incidents with the Goblin Nation. Instead, he provided intelligence, access codes from the Founder archives, and diplomatic pressure that convinced the goblins to cooperate rather than resist. The Lestrange vault was breached. The cup was retrieved. And with the sword of Gryffindor, still saturated with basilisk venom, the final Horcrux was destroyed. Harry felt it happen. Even without the fragment in his head, even without a direct connection to Voldemort's soul, he felt the moment the last anchor was severed. A shudder ran through the magical world, a shift in the balance of power that everyone with any sensitivity to such things noticed. Voldemort was mortal again. And he was in custody, too weak to fight, too fragmented to escape. It's over, Dumbledore said, watching from Harry's side as the sun rose over Hogwarts. After all these years, it's actually over. Almost. Harry's expression was complicated. He's still alive. The question is what we do about that. The Wizengamot will hold a trial. Justice must be served properly, or we're no better than the monsters we fight. I know. Harry trailed off, searching for words. Part of me wants to end it personally. To finish what my mother started. That's natural. But revenge is a poison, Harry. It corrodes the Avenger more than it punishes the target. Dumbledore put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Your mother died to protect you. She would want you to live, to build, to love, to find joy. Not to define yourself by what you've destroyed. You're probably right. I usually am. It's one of my more annoying qualities. The twinkle was back in Dumbledore's eyes. Now, I believe there's a young woman who's been waiting all night for news of your survival. Perhaps you should go reassure her. Harry found Daphne in the hospital wing, where she'd been pacing for hours. She saw him coming and froze, her expression cycling through relief and fury and something deeper. You're alive. I promised I would be. You absolute. She crossed the distance between them in 3 strides and kissed him. It wasn't a gentle kiss. It was desperate and fierce and full of all the fear and hope she'd been suppressing. Harry responded in kind, his arms wrapping around her, pulling her close. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing hard. That conversation about less practical reasons, Daphne said. I think we've had it. I think we have. Good. She kissed him again, softer this time. Now stop almost dying. I don't think my heart can take much more of this. I'll do my best. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14, The Founder's Legacy. The trial of Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, began on July 15. The Wizengamot chamber had been modified for the occasion, additional security wards, expanded seating for the unprecedented number of observers, and a defendant's chair reinforced with every binding magic the Department of Mysteries could devise. Harry sat in his 5 seats, watching as the wasted form of the Dark Lord was brought before the assembly. Voldemort looked nothing like the terror he'd once been. Without his Horcruxes, without a proper body, without his followers to project power through, he was just a pale, twisted creature, dangerous still, but diminished. Mortal. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Dumbledore intoned from the Chief Warlock's seat, you stand accused of murder, torture, terrorism, and crimes against both magical and Muggle humanity. The charges number in the thousands. How do you plead? Voldemort's red eyes swept the chamber, finding Harry with unerring precision. I plead, he said, his voice a rasp of its former power, that this court has no authority over me. I am Lord Voldemort. I am beyond your petty laws. You are a criminal who will be judged by the laws you violated. Dumbledore's voice was ice. Your delusions of grandeur are not a defense. The trial proceeded methodically after that. Witness after witness testified to Voldemort's crimes, survivors of Death Eater attacks, families who'd lost loved ones, Aurors who'd spent decades fighting his forces. The evidence was overwhelming, undeniable, a litany of horror that stretched back 40 years. Harry testified as well. He spoke of the night his parents died, of the years he'd spent carrying a fragment of Voldemort's soul, of the ritual that had separated them. He spoke of the Horcruxes, explaining how Voldemort had torn his soul apart in pursuit of immortality. He feared death so much that he became something less than human, Harry concluded. He sacrificed his own humanity to avoid the fate that awaits us all. And in the end, it wasn't enough. Nothing he did was enough. Voldemort listened to all of it with an expression of contempt. When given the opportunity to speak in his own defense, he launched into a tirade about the weakness of magical society, the necessity of pure blood, the inevitable triumph of power over compassion. It was the same ideology he'd spouted for decades, but stripped of his former charisma, it sounded hollow. Pathetic. The verdict was unanimous, guilty on all counts. The sentence was death. The execution was scheduled for August 1st, Harry's birthday, though that was coincidental. The method was ancient, the veil of death in the Department of Mysteries. A one-way passage to whatever lay beyond, used for centuries to dispose of the most dangerous criminals magical society had ever produced. Harry attended as a witness. He wasn't sure why he needed to see it. Closure, perhaps. Or the need to confirm, with his own eyes, that the threat he'd lived with since infancy was finally, permanently ended. Voldemort was brought to the chamber in chains, his movements slow and weak. The veil hung before him, its tattered curtain swaying in an unfelt breeze, whispers emanating from whatever lay beyond. "Any last words?" the executioner asked. Voldemort's eyes found Harry one final time. "You think you've won," he said, his voice barely audible. "But you haven't. Darkness doesn't die, Potter. It just waits. Someday, someone else will rise. Someone stronger, smarter, more patient. And they'll finish what I started." "Maybe," Harry said. "But it won't be you. And whoever comes next will have to deal with the world we build without you in it." Voldemort laughed, a broken, bitter sound. "We'll see." He was pushed through the veil. The whispers swelled for a moment, then fell silent. The curtain stilled. Tom Riddle was gone. The summer after Voldemort's death was strange. Harry had spent so long preparing for conflict that peace felt disorienting. There were no enemies to fight, no Horcruxes to hunt, no schemes to unravel. For the first time in his life, he had the luxury of simply existing. He spent time with Sirius, rebuilding a relationship that had been interrupted by crisis after crisis. They talked about James and Lily, about the Marauders and their adventures, about the future Harry might build now that the past's shadows had been dispelled. "Your father would be proud of you," Sirius said one evening, watching the sunset from Potter Manor's balcony. "He'd also be terrified of you, probably. You're scarier than he ever was." "I'm not trying to be scary." "I know. That's what makes it scary." Sirius grinned. "You're powerful, you're connected, you're politically savvy, and you're 14. By the time you're 20, you'll be running the wizarding world." "I don't want to run the world." "What do you want?" Harry considered the question seriously. It wasn't something he'd allowed himself to think about before, there had always been more immediate concerns. "I want to build something," he said finally. "Not just for myself, but for everyone. A magical world that's better than the one I grew up in. Where kids don't get raised by people who hate them. Where blood status doesn't determine your worth. Where power isn't the only thing that matters. That's a big ambition." "You asked what I wanted. That's what I want." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Your mother would be proud too, you know. She always believed the wizarding world could be better. She just didn't have the power to change it herself. I have the power. The question is whether I have the wisdom to use it well. You've got time to figure that out. For the first time in your life, you've got time." August brought Harry's 15th birthday and a gathering at Potter Manor. His friends came, Daphne and Neville and Hermione and Ginny, the core group that had stood with him through everything. Sirius and Remus came too, along with a handful of others who'd earned places in Harry's life. It was a celebration, but also a transition. "One more year at Hogwarts," Hermione said, watching the sunset from the manor's gardens. "Then what?" "Then we build," Harry said. "The political changes I want to make, the reforms Dumbledore and I have been discussing, the long-term work of reshaping magical society. It starts after graduation. You've been planning this for a while. Since the ritual. Once I knew I'd survive, I started thinking about what came next." Harry smiled slightly. "Turns out, next is harder to plan for than survival. More complicated, anyway." Hermione's expression was thoughtful. "What about the rest of us? What roles do we play in your grand design?" "Whatever roles you want. I'm not going to assign you positions or expect you to dedicate your lives to my agenda." Harry met her eyes. "You're my friends, Hermione. Not my followers. Whatever you choose to do with your lives, I'll support it. Even if what I choose conflicts with your plans. Even then. Friendship isn't conditional on agreement." Hermione studied him for a long moment. "You really have changed, haven't you? The Harry I met 4 years ago would have had contingency plans for that scenario. I still have contingency plans. I'm just not going to implement them unless necessary." Harry's smile widened. Some habits are hard to break. At least you're honest about it. Daphne found him later, standing alone on the balcony where he and Sirius had talked weeks before. Hiding from your own party. Taking a moment. It's been a lot. She joined him at the railing, her shoulder brushing against his. Good lot or bad lot? Mostly good. Just, overwhelming. I've spent so long fighting that I'm not sure how to do anything else. You'll learn. We'll learn together. Daphne's hand found his in the darkness. That's what the next few years are for. About that. Harry turned to face her properly. We've been together for months now, but we've never really talked about the future. What we want. Where this is going. Where do you want it to go? Forward. Together. For as long as you'll have me. Harry took a breath. I know we're young. I know there's a lot we haven't figured out yet. But Daphne, I can't imagine my future without you in it. However this evolves, whatever form it takes, I want you there. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she laughed softly. That's possibly the most romantic thing you've ever said. Also the most calculated. I'm working on the balance. I know. That's one of the things I love about you. She stepped closer, her eyes meeting his. Yes, Harry. Forward, together. That's what I want too. They kissed under the stars, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt like the future was something to look forward to rather than survive. September brought the return to Hogwarts and the beginning of the end. Harry's 5th year was different from those before it. There were no dark plots to unravel, no enemies lurking in the shadows, no existential threats to overcome. Just the normal challenges of school life, classes, exams, social dynamics, the everyday dramas of adolescence. It was boring in the best possible way. Harry threw himself into his studies with genuine enthusiasm, finally free to pursue knowledge for its own sake rather than as a weapon. His relationship with Daphne deepened, built on the solid foundation they'd established during the crisis years. His friendships matured, evolving from alliances of necessity into bonds of genuine affection. The founder's legacy continued to unfold. With all 4 lordships secured, Harry had access to magical knowledge that hadn't been seen in centuries. He spent hours in the combined archives, studying the founder's original vision for Hogwarts, their plans for magical education, their dreams for the future of their society. Much of what he found was surprising. They didn't actually believe in house separation, Harry told Daphne one evening, sharing his research. The houses were meant to be starting points, not permanent divisions. Students were supposed to move between them, learning different perspectives, developing different skills. That's not how it works now. No. The system calcified over the centuries. What started as flexible categories became rigid identities. People forgot the original purpose. Harry set down the ancient text he'd been reading. I want to fix that. Restore what the founders intended. That's going to be controversial. Everything worth doing is controversial. But I think it's important. The house rivalries, the prejudices, the automatic assumptions about people based on their sorting, it's all counterproductive. It divides us when we should be united. How would you even implement something like that? Slowly. Carefully. Starting with cross-house activities, joint classes, opportunities for students to collaborate across traditional boundaries. Harry smiled. The groundwork's already being laid. Our friend group includes people from all 4 houses. That's a model for what the school could become. Always planning ahead. Always. But these days, I'm planning for building rather than fighting. That's progress. The year passed in a blur of normalcy. Harry took his OWLS and earned outstanding in every subject, not surprising, given his preparation, but satisfying nonetheless. He watched Neville grow into a confident young wizard, his self-doubt finally banished by years of support and success. He saw Hermione develop into a formidable political mind, her passion for justice channeled into practical action. He fell deeper in love with Daphne, discovering new facets of her personality, new reasons to admire her. She was sharp and ambitious and surprisingly funny once you got past her defenses. She challenged him when he needed challenging, supported him when he needed support. She made him better. The summer after fifth year brought significant changes. Dumbledore announced his intention to retire as Chief Warlock, recommending Harry as his successor. The Wizengamot was divided. Many felt Harry was too young, too inexperienced, too likely to shake up a system they were comfortable with. The vote was close, but Harry won. At 16, he became the youngest Chief Warlock in the history of magical Britain. "Are you sure about this?" Daphne asked, the night before his installation. "It's a lot of responsibility." "I'm sure. The reforms I want to make, they need to come from a position of authority. And the Wizengamot needs new blood. New ideas. Someone who isn't invested in preserving the status quo." "That's true. It's also terrifying. Most worthwhile things are." Harry pulled her close. "I've got you, though. And Neville, and Hermione, and everyone else. I'm not doing this alone." "No. You're not." Daphne kissed him softly. "You never have to do anything alone again." The installation ceremony was held on July 31st, Harry's 16th birthday. The Wizengamot chamber was packed with lords and ladies, officials and dignitaries, observers from magical governments around the world. Harry stood at the center of it all, wearing the formal robes of his office, the combined crests of all four founders displayed prominently. Dumbledore administered the oath. "Do you, Harry James Potter, Lord of Houses Potter, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, swear to uphold the laws of magical Britain, to serve justice, and to lead this assembly with wisdom and integrity?" "I do so swear." "Then by the authority vested in me as your predecessor, I name you Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. May your tenure be long, your judgment sound, and your leadership worthy of the trust placed in you." Applause erupted through the chamber. Harry looked out at the assembled wizards and witches, some supportive, some skeptical, some openly hostile. He thought about everything he'd been through to reach this moment. The Dursleys and the cupboard. The discovery of magic. The Founder trials. The Horcrux hunt. Voldemort's fall. All of it had led here. "Thank you," he said, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. "I know many of you have concerns about my age, my methods, my vision for our society. Those concerns are valid. Change is always frightening, especially when it comes quickly. But I want you to know that my goal is not revolution. I'm not here to tear down what our ancestors built. I'm here to fulfill the promise of what they intended, a magical world where ability matters more than blood, where justice is available to all, where the next generation grows up with more opportunities than we had. That's a goal worth working toward. I hope you'll join me in pursuing it." The applause was more genuine this time. Harry descended from the podium and found his friends waiting in the gallery. Daphne's smile was proud. Neville was practically glowing with reflected achievement. Hermione looked like she was already planning legislation. "Well," Sirius said, grinning broadly, "I guess you really are running the wizarding world now." "Running it is a strong term. I prefer nudging it in a better direction." "Same thing, in your case." Harry laughed, a genuine, unguarded sound that still felt new, even after everything. "Maybe," he admitted. "But it's going to be a good direction. I promise." Chapter 14 and Chapter 15, the end of the beginning. 3 years had passed since Harry became Chief Warlock. The wizarding world had changed in ways both subtle and profound. The reforms he'd championed, blood status protections, educational restructuring, international cooperation, had taken root, transforming British magical society from the inside out. There was still resistance, still conflict, still the endless work of governance. But the direction was clear, and the momentum was building. Harry stood at the window of his office in the ministry, watching the sun set over magical London. He was 19 now, an adult by any measure, though he sometimes felt decades older. The weight of responsibility had aged him in ways that weren't visible but were definitely felt. "You're brooding again." Daphne's voice came from the doorway, warm with affectionate exasperation. She crossed the room to stand beside him, her presence as familiar and comforting as breathing. "Not brooding. Reflecting. There's a difference. Brooding is unproductive wallowing. Reflecting is thoughtful consideration of the past to inform future decisions." "And which one are you actually doing?" Harry smiled. "Probably a bit of both." She slipped her hand into his, a gesture so natural they didn't even think about it anymore. 3 years of partnership, political and personal, had woven their lives together in ways that felt permanent. Inevitable. "The Greengrass delegation arrives tomorrow," Daphne said. "Father wants to discuss the international trade agreements before the summit." "I know. I've reviewed his proposals. Most of them are reasonable." "Most?" "The tariff adjustments on French imports are designed to benefit Greengrass business interests specifically. He's testing whether I'll give preferential treatment to family." Daphne laughed softly. "You caught that." "I catch everything. Your father should know that by now." "He does. That's why he tried, to see if anything had changed." She squeezed his hand. "He'll respect you more for refusing." "I know that too." Harry turned from the window to face her properly. "Speaking of family, we should talk about that." "About what specifically?" "The future. Our future." Harry took a breath. "I've been thinking about this for a while, but there never seemed to be a right moment. There's always another crisis, another negotiation, another demand on our time. That's not going to change." "No. It's not." He met her eyes. "Which is why I've stopped waiting for the perfect moment. Daphne Greengrass, will you marry me?" The question hung in the air between them. Daphne's expression was unreadable for a long moment. Then, slowly, a smile spread across her face, not her political smile, not her public smile, but the real one she reserved for moments when her walls came down. "You're proposing in your office. At sunset. Without a ring." "I have a ring. It's in my desk. I was planning something more elaborate, but then you walked in, and I realized I didn't want to wait anymore. That's the most romantic and least romantic proposal I can imagine." "Is that a yes?" "Of course it's a yes, you impossible man." She pulled him into a kiss that said everything words couldn't. "It's always been yes." The wedding was held at Hogwarts. It seemed fitting, the castle where they'd met, where they'd grown, where Harry had claimed the founder's legacy that had shaped everything that followed. The great hall was transformed for the occasion, decorated in the colors of all 4 houses, symbolizing the unity Harry had worked so hard to build. The guest list read like a who's who of magical Britain and beyond. Neville stood as Harry's best man, his confidence a far cry from the nervous boy he'd been at 11. The years had been kind to him, he'd become an Auror, then a herbology master, then a voice for reform in his own right. His parents had made partial recoveries thanks to the experimental treatments Harry had helped fund, and while they'd never be fully themselves again, they knew their son. That was enough. Hermione served as Daphne's maid of honor, having become one of the most formidable legal minds in magical history. She'd championed creature rights, Muggle-born protections, and educational reform with the same intensity she'd once brought to studying. Her relationship with Ron Weasley had survived the years, evolving into something stable and surprisingly sweet. The Weasley family occupied an entire section of seating. Harry's friendship with them had deepened over the years, he'd helped fund the twins' business, supported Ginny through her Quidditch career, and become something like an unofficial family member. Molly cried throughout the ceremony. Sirius walked Harry to the altar, his role as godfather finally fulfilled in the way it was always meant to be. The years of Azkaban still showed in the lines on his face, but his eyes were clear, his spirit unbroken. He'd found purpose in supporting Harry's work, and love in an unexpected relationship with a witch he'd met during the Voldemort trials. Dumbledore officiated, his role as Harry's mentor having evolved into something like genuine friendship. The old man was showing his age now, even wizards couldn't live forever, but his mind remained sharp, and his presence at the wedding felt like a blessing from the past. "Dearly beloved," Dumbledore began, his voice carrying the warmth of someone who'd watched this love story unfold from its beginning, "we are gathered here to witness the union of two souls who have proven, through trials and triumphs, that they belong together." Harry looked at Daphne, radiant in robes of silver and green, and felt something settle in his chest. Peace. Certainty. The knowledge that whatever came next, they would face it together. "Do you, Harry James Potter, take Daphne Adriana Greengrass to be your wife? To stand beside her in darkness and in light, in conflict and in peace, for all the days of your life?" "I do." "And do you, Daphne Adriana Greengrass, take Harry James Potter to be your husband? To stand beside him in darkness and in light, in conflict and in peace, for all the days of your life?" "I do." "Then by the power vested in me by ancient magic and modern law, I pronounce you husband and wife." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "You may kiss the bride." Harry did. The great hall erupted in applause, and for one perfect moment, everything was exactly as it should be. The reception lasted well into the night. Harry danced with Daphne, then with Molly Weasley, then with Hermione, then with a seemingly endless parade of witches who claimed connection to his political work. Through it all, he kept finding Daphne's eyes across the room, sharing private smiles that needed no words. "You look happy," Neville observed during a quiet moment near the refreshments table. "Genuinely happy. Not the 'everything is under control' mask you usually wear." "I am happy. It's strange, I spent so long preparing for disaster that I almost forgot what peace feels like." "You deserve it. After everything you've been through. So do you. So does everyone who helped us get here." Harry clapped his friend on the shoulder. "We built something, Neville. Something real and lasting. That's worth celebrating." "We did. Though I still can't quite believe it sometimes." Neville's expression was thoughtful. "Do you ever think about what would have happened if things had gone differently? If Voldemort had chosen me instead of you?" "Sometimes. But I try not to dwell on it. The past is fixed, only the future can be changed." That sounds like something Dumbledore would say. He did say it. I'm stealing his wisdom shamelessly. They laughed together, the easy laughter of old friends who'd been through too much to stand on ceremony. "So what's next?" Neville asked. "You've defeated the Dark Lord, reformed the government, married the love of your life. What does Harry Potter do for an encore?" "I'm not sure yet. The immediate work continues, there are still reforms to implement, still problems to solve. But beyond that..." Harry looked out at the celebration around them. "I think I want to focus on the next generation. Building a world where kids like us don't have to become warriors just to survive. That's a good goal. It's the only goal that matters, really. Everything else is just steps toward it." The honeymoon was brief, 2 weeks in magical Italy, stolen from schedules that couldn't afford much more. Harry and Daphne explored ancient wizarding sites, ate too much pasta, and spent long evenings talking about everything and nothing. It was the first real break Harry had taken since becoming Chief Warlock, and he was surprised by how much he needed it. "You're terrible at relaxing," Daphne observed one afternoon, watching him pace their villa's balcony. "I'm thinking about the Muggleborn Integration Initiative. There's a vote next month, and the Conservative bloc is organizing opposition, Harry." Her voice was firm. "We agreed. No work on the honeymoon." "You're right. I'm sorry." He forced himself to sit, to breathe, to be present. "It's hard to turn off." "I know. That's why you need practice." She moved to sit beside him, her head resting on his shoulder. The world will survive 2 weeks without you. I promise. It's not the world I'm worried about. It's what happens if I stop moving, stop planning, stop working towards something. Harry stared at the Italian countryside, struggling to articulate something he'd never voiced before. I've been fighting since I was 11. First for survival, then for justice, then for reform. Without a fight. I'm not sure who I am. You're my husband. Neville's best friend. A leader who's already changed the world more than most people ever will. Daphne turned his face toward hers. But you're also allowed to just be Harry sometimes. The person, not the symbol. Is there a difference anymore? There is if you let there be. She kissed him softly. Start small. Today, you're just a man on holiday with his wife. No politics, no strategy, no grand plans. Just us. Harry closed his eyes and tried to let go. It was harder than fighting Voldemort had ever been. They returned to Britain to find the world hadn't ended in their absence. The Muggleborn Integration Initiative passed despite conservative opposition. The international summit went well. The various crises that had seemed so urgent before their departure had been handled by competent people doing competent jobs. See? Daphne said, reviewing the reports. You're not actually indispensable. I never thought I was. You act like you are. There's a difference. She was right, of course. Harry had spent so long shouldering every burden himself that he'd forgotten how to delegate, how to trust, how to let others carry their share of the weight. It was a lesson he was still learning. The years that followed were full and complex. Harry's tenure as Chief Warlock stretched into its second decade, then its third. The reforms he'd championed became established practice, then tradition, then simply the way things were done. New challenges arose, international tensions, economic shifts, the endless small conflicts that came with governing any society, but nothing on the scale of what he'd faced in his youth. Children came. James Sirius first, then Lily Luna, then Albus Severus. Harry had worried about being a father. His only models had been the Dursleys and the glimpses of his parents he'd gathered from portraits and memories, but Daphne guided him through the uncertainty, and he discovered reserves of patience and love he hadn't known he possessed. You're good at this, Daphne told him one evening, watching him read to their children. Better than you expected to be. I had good examples. Eventually. The Weasleys? Partly. But mostly you. Harry smiled at her over the children's heads. You taught me what family could be. What it should be. We taught each other. Dumbledore died peacefully in his sleep, 2 weeks after Harry's 40th birthday. The funeral was the largest magical Britain had seen in centuries. Harry delivered the eulogy, his voice steady despite the grief that tightened his chest. Albus Dumbledore was many things, he said, looking out at the assembled mourners. A brilliant wizard. A flawed mentor. A man who made terrible mistakes and spent his life trying to atone for them. He was not perfect, he would be the first to admit that, but he was trying, always trying, to be better than he was. That's all any of us can do, really. Try. Learn. Grow. Hope that our successes outweigh our failures, that the good we accomplish justifies the harm we cause along the way. Dumbledore believed in second chances. He gave them to people who didn't deserve them, and sometimes that faith was rewarded, and sometimes it wasn't. But he never stopped believing that people could change, could improve, could become more than their worst moments suggested. I'm standing here today because he believed in me when no one else did. Because he saw potential where others saw a threat. Because he trusted me with responsibilities I wasn't sure I was ready for. He was wrong about a lot of things. But he was right about that. And I hope, I believe, that I've spent my life proving him right. Harry stepped back from the podium, and the crowd rose in silent tribute to the wizard who'd shaped so many of their lives. The decades rolled on. Harry watched his children grow, each finding their own path. James became an Auror, following in the footsteps of the grandfather he'd never known. Lily pursued herbology, her gentle soul finding peace in growing things. Albus, named for the mentor whose legacy still shaped Harry's life, became a teacher, drawn to Hogwarts by the same magic that had called to Harry all those years ago. Grandchildren came, and Harry discovered that being a grandfather was even better than being a father. There was joy without the anxiety, love without the fear of failure that had marked his early years of parenting. Daphne remained beside him through all of it, her partnership as essential to his life as breathing. They fought sometimes, both too stubborn to yield easily, but they always found their way back to each other. Always remembered why they'd chosen this path together. No regrets, she asked one evening, when they were old enough that such questions felt natural. A few. Small ones. Harry took her hand, marveling as always at how perfectly it fit in his. But nothing that matters. Nothing I'd change if I could. Not even the cupboard. The Dursleys. The years of fighting. Those made me who I am. And who I am is someone who got to spend his life with you, raising our children, building something that will last beyond both of us. Harry smiled. That's worth everything it cost. Sentimental. I've earned the right to be sentimental. You have. Daphne leaned against him, her head on his shoulder the way it had been for 50 years. We both have. Harry Potter died on a quiet Tuesday in early autumn. He was 97 years old, surrounded by family, at peace with the life he'd lived. Daphne had passed 3 months earlier, they'd always known they'd be close in death as they'd been in life, and Harry had spent those final months tying up loose ends, saying goodbyes, and waiting. His last words were to his children, gathered around his bed in Potter Manor. I'm proud of you, he said, his voice barely a whisper. All of you. You've made the world better just by being in it. Dad, James's voice broke. Don't mourn too long. I've had a good life, the best life I could have hoped for. I got to love and be loved. I got to build things that matter. I got to see my children and grandchildren grow into amazing people. Harry smiled, the same smile he'd learned to give so many years ago, when he'd finally understood what happiness felt like. That's more than enough. That's everything. He closed his eyes. The heir of 4 founders, the boy who lived, the man who had reshaped magical Britain and then quietly stepped back to let others carry the work forward, he was gone. But the world he'd built remained. The statue was unveiled on the centennial of Voldemort's defeat. It stood in the center of Diagon Alley, depicting Harry not as a warrior or a politician, but as a teacher, seated, with a book in his lap, children gathered around him. The plaque at its base read, Harry James Potter 1980-2077, who proved that the greatest magic is the courage to love. His great-grandchildren were in the crowd, along with the descendants of everyone who'd stood beside him in those early years. Longbottoms and Weasleys and Grangers, Potters and Greengrasses and dozens of families whose names had become part of the story. The current Chief Warlock, a young witch Harry had mentored decades ago, delivered a speech about legacy and responsibility, about the debt they owed to those who came before. But the best tribute came after, when the crowds dispersed and the dignitaries went home. A young boy, maybe 11, approached the statue alone. He was thin and nervous-looking, with the uncertain posture of someone who'd spent his life being overlooked. He reached up and touched the bronze book in the statue's hands. I'm going to Hogwarts next month, he said quietly. I don't know which house I'll be in. I don't know if I'll be any good at magic. But I read about you, about everything you did, and I thought maybe I could be like you someday. Someone who makes things better. The statue didn't respond, of course. Statues rarely did. But somewhere, in whatever lay beyond the veil, Harry Potter smiled. The work continued. The story never really ended. And that was exactly as it should be.